Book 3, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 5. Gil Blas becomes the darling of the fair sex and makes an interesting acquaintance. After some hours' sleep, I got up in fine spirits, and calling the advice of Melendez to mind, went till my master was stirring to pay my court to our steward, whose vanity was rather flattered by this attention. He received me with a gracious air, and inquired how I was reconciled to the habits and manners of the young nobility. I answered that they were strange to me as yet, but that use and good example might work wonders in the end. Use and good example did work wonders, and that right soon. My temper and conduct were quite altered. From a discreet, sober lad, I got to be a lively, heedless, merry Andrew. Don Antonio's servant paid me a compliment on my transformation, and told me that there wanted nothing but a tender interest in the lovely part of the creation to shine like a new star dropped from the heavens. He pointed out to me that it was an indispensable requisite in the character of a pretty fellow that all our set were well with some fine woman or other, and that he himself, to his own share, engrossed the favours of two beauties in high life. I was of opinion that the rascal lied. Master Mogicon, said I, you are doubtless a very dapper, lively little fellow, with a modest assurance, but still I do not comprehend how women of quality, not having your sweet person on their own private establishments, should run the risk of being detected in an intrigue with a footman out of doors. Oh, as for that, answered he, they do not know my condition. To my master's wardrobe, and even to his name, am I indebted for these conquests. I will tell you how it is. I dress myself up as a young nobleman, and assume the manners of one. I go to public places, and tip the wink first to one woman, and then to another, till I meet with one who returns the signal. Her I follow, and find means to speak with her. I take the name of Don Antonio Centelles. I plead for an assignation. The lady is squeamish about it. I am pressing. She is kind, etc. Thus it is, my fine fellow, that I contrive to carry on my intrigues, and I would have you profit by the hint. I was too ambitious of shining like a new star dropped from the heavens to turn a deaf ear to such counsel. Besides, there was about me no aversion to an amour. I therefore laid a plan to disguise myself as a young nobleman, and look out for adventures of gallantry. There was a risk in assuming my masquerade dress at home, lest it might be observed. I took a complete suit from my master's wardrobe, and made it up into a bundle, which I carried to a barber's, where I thought I could dress and undress conveniently. There I tricked myself out to the best advantage. The barber too lent a helping hand to my attire. When we thought it adjusted to a nicety, I sauntered towards St. Jerome's meadow, whence I felt morally certain that I should not return without making an impression. But I could not even get thither without a proof of my own attractions. As I was crossing a by-street, a lady of genteel figure, elegantly dressed, came out of a small house, and got into an hired carriage standing at the door. I stopped short to look at her, and bowed significantly, so as to convey an intimation that my heart was not insensible. On her part, to show me that her face was not less lovely than her person, she lifted up her veil for a moment. In the meantime the coach set off, and I stood stock still in the street, not a little stiffened at this vision. A vastly pretty woman, said I to myself. Bless us, this is just what is wanting to make me perfectly accomplished. If the two ladies who share Mogicon between them are equally handsome, the scoundrel is in luck. I should be delighted with her for a mistress. Ruminating on these things, I looked by chance towards the house whence that lovely creature had glided, and saw at a window on the ground floor an old woman beckoning me to come in. I flew like lightning into the house, and found in a very neat parlour this venerable and wary matron, who, taking me for a marquis at least, dropped a low curtsy and said, I doubt not, my lord, but you must have a bad opinion of a woman who, without the slightest acquaintance, beckons you out of the street. But you will perhaps judge more favourably of me when you shall know that I do not pay that compliment promiscuously. You look like a man of fashion. You are perfectly in the right, my old girl, interrupted I, stretching out my right leg and throwing the weight of my body on my left hip. Mine is, vanity apart, one of the best families in Spain. It must be so by your looks, replied she, and I will fairly own that I delight in doing a kindness to people of quality. That is my weak side. I watched you through my window. You looked very earnestly at a lady who has just left me. Perhaps you may have taken a fancy to her. Tell me so plainly. By the honour of my house, answered I, she has shot me through the heart. I never saw anything so tempting, a most divine creature. Do bring us acquainted, my dear, and rely on my gratitude. It is worth while to do these little offices for us of the beau monde. They are better paid than our bills. I have told you once for all, replied the old woman, I am entirely devoted to people of condition. It is my passion to be useful to them. I receive here, for example, a certain class of ladies whom appearances prevent from seeing their favourites at home. I lend them my house, and thus the warmth of their constitutions is indulged without risk to their characters. Vastly well, quoth I. And you have just done that kindness to the lady in question? No, answered she, this is a young widow of quality in want of an admirer, but so difficult in her choice that I do not know whether you will do for her, however great your requisites may be. I have already introduced to her 3 well-furnished gallants, but she turned up her nose at them. Oh, egad, my life, exclaimed I confidently, you have only to stick me in her skirts. I will give you a good account of her. Take my word for it, I long to have a grapple with a beauty of such peremptory demands. They have not yet fallen in my way. Well then, said the old woman, you have only to come hither to-morrow at the same hour. Your curiosity shall be satisfied. I will not fail, rejoined I. We shall see whether a young nobleman can miss a conquest. I returned to the little barber's without looking for other adventures, but deeply interested in the event of this. Therefore, on the following day, I went in splendid attire to the old woman's an hour sooner than the time. My lord, said she, you are punctual, and I take it kindly. To be sure the game is worth the chase. I have seen our young widow, and we have had a good deal of talk about you. Not a word was to be said, but I have taken such a liking to you that I cannot hold my tongue. You have made yourself agreeable, and will soon be a happy man. Between ourselves, the lady is a relishing morsel. Her husband did not live long with her. He glided away like a shadow. She has all the merit of an absolute girl. The good old lady no doubt meant one of those clever girls who contrive not to live single though they live unmarried. The heroine of the assignation came soon in an hired carriage, as on the day before, dressed very magnificently. As soon as she came into the room, I led off with 5 or 6 coxcomical bows, accompanied by the most fashionable grimaces. After this I went up to her with a very familiar air, and said, my adored angel, you behold a gentleman of no mean rank, whom your charms have undone. Your image since yesterday has taken complete possession of my fancy. You have turned a duchess neck and heels out of my heart, who was beginning to establish a footing there. The triumph is too glorious for me, answered she, throwing off her veil, but still my transports are not without alloy. Young men of fashion love variety, and their hearts are, they say, bandied about from one to the other, like a piece of base money. Ah, my sovereign mistress, replied I, let us leave the future to shift for itself, and think only of the present. You are lovely, I am in love. If my passion is not hateful to you, let it take its course at random. We will embark like true sailors, set the storms and shipwreck of a long voyage at defiance, and only take the fair weather of the time present into the account. In finishing this speech, I threw myself in raptures at the feet of my nymph, and the better to hit off my assumed character, pressed her with some little peevishness not to delay my bliss. She seemed a little touched by my remonstrances, but thought it too soon to yield, and giving me a gentle rebuff, hold, said she, you are too importunate, this is like a rake. I fear you are but a loose young fellow. For shame, madam, exclaimed I, can you set your face against what women of the first taste and condition encourage? A prejudice against what is vulgarly called vice may be all very well for citizens' wives. That is decisive, replied she. There is no resisting so forcible a plea. I see plainly that with men of your order dissimulation is to no purpose. A woman must meet you half-way. Learn then your victory, added she with an appearance of disorder, as if her modesty suffered by the avowal. You have inspired me with sentiments such as are new to my heart, and I only wait to know who you are, that I may take you for my acknowledged lover. I believe you a young lord and a gentleman, yet there is no trusting to appearances, and however prepossessed I may be in your favour, I would not give away my affections to a stranger. I recollected at the moment how Don Antonio's servant had got out of a similar perplexity, and determining after his example to pass for my master, Madam, said I to my dainty widow, I will not excuse myself from telling you my name. It is one that will not disparage its owner. Have you ever heard of Don Matthias de Silva? Yes, replied she, indeed, I have seen him with a lady of my acquaintance. Though considerably improved in impudence, I was a little troubled by this discovery, yet I rallied my forces in an instant, and extricated myself with a happy presence of mind. Well then, my fair one, retorted I, the lady of your acquaintance knows a lord of my acquaintance, and I am of his acquaintance, of his own family, since you must know it. His grandfather married the sister-in-law of my father's uncle. You see, we are very near relations. My name is Don Cesar. I am the only son of the great Don Ferdinand de Ribera, slain 15 years ago in a battle on the frontiers of Portugal. I could give you all the particulars of the action. It was a devilish sharp one, but to fight it over again would be losing the precious moments of mutual love. After this discourse I got to be importunate and impassioned, but without bringing matters at all forwarder. The favours which my goddess winked at my snatching tended only to make me languish for what she was more chary of. The tyrant got back to her couch, which was waiting at the door. Nevertheless, I withdrew, well enough pleased with my success, though it still fell short of the only perfect issue. If, said I to myself, I have obtained indulgences but by halves, it is because this lady, forsooth, is a high-born dame, and thinks it beneath her quality to play the very woman at the first interview. The pride of pedigree stands in the way of my advancement just now, but in a few days we shall be better acquainted. To be sure, it did not once come into my head that she might be one of those cunning gypsies always on the catch. Yet I liked better to look at things on the right side than on the wrong, and thus maintained a favourable opinion of my widow. We had agreed at parting to meet again on the day after the morrow, and the hope of arriving at the summit of my wishes gave me a foretaste of the pleasures with which I tickled my fancy. With my brain full of joyous traces, I returned to my barber. Having changed my dress, I went to attend my master at the tennis court. I found him at play, and saw that he won, for he was not one of those impenetrable gamesters who make or mar a fortune without moving a muscle. In prosperity he was flippant and overbearing, but quite peevish on the losing side. He left the tennis court in high spirits, and went for the Prince's Theatre. I followed him to the box door, then putting a ducat into my hand, "Here, Gil Blas," said he, "as I have been a winner to day, you shall not be the worse for it. Go, divert yourself with your friends, and come to me about midnight at Arsenia's, where I am to sup with Don Alexo Segiar." He then went in, and I stood debating with whom I should disperse my ducat, according to the pious will of the founder. I did not muse long. Clarin, Don Alexo's servant, just then came in my way. I took him to the next tavern, and we amused ourselves there till midnight. Thence we repaired to Arsenia's house, where Clarin had orders to attend. A little footboy opened the door, and showed us into a room downstairs, where Arsenia's waiting woman and the lady who held the same office about Florimond were laughing ready to split their sides, while their mistresses were above stairs with our masters. The addition of two jolly fellows just come from a good supper could not be unwelcome to abigails, and to the abigails of actresses too. But what was my astonishment when in one of these lowly ladies I discovered my widow, my adorable widow, whom I took for a countess or a marchioness. She appeared equally amazed to see her dear Don Cesar de Ribera metamorphosed into the valet of a beau. However, we looked at one another without being out of countenance. Indeed, such a tingling sensation of laughter came over us both, as we could not help indulging in. After which Laura, for that was her name, drawing me aside while Clarin was speaking to her fellow servant, held out her hand to me very kindly, and said in a low voice, "Accept this pledge, Signor Don Cesar. Mutual congratulations are more to the purpose than mutual reproaches, my friend. You topped your part to perfection, and I was not quite contemptible in mine. What say you? Confess now, did not you take me for one of those precious peeresses who are fond of a little smuggled amusement?" "It is even so," answered I, "but whoever you are, my empress, I have not changed my sentiments with my paraphernalia. Accept my services in good part, and let the valet de chambre of Don Matthias consummate what Don Cesar has so happily begun." "Get you gone," replied she. "I like you 10 times better in your natural than in your artificial character. You are as a man what I am as a woman, and that is the greatest compliment I can pay you. You are admitted into the number of my adorers. We have no longer any need of the old woman as a blind. You may come and see me whenever you like. We theatrical ladies are no slaves to form, but live higgledy-piggledy with the men. I allow that the effects are sometimes visible, but the public wink hard at our irregularities. The drama's patrons, as you well know, give the drama's laws, and absolve us from all others." We went no further, because there were bystanders. The conversation became general, lively, jovial. inclining to loose jokes, not very carefully wrapped up. We all of us bore a bob. Arsenia's attendant, above all, my amiable Laura, was very conspicuous, but her wit was so extremely nimble that her virtue could never overtake it. Our masters and the actresses on the floor above raised incessant peals of laughter, which reached us in the regions below, and probably the entertainment was much alike with the celestials and the infernals. If all the knowing remarks had been written down which escaped from the philosophers that night assembled at Arsenia's, I really think it would have been a manual for the rising generation. Yet we could not arrest the chaste moon in her progress. The rising of that blab, the sun, parted us. Clarin followed the heels of Don Alexo, and I went home with Don Matthias. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 6, The Prince's Company of Comedians. My master, getting up the next day, received a note from Don Alexo Seguiar desiring his company immediately. We went and found there the Marquis de Jeanette and another young nobleman of prepossessing manners, whom I had never seen. Don Matthias, said Seguiar to my protector, introducing the stranger, give me leave to present Don Pompeyo de Castro, a relation of mine. He has been at the court of Portugal almost from his childhood. He reached Madrid last night and returns to Lisbon tomorrow. He can allow me only one day. I wish to make the most of the precious moments, and thought of asking you and the Marquis de Jeanette to make out the time agreeably. Thereupon my master and Don Alexo's relation embraced heartily, and complimented one another in the most extravagant manner. I was much pleased with Don Pompeyo's conversation. It showed both acuteness and solidity. They dined with Seguiar, and the gentlemen, after the dessert, amused themselves at play till the theatre opened. Then they went all together to the prince's house to see a new tragedy called The Queen of Carthage. At the end of the piece they returned to supper, and their conversation ran first on the composition, then upon the actors. As for the work, cried Don Matthias, I think very lightly of it. Aeneas is a more pious blockhead there than in the Aeneid, but it must be owned that the piece was played divinely. What does Signor Don Pompeyo think of it? He does not seem to agree with me. Gentlemen, said the illustrious stranger with a smile, you are so enraptured with your actors, and still more with your actresses, that I scarcely dare avow my dissent. That is very prudent, interrupted Don Alexo with a sneer. Your criticisms would be ill received. You should be tender of our actresses before the trumpeters of their fame. We carouse with them every day. We warrant them sound in their conceptions. We would give vouchers for the justness of their expression if it were necessary. No doubt of it, answered his kinsman. You would do the same kind office by their lives and their manners from the same motives of companionable feeling. Your ladies of the sock and buskin at Lisbon, said the Marquis de Jeanette, laughing, are doubtless far superior. They certainly are, replied Don Pompeyo. They are some of them at least perfect in their caste, and these, resumed the Marquis, would be warranted by you in their conceptions and expressions. I have no personal acquaintance with them, rejoined Don Pompeyo. I am not of their revels, and can judge of their merit without partiality. Do you in good earnest think your company first rate? No, really, said the Marquis, I think no such thing, and only plead the cause of a few individuals. I give up all the rest. Will you not allow extraordinary powers to the actress who played Dido? Did she not personate that queen with the dignity, and at the same time with all the bewitching charms, calculated to realize our idea of the character? Could you help admiring the skill with which she seizes on the passions of the spectator, and harmonizes their tone to the vibrations she proposes to produce? She may be called perfect in the exquisite art of declaiming. I agree with you, said Don Pompeyo, that she can touch the string either of terror or of pity. Never did any actress come closer to the heart, and the performance is altogether fine. But still she is not without her defects. 2 or 3 things disgusted me in her playing. Would she denote surprise? She glances her eyes to and fro in a most extravagant manner, altogether unbecoming her supposed majesty as a princess. Add to this, that in swelling her voice, which is of itself sound and mellifluous, she goes out of her natural key, and assumes a harsh ranting tone. Besides, it would seem as if she might be suspected in more than one passage of not very clearly comprehending her author. Yet I would in candour rather suppose her wanting in diligence than capacity. As far as I see, said Don Matthias to the critic, you will never write complimentary odes to our actresses. Pardon me, answered Don Pompeyo, I can discover high talent through all their imperfections. I must say that I was enchanted with the chambermaid in the interlude. What fine natural parts! With what grace she treads the stage! Has she anything pointed to deliver? She heightens it by an arch smile, with a keen glance, and sarcastic emphasis, which convey more to the understanding than the words to the ear. It might be objected that she sometimes gives too much scope to her animal spirits, and exceeds the limits of allowable freedom, but that would be hypercritical. There is one bad habit I should strongly advise her to correct. Sometimes in the very crisis of the action, and in an affecting passage, she bursts in all at once upon the interest with some misplaced jest, to curry favour with the mob of barren spectators. The pit, you will say, is caught by her artifice. That may be well for her popularity, but not for their taste. And what do you think of the men? Interrupted the Marquis. You must give them no quarter, since you have handled the women so roughly. Not so, said Don Pompeyo. There are some promising young actors, and I am particularly well pleased with that corpulent performer who played the part of Dido's prime minister. His recitation is unaffected, and he declaims just as they do in Portugal. If you can bear such a fellow as that, said Segiar, you must be charmed with the representative of Aeneas. Did not you think him a great and original performer? Very original indeed, answered the critic. His inflections are quite his own. They are as shrill as an hautboy. Almost always out of nature, he rattles the impressive words of the sentence off his tongue, while he labours and lingers on the expletives. The poor conjunctions are frightened at their own report as they go off. He entertained me excessively, and especially when he was expressing in confidence his distress at abandoning the princess. Never was grief more ludicrously depicted. Fair and softly, cousin, replied Don Alexo. You will make us believe at last that good taste is not greatly cultivated at the court of Portugal. Do you know that the actor of whom we are speaking is esteemed a phenomenon? Did you not observe what thunders of applause he called down? He cannot therefore be contemptible. That therefore does not prove the proposition, replied Don Pompeyo. But, gentlemen, let us lay aside, I beseech you, the injudicious suffrages of the pit. They are often given to performers very unseasonably. Indeed, their boisterous tokens of approbation are more frequently bestowed on paltry copies than on original merit, as Phaedrus teaches us by an ingenious fable. Allow me to repeat it as follows. The whole population of a city was assembled in a large square to see a pantomime played. Among the performers there was one whose feats were applauded every instant. This buffoon, at the end of the entertainment, wished to close the scene with a new device. He came alone upon the stage, stooping down, covering his head with his mantle, and began counterfeiting the squeak of a pig. He acquitted himself so naturally as to be suspected of having the animal itself concealed within the folds of his drapery. He stripped, but there was no pig. The assembly rang with more furious applause than ever. A peasant among the spectators was disgusted at this misplaced admiration. Gentlemen, exclaimed he, you are in the wrong to be so delighted with this buffoon. He is not so good a mimic as you take him for. I can enact the pig better. If you doubt it, only attend here this time tomorrow. The people, prejudiced in the cause of their favourite, collected in greater numbers on the next day, rather to hiss the countryman than to see what he could do. The rivals appeared on the stage. The buffoon began, and was more applauded than the day before. Then the farmer, stooping down in his turn, with his head wrapped up in his cloak, pulled the ear of a real pig under his arm, and made it squeal most horribly. Yet this enlightened audience persisted in giving the preference to their favourite, and hooted the countryman off the boards, who, producing the pig before he went, said, Gentlemen, you are not hissing me, but the original pig. So much for your judgment. Cousin, said Don Alexo, your fable is rather satirical. Nevertheless, in spite of your pig, we will not bate an inch of our opinion. But let us change the subject. This is grown threadbare. Then you set off tomorrow. Do what we can to keep you with us longer. I should like, answered his kinsman, to protract my stay with you, but it is not in my power. I have told you already that I am come to the court of Spain on an affair of state. Yesterday, on my arrival, I had a conference with the prime minister. I am to see him tomorrow morning, and shall set out immediately afterwards on my return to Lisbon. You are become quite a Portuguese, observed Seguiar, and to all appearance we shall lose you entirely from Madrid. I think otherwise, replied Don Pompeyo. I have the honour to stand well with the King of Portugal, and have many motives of attachment to that court. Yet, with all the kindness that sovereign has testified towards me, would you believe that I have been on the point of quitting his dominions for ever? Indeed, by what strange accident? Said the Marquis. Give us the history, I beseech you. Very readily, answered Don Pompeyo, and at the same time my own, for it is closely interwoven with the recital for which you have called. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 7, History of Don Pompeyo de Castro. Don Alexo knows that from my boyish days my passion was for a military life. Our own country being at peace, I went into Portugal, thence to Africa with the Duke of Braganza, who gave me a commission. I was a younger brother, with as slender a provision as most in Spain, so that my only chance was in attracting the notice of the commander-in-chief by my bravery. I was so far from deficient in my duty that the Duke promoted me step by step to one of the most honourable posts in the service. After a long war, of which you all know the issue, I devoted myself to the court, and the king, on strong testimonials from the general officers, rewarded me with a considerable pension. Alive to that sovereign's generosity, I lost no opportunity of proving my gratitude by my diligence. I was in attendance as often as etiquette would allow me to offer myself to his notice. By this conduct I gained insensibly the love of that prince, and received new favours from his hands. One day, when I distinguished myself in running at the ring, and in a bullfight preceding it, all the court extolled my strength and dexterity. On my return home, with my honours thick upon me, I found there a note informing me that a lady, my conquest over whom ought to flatter me more than all the glory I had gained that day, wished to have the pleasure of my company, and that I had only to attend in the evening at a place marked out in the letter. This was more than all my public triumphs, and I concluded the writer to be a woman of the first quality. You may guess that I did not loiter by the way. An old woman in waiting as my guide conducted me by a little garden gate into a large house, and left me in an elegant closet, saying, "Stay here, I will acquaint my mistress with your arrival." I observed a great many articles of value in the closet, which was magnificently illuminated. But this splendour only caught my attention as confirming me in my previous opinion of the lady's high rank. If appearances strengthened that conjecture, her noble and majestic air on her entrance left no doubt on my mind. Yet I was a little out in my calculation. "Noble sir," said she, "after the step I have taken in your favour, it were impertinent to disown my partiality. Your brilliant actions of to-day in presence of the court were not the inspirers of my sentiments, they only urged forward this avowal. I have seen you more than once, have inquired into your character, and the result has determined me to follow the impulse of my heart. But do not suppose that you are well with a duchess. I am but the widow of a captain in the king's guards. Yet there is something to throw a radiance round your victory, the preference you have gained over one of the first noblemen in the kingdom. The Duke d'Almeyda loves me, and presses his suit with ardour, yet without success. My vanity only induces me to bear his importunities. Though I saw plainly by this address that I had got in with a coquette, my presiding star was not a whit out of my good graces for involving me in this adventure. Donna Hortensia, for that was the lady's name, was just in the ripeness and luxuriance of youth and dazzling beauty. Nay, more, she had refused the possession of her heart to the earnest entreaties of a duke, and offered it unsolicited to me. What a feather in the cap of a Spanish cavalier! I prostrated myself at Hortensia's feet to thank her for her favours. I talked just as a man of gallantry always does talk, and she had reason to be satisfied with the extravagance of my acknowledgments. Thus we parted the best friends in the world, on the terms of meeting every evening when the Duke d'Almeyda was prevented from coming. And she promised to give me due notice of his absence. The bargain was exactly fulfilled, and I was turned into the Adonis of this new Venus. But the pleasures of this life are transitory. With all the lady's precautions to conceal our private treaty of commerce from my rival, he found means of gaining a knowledge of which it concerned us greatly to keep him ignorant. A disloyal chambermaid divulged the state secret. This nobleman, naturally generous, but proud, self-sufficient, and violent, was exasperated at my presumption. Anger and jealousy set him beside himself. Taking counsel only with his rage, he resolved on an infamous revenge. One night when I was with Hortensia, he waylaid me at the little garden gate, with all his servants provided with cudgels. As soon as I came out, he ordered me to be seized and beat to death by these wretches. "Lay on," said he, "let the rash intruder give up the ghost under your chastisement. Thus shall his insolence be punished." No sooner had he finished these words than his myrmidons assaulted me in a body, and gave me such a beating as to stretch me senseless on the ground. after which they hurried off with their master, to whom this butchery had been a delicious pastime. I lay the remainder of the night just as they had left me. At daybreak some people passed by, who, finding that life was still in me, had the humanity to carry me to a surgeon. Fortunately, my wounds were not mortal, and falling into skillful hands, I was perfectly cured in 2 months. At the end of that period, I made my appearance again at court, and resumed my former way of life, except that I steered clear of Hortensia, who on her part made no further attempt to renew the acquaintance, because the Duke, on that condition, had pardoned her infidelity. As my adventure was the town talk, and I was known to be no coward, people were astonished to see me as quiet as if I had received no affront, for I kept my thoughts to myself, and seemed to have no quarrel with any man living. No one knew what to think of my counterfeited insensibility. Some imagined that, in spite of my courage, the rank of the aggressor overawed me, and occasioned my tacit submission. Others, with more reason, mistrusted my silence, and considered my inoffensive demeanour as a cover to my revenge. The king was of opinion with these last, that I was not a man to put up with an insult, and that I should not be wanting to myself at a convenient opportunity. To discover my real intentions, he sent for me one day into his closet, where he said, "Don Pompeyo, I know what accident has befallen you, and am surprised, I own, at your forbearance. You are certainly acting a part." "Sire," answered I, "how can I know whom to challenge? I was attacked in the night by persons unknown. It is a misfortune of which I must make the best." "No, no," replied the king, "I am not to be duped by these evasive answers. The whole story has reached my ears. The Duke d'Almeyda has touched your honour to the quick. You are nobly born, and a Castilian. I know what that double character requires. You cherish hostile designs. Admit me a party to your purposes. It must be so. Never fear the consequences of making me your confidant." "Since your majesty commands it," resumed I, "my sentiments shall be laid open without reserve. Yes, sir, I meditate a severe retribution. Every man wearing such a name as mine must account for its untarnished lustre with his family. You know the unworthy treatment I have experienced, and I propose assassinating the Duke d'Almeyda as a mode of revenge correspondent to the injury. I shall plunge a dagger in his bosom, or shoot him through the head, and escape, if I can, into Spain. This is my design." "It is violent," said the king, "and yet I have little to say against it, after the provocation which the Duke d'Almeyda has given you. He is worthy of the punishment you destine for him, but do not be in a hurry with your project. Leave me to devise a method of bringing you together again as friends." "Oh, sir," exclaimed I with vexation, "why did you extort my secret from me? What expedient can—" "If mine is not to your satisfaction," interrupted he, "you may execute your first intention. I do not mean to abuse your confidence. I shall not implicate your honour, so rest contented on that head." I was greatly puzzled to guess by what means the king designed to terminate this affair amicably, but thus it was. He sent to speak with the Duke d'Almeyda in private. "Duke," said he, "you have insulted Don Pompeyo de Castro. You are not ignorant that he is a man of noble birth, a soldier who has served with credit, and stands high in my favour. You owe him reparation." "I am not of a temper to refuse it," answered the Duke. "If he complains of my outrageous behaviour, I am ready to justify it by the law of arms." "Something very different must be done," replied the king. "A Spanish gentleman understands the point of honour too well to fight on equal terms with a cowardly assassin." "I can use no milder term, and you can only atone for the heinousness of your conduct by presenting a cane in person to your antagonist, and offering to submit yourself to its discipline." Oh, heaven! exclaimed the Duke. What, sir, would you have a man of my rank degrade, debase himself before a simple gentleman, and submit to be caned? No, replied the monarch. I will oblige Don Pompeyo to promise not to touch you. Only offer him the cane, and ask his pardon. That is all I require from you. And that is too much, sir, interrupted the Duke d'Almeyda warmly. I had rather remain exposed to all the secret machinations of his resentment. Your life is dear to me, said the king, and I should wish this affair to have no bad consequences. To terminate it with less disgust to yourself, I will be the only witness of the satisfaction which I order you to offer to the Spaniard. The king was obliged to stretch his influence over the duke to the utmost before he could induce him to so mortifying a step. However, the peremptory monarch effected his purpose, and then sent for me. He related the particulars of his conversation with my enemy, and inquired if I should be content with the stipulated reparation. I answered yes, and gave my word that, far from striking the offender, I would not even accept the cane when he presented it. With this understanding, the Duke and myself at a certain hour attended the king, who took us into his closet. Come, said he to the Duke, acknowledge your fault, and deserve to be forgiven by the humility of your contrition. Then my antagonist made his apology, and offered me the cane in his hand. Don Pompeyo, said the monarch unexpectedly, take the cane, and let not my presence prevent you from doing justice to your outraged honour. I release you from your promise not to strike the Duke. No, sir, answered I, it is enough that he has submitted to the indignity of the offer. An offended Spaniard asks no more. Well, then, replied the king, since you are content with this satisfaction, you may both of you at once assume the privilege of a gentlemanly quarrel. Measure your swords and discuss the question honourably. It is what I most ardently desire, exclaimed the Duke d'Almeyda in a menacing tone, for that only is competent to make me amends for the disgraceful step I have taken. With these words he went away full of rage and shame, and sent to tell me 2 hours after that he was waiting for me in a retired place. I kept the appointment, and found this nobleman ready to fight lustily. He was not 45, deficient neither in courage nor in skill, so that the match was fair and equal. Come on, Don Pompeyo, said he, let us terminate our difference here. Our hostility ought to be reciprocally mortal, yours for my aggression and mine for having asked your pardon. These words were no sooner out of his mouth than he drew upon me so suddenly that I had no time to reply. He pressed very closely upon me at first, but I had the good fortune to put by all his thrusts. I acted on the offensive in my turn. The encounter was evidently with a man equally skilled in defence or in attack, and there is no knowing what might have been the issue if he had not made a false step in retiring and fallen backwards. I stood still immediately and said to the Duke, recover yourself. Why give me any quarter? He answered. Your forbearance only aggravates my disgrace. I will not take advantage of an accident, replied I. It would only tarnish my glory. Once more recover yourself, and let us fight it out. Don Pompeyo, said he, rising after this act of generosity, honour allows me not to renew the attack upon you. What would the world say of me were I to wound you mortally? I should be branded as a coward for having murdered a man at whose mercy I had just before lain prostrate. I cannot, therefore, again lift my arm against your life, and I feel my resentful passions subsiding into the sweet emotions of gratitude. Don Pompeyo, let us mutually lay aside our hatred. Let us go still further. Let us be friends. Ah, my lord, exclaimed I, so flattering a proposal I joyfully accept. I proffer you my sincere friendship, and as an earnest promise never more to approach Donna Hortensia, though she herself should invite me. It is my duty, said he, to yield that lady to you. Justice requires me to give her up, since her affections are yours already. No, no, interrupted I, you love her. Her partiality in my favour would give you uneasiness. I sacrifice my own pleasures to your peace. Ah, too generous Castilian, replied the Duke, embracing me, your sentiments are truly noble. With what remorse do they strike me! Grieved and ashamed, I look back on the outrage you have sustained. The reparation in the king's chamber seems now too trifling. A better recompense awaits you. To obliterate all remembrance of your shame, take one of my nieces, whose hand is at my disposal. She is a rich heiress, not 15, with beauty beyond the attractions of mere youth. I made my acknowledgments to the Duke in terms such as the high honour of his alliance might suggest, and married his niece a few days afterwards. All the court complimented this nobleman on having made such generous amends to an insulted rival, and my friends took part in my joy at the happy issue of an adventure which might have led to the most melancholy consequences. From this time, gentlemen, I have lived happily at Lisbon. I am the idol of my wife, and have not sunk the lover in the husband. The Duke of Dalmaida gives me new proofs of friendship every day, and I may venture to boast of standing high in the King of Portugal's good graces. The importance of my errand hither sufficiently assures me of his confidence. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 8, an accident in consequence of which Gil Blas was obliged to look out for another place. Such was Don Pompeyo's story, which Don Alexo's servant and myself overheard, though we were prudently sent away before he began his recital. Instead of withdrawing, we skulked behind the door, which we had left half open, and from that station we did not miss a word. After this the company went on drinking, but they did not prolong their carousals till the morning, because Don Pompeyo, who was to speak with the prime minister, wished for a little rest beforehand. The Marquis de Jeanette and my master took a cordial leave of the stranger, and left him with his kinsman. We went to bed for once before daybreak, and Don Matthias, when he awoke, invested me with a new office. Gil Blas, said he, take pen, ink, and paper, and write 2 or 3 letters as I shall dictate. You shall henceforth be my secretary. Well and good, said I to myself, a plurality of functions. As footman, I follow my master's heels. As valet de chambre, I help him to dress, and write for him as his secretary. Heaven be praised for my apotheosis. Like the triple Hecate of the Pantheon, I am to enact 3 different characters at the same time. Can you guess my intention? Continued he. Thus it is, but take care what you are about. Your life may depend on it. As I am continually meeting with fellows who boast of their success among the women, I mean, by way of getting the upper hand, to fill my pockets with fictitious love letters, and read them in company. It will be amusing enough. Happier than my competitors, who make conquests only for the pleasure of the boast, I shall take the credit of intrigue, and spare myself the labour. But vary your writing, so that the manufacture may not be detected by the sameness of the hand. I then sat down to comply with the commands of Don Matthias, who first dictated a tender epistle to this tune. You did not keep your promise tonight. Ah, Don Matthias, how will you exculpate yourself? My error was a cruel one, but you punish me deservedly for my vanity in fancying that business and amusement were all to give way before the pleasure of seeing Donna Clara de Mendoza. After this pretty note, he made me write another, as if from a lady who sacrificed a prince to him, and then a third, whose fair writer offered, if she could rely on his discretion, to embark with him for the shores of Cytherean enchantment. It was not enough to dictate these love-sick strains, he forced me to subscribe them with the most high-flying names in Madrid. I could not forbear hinting at some little hazard in all this, but he begged me to keep my sage counsels till they were called for. I was obliged to hold my tongue and dispatch his orders out of hand. That done, he got up and dressed with my assistance. The letters were put into his pocket, and out he went. I followed him to dinner with Don Juan de Moncade, who entertained 5 or 6 gentlemen of his acquaintance that day. There was a grand set out and mirth. The best relish was not wanting to the banquet. All the guests contributed to enliven the conversation, some by wit and humour, others by anecdotes, of which the relators were the heroes. My master would not lose so fine an opportunity of bringing our joint performances to bear. He read them audibly, and with so much assurance, that probably the whole party, with the exception of his secretary, was taken in by the device. Among the company before whom this trick was so impudently played off, there was one person by name Don Lope de Velasco. This person, a very grave Don, instead of making himself merry, like the rest, with the fictitious triumphs of the reader, asked him coolly if the conquest of Donna Clara had been achieved with any great difficulty. Less than the least, answered Don Matthias. The advances were all on her side. She saw me in public and took a fancy to my person. A scout was commissioned to follow me, and thus she got at my name and condition. She wrote to me and gave me an appointment at an hour of the night when the house was sure to be quiet. I was true as the needle to the pole. Her bedchamber was the place. But prudence and delicacy forbid my describing what passed there. At this instance of tender regard for the lady's character, Signor de Velasco betrayed some very passionate workings in his countenance. It was easy to see the interest he took in the subject. All these letters, said he to my master, looking at him with an eye of indignation and contempt, are infamous forgeries, and above all, that which you boast of having received from Donna Clara de Mendoza. There is not in all Spain a more modest young creature than herself. For these 2 years, a gentleman at least your equal in birth and personal merit has been trying every method of insinuating himself into her heart. Scarcely have his assiduities extorted the slightest encouragement, but yet he may flatter himself that if anything beyond common civility had been granted at all, it would have been to him only. Well, who says to the contrary? Interrupted Don Matthias in a bantering way. I agree with you that the lady is a very pretty behaved young lady. On my part, I am a very pretty behaved young gentleman. Ergo, you may rest assured that nothing took place between us but what was pretty and well behaved. Indeed, this is too much, interrupted Don Lope in his turn. Let us lay aside this unseasonable jesting. You are an impostor. Donna Clara never gave you an appointment by night. Her reputation shall not be blackened by your ribaldry, but prudence and delicacy forbid my describing what must pass between you and me. With this retort on his lips, he looked contemptuously round and withdrew with a menacing aspect, which anticipated serious consequences to my judgment. My master, whose courage was better than his cause, held the threats of Don Lope in derision. A blockhead, exclaimed he, bursting into a loud fit of laughter. Our knights errant used to tilt for the beauty of their mistresses. This fellow would engage in the lists for the forlorn hope of virtue in his. He is more ridiculous than his prototypes. Velasco's retiring, in vain opposed by Moncade, occasioned no interruption to the merriment. The party, without thinking further about it, kept the ball up briskly, and did not part till they had made free with the next day. We went to bed, that is, my master and myself, about 5 o'clock in the morning. Sleep sat heavy on my eyelids, and, as I thought, was taking permanent possession thereof, but I reckoned without my host, or rather without our porter, who came and waked me in an hour to say that there was a lad inquiring for me at the door. Oh, thou infernal porter, muttered I indistinctly through the interstices of a long yawn, do you consider that I have but now got to bed? Tell the little rascal that I am just asleep. He must come again by and by. He insists, replied Cerberus, on speaking with you instantly. His business cannot wait. As that was the case, I got up, put on nothing but my breeches and doublet, and went downstairs swearing and gaping. My friend, said I, be so good as to let me know what urgent affair procures me the honour of seeing you so early. I have a letter, answered he, to deliver personally into the hands of Signor Don Matthias, to be read by him without loss of time. It is of the last consequence to him. Pray show me into his room. As I thought the matter looked serious, I took the liberty of disturbing my master. Excuse me, said I, for waking you, but the pressing nature— What do you want? Interrupted he, just in my style with the porter. Sir, said the lad who was at my elbow, here is a letter from Don Lope de Velasco. Don Matthias looked at the cover, broke it, and after reading the contents, said to the messenger of Don Lope, my good fellow, I never get up before noon, let the party be ever so agreeable. Judge whether I can be expected to be stirring by 6 in the morning for a small sword recreation. You may tell your master that if he chooses to kick his heels at the spot till 12:30, we will come and see how he looks there. Carry him that answer. With this flippant speech, he plunged down snugly under the bedclothes and fell fast asleep again, as if nothing had happened. Between 11 and 12 he got up and dressed himself with the utmost composure, and went out, telling me that there was no occasion for my attendance, but I was too much on the tenterhooks about the result to mind his orders. I sneaked after him to St. Jerome's meadow, where I saw Don Lope de Velasco waiting for him. I took my station to watch them, and was an eye-witness to all the circumstances of their rencounter. They saluted and began their fierce debate without delay. The engagement lasted long. They exchanged thrusts alternately with equal skill and mettle. The victory, however, was on the side of Don Lope. He ran my master through, laid him helpless on the ground, and made his escape with apparent satisfaction at the severe reprisal. I ran up to the unfortunate Don Matthias and found him in a most desperate situation. The sight melted me. I could not help weeping at a catastrophe to which I had been an involuntary contributor. Nevertheless, with all sympathy, I had still my little wits about me. Home went I in a hurry without saying a word. I made up a bundle of my own goods and chattels, inadvertently slipping in some odd articles belonging to my master, and when I had deposited this with the barber, where my dress as a fine gentleman was still lodged, I published the news of the fatal accident. Any gaper might have it for the trouble of listening, and above all I took care to make Rodriguez acquainted with it. He would have been extremely afflicted, but that his own proceedings in this delicate case required all his attention. He called the servants together, ordered them to follow him, and we went all together to St. Jerome's meadow. Don Matthias was taken up alive, but he died 3 hours after he was brought home. Thus ended the life of Signor Don Matthias de Silva, only for having taken a fancy to reading supposititious love letters unseasonably. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 9, A New Service After the Death of Don Matthias de Silva. Some days after the funeral, the establishment was paid up and discharged. I fixed my headquarters with the little barber, in a very close connection with whom I began to live. It seemed to promise more pleasure than with Melendez. As I was in no want of money, it was time enough to think of another place. Besides, I had got to be rather nice on that head. I would not go into service any more, but in families, above the vulgar. In short, I was determined to inquire very strictly into the character of a new place. The best would not be too good. Such high pretensions did the late valet of a young nobleman think himself entitled to assume above the common herd of servants. Waiting till fortune should throw a situation in my way, worthy to be honoured by my acceptance, I thought I could not do better than to devote my leisure to my charming Laura, whom I had not seen since the pleasant occurrence of our double discovery. I could not venture on dressing as Don Cesar de Ribera. It would have been an act of madness to have assumed that style but as a disguise. Besides that, my own suit was not much out of condition. All smaller articles had propagated miraculously in the aforesaid bundle. I made myself up, therefore, with the barber's aid, as a sort of middleman between Don Cesar and Gil Blas. In this demi-character I knocked at Arsenia's door. Laura was alone in the parlour where we had met last. "Ah, is it you?" cried she, as soon as she saw me. "I thought you were lost. You have had leave to come and see me for this week, but it seems you are modest, and do not presume too much on your licence." I made my apology on the score of my master's death, with my own engagements consequent thereupon, and I added in the spirit of gallantry that in my greatest perplexities my lovely Laura had always been foremost in my thoughts. "That being so," said she, "I have no more reproaches to make, and I will frankly own that I have thought of you. As soon as I was acquainted with the untimely end of Don Matthias, a plan occurred to me, probably not quite displeasing to you. I have heard my mistress say some time ago that she wanted a sort of man of business, a good arithmetician, to keep an exact account of our outgoings. I fixed my affections on your lordship. You seem exactly calculated for such an office." "I feel myself," answered I, "a steward by inspiration. I have read all that Aristotle has written on finance, and as for reducing it to the modern system of bookkeeping, but, my dear girl, there is one impediment in the way." "What impediment?" said Laura. "I have sworn," replied I, "never again to live with a commoner. I have sworn by Styx, or something else as binding. If Jupiter could not burst the links of such an oath, judge whether a poor servant ought not to be bound by it." "What do you mean by a commoner?" rejoined the impetuous Abigail. "For what do you take us actresses? Do you take us for the ribs of the limbs of the law, for attorneys' wives? I would have you to know, my friend, that actresses rank with the first nobility, being only common to the uncommon, and therefore, though common, uncommonly illustrious." "On that footing, my uncommon commoner," said I, "the post you have destined for me is mine. I shall not lower my dignity by accepting it." "No, to be sure," said she, "backwards and forwards between a puppy of fashion and a she-wolf of the stage. Why, it is exactly preserving an equilibrium of rank in the creation. We are sympathetic animals, just on a level with the people of quality. We have our equipages in the same style, we give our little suppers on the same scale, and on the broad ground we are just of as much use in civil society. In fact, to draw a parallel between a marquis and a player through the space of 24 hours, they are just on a par. The marquis, for 3/4 of the time, ranks above the player by political courtesy and sufferance. The player, during his hour on the stage, overtops the marquis in the part of an emperor or a king, which he better knows how to enact. Thus there seems to be a balance between natural and political nobility, which places us at least on a level with the live lumber of the court." "Yes, truly," replied I, "you are a match for one another. There is no gainsaying it. Bless their dear hearts, the players are not men of straw, as I foolishly believed, and you have made my mouth water to serve such a worshipful fraternity." "Well, then," resumed she, "you have only to come back again in 2 days. That time will be sufficient to incline my mistress in your favour. I will speak up for you. She is a little under my influence. I do not fear bringing you under this roof." I thanked Laura for her good dispositions. My gratitude took the readiest way to prove itself to her comprehension, and my tender thrillings expressed more than words. We had a pretty long conversation together, and it might have lasted till this time if a little skipping fellow had not come to tell my nymph of the side scenes that Arsenia was inquiring for her. We parted. I left the house in the sweet hope of soon living there scot-free, and my face was shown up again at the door in 2 days. I was looking out for you, said my accomplished scout, to assure you that you are a messmate at this house. Come, follow me. I will introduce you to my mistress. At these words she led me into a suite of 5 or 6 rooms on a floor in a regular gradation of costly furniture and tasteful equipment. What luxury! What magnificence! I thought myself in presence of a vice queen, or, to mend the poverty of the comparison, in a fairy palace where all the riches of the earth were collected. In fact, there were the productions of many people and of many countries, so that one might describe this residence as the temple of a goddess, whither every traveller brought some rare product of his native land as a votive offering. The divinity was reclining on a voluptuous satin sofa. She was lovely in my eyes, and pampered with the fumes of daily sacrifices. She was in a tempting deshabille, and her polished hands were elegantly busy about a new headdress for her appearance that evening. Madam, said the abigail, here is that said steward. Take my word for it, you will never get one more to your liking. Arsenia looked at me very inquisitively, and did not find me disagreeable. Why, this is something, Laura, cried she, a very smart youth truly. I foresee that we shall do very well together. Then, directing her discourse to me, young man, added she, you suit me to a hair, and I have only one observation to make. You will be pleased with me if I am so with you. I answered that I should do my utmost to serve her to her heart's content. As I found that the bargain was struck, I went immediately to fetch in my own little accommodations, and returned to take formal possession. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 10, Much Such Another as the Foregoing. It was near the time of the doors opening. My mistress told me to attend her to the theatre with Laura. We went into her dressing room, where she threw off her ordinary attire and assumed a more splendid costume for the stage. When the performance began, Laura showed me the way, and seated herself by my side, where I could see and hear the actors to advantage. They disgusted me for the most part, doubtless because Don Pompeyo had prejudiced me against them. Several of them were loudly applauded, but the fable of the pig would now and then come across my mind. Laura told me the names of the actors and actresses as they made their entrances, nor did she stop there, for the hussy gave some highly seasoned anecdotes into the bargain. Her characters were crack-brained for this, impertinent fellow for that. That delicate sample of sin, who depends on her wantonness for her attractions, goes by the name of Rosarda, a bad speculation for the company. She ought to be sent with the next cargo to New Spain. She may answer the purpose of the Viceroy. Take particular notice of that brilliant star now coming forward, that magnificent setting sun increasing in bulk as its fires become less vivid. That is Casilda. If from that distant day when she first laid herself open to her lovers, she had required from each of them a brick to build a pyramid like an ancient Egyptian princess, the edifice by this time would have mounted to the third heaven. In short, Laura tore all character to pieces by her scandal. Heaven forgive her wicked tongue, she blasphemed her own mistress. And yet I must own my weakness. I was in love with the wench, though her morals were not strictly pure. She scandalized with so winning a malignity that one liked her the better for it. Off went the Jill flirt between the acts to see if Arsenia wanted her, but instead of coming straight back to her place, she amused herself behind the scenes in laying herself out for the little flatteries of all the wheedling fellows. I dogged her once and found that she had a very large acquaintance. No less than 3 players did I reckon up who stopped to chat with her one after the other, and they seemed to be on a very improvable footing. This was not quite so well, and for the first time in my life I felt what jealousy was. I returned to my seat so absent and out of spirits that Laura remarked it as soon as she came back to me. "What is the matter, Gil Blas?" said she with astonishment. "What blue devil has perched upon your shoulder in my absence? You look gloomy and out of temper." "My fairy queen," answered I, "it is not without reason. You have an ugly kick in your gallop. I have observed you with the players." "So, an admirable subject for a long face," interrupted she with a laugh. "What? That is your trouble, is it? Why, really, you are a very silly swain, but you will get better notions among us. You will fall by degrees into our easy manners. No jealousy, my dear creature, you will be completely laughed out of it in the theatrical world. The passion is scarcely known there. Fathers, husbands, brothers, uncles, and cousins are all upon a liberal plan of community, and often make a strange jumble of relationships." After having warned me to take no umbrage, but to look at everything like a philosophical spectator, she vowed that I was the happy mortal who had found the way to her heart. She then declared that she should love me always, and only me. On this assurance, which a man might have doubted without criminal skepticism, I promised her not to be alarmed any more, and kept my word. I saw her on that very evening whisper and giggle with more men than one. At the end of the play we returned home with our mistress, whither Florimonde came soon after to supper, with 3 old noblemen and a player. Besides Laura and myself, the establishment consisted of a cookmaid, a coachman, and a little footboy. We all laboured in our respective vocations. The lady of the frying pan, no less an adept than Dame Jacintha, was assisted in her cookery by the coachman. The waiting woman and the little footboy laid the cloth, and I set out the sideboard, magnificently furnished with plate, offered up at the shrine of our green room goddess. There was every variety of wines, and I played the cupbearer to show my mistress the versatility of my talents. I sweated at the impudence of the actresses during supper. They gave themselves quality airs, and affected the tone of high life. Far from giving their guests all their style and titles, they did not even vouchsafe a simple "your lordship," but called them familiarly by their proper names. To be sure, the old fools encouraged their vanity by forgetting their own distance. The player, for his part, in the habits of the heroic cast, lived on equal terms with them. He challenged them to drink, and in every respect took the upper hand. In good truth, said I to myself, while Laura was demonstrating the equality of the Marquis and the comedian during the day, she might have drawn a still stronger inference for the night, since they pass it so merrily in drinking together. Arsenia and Florimonde were naturally frolicsome. 1,000 broad hints escaped them, intermingled with small favours, and then a coquettish revolt at their own freedom, which were all seasoned exactly to the taste of these old sinners. While my mistress was entertaining one of them with a little harmless toying, her friend, between the other elders, had not taken the cue of Susanna. While I was contemplating this picture, which had but too many attractions for a knowing youth like me, the dessert was brought in. Then I set the bottles and glasses on the table, and made my escape to sup with Laura, who was waiting for me. "How now, Gil Blas," said she, "what do you think of those noblemen above stairs?" "Doubtless," answered I, "they are deeply smitten with Arsenia and Florimonde." "No," replied she, "they are old sensualists who hang about our sex without any particular attachment. All they ask is some little frivolous compliance, and they are generous enough to pay well for the least trifle of amorous endearment. Heaven be praised, Florimonde and my mistress are at present without any serious engagements. I mean that they have no husband-like lovers who expect to engross all the pleasures of a house because they stand to the expenses. For my part, I am very glad of it, and maintain that a sensible woman of the world ought to refuse all such monopolies. Why take a master? It is better to support an establishment by retail trade than to confine oneself to chamber practice on such terms. When Laura's tongue was wound up, and it was seldom down, words seemed to cost her nothing. What a glorious volubility! She told 1,000 stories of the actresses belonging to the prince's company, and I gathered from her whole drift that I could not be better situated to take a scientific view of the cardinal vices. Unfortunately, I was at an age when they inspire but little horror, and this Abigail had the art of colouring her corruptions so lusciously as to hide their deformities and heighten their meretricious lure. She had not time to open the 10th part of her theatrical budget, for she did not talk more than 3 hours. The senators and the player went away with Florimond, whom they saw safe home. When they were gone, my mistress said to me, "Here, Gil Blas, are 10 pistoles to go to market to-morrow. 5 or 6 of our gentlemen and ladies are to dine here. Take care that we are well served." "Madam," answered I, "with this sum there shall be a banquet for the whole troop." "My friend," replied Arsenia, "correct your phraseology. You must say company, not troop. A troop of robbers, a troop of beggars, a troop of authors, but a company of comedians, especially when you have to mention the actors of Madrid." I begged my mistress's pardon for having used so disrespectful a term, and entreated her to excuse my ignorance. I protested that henceforward, when I spoke collectively of so august a body, I would always say the company. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 11, A Theatrical Life and an Author's Life. I took the field the next morning to open my campaign as steward. It was a fish day, for which reason I bought some good fat chickens, rabbits, partridges, and every variety of game. As the gentlemen of the sock and buskin are not on the best possible terms with the church, they are not over scrupulous in their observance of the rubric. I brought home provisions more than enough for a dozen portly gentlemen to have fasted on during a whole Lent. The cook had a good morning's work. While she was getting dinner ready, Arsenia got up and spent the early part of the day at her toilet. At noon came 2 of the players, Signor Rosimiro and Signor Ricardo. Afterwards 2 actresses, Constance and Silenara. Then entered Florimond, attended by a man who had all the appearance of a most spruce cavalier. He had his hair dressed in the most elegant manner, his hat set off with a fashionable plume, very tight breeches, and a shirt with a laced frill. His gloves and his handkerchief were in the hilt of his sword, and he wore his cloak with a grace altogether peculiar to himself. With a prepossessing physiognomy and a good person, there was something extraordinary in the first blush of him. This gentleman, said I to myself, must be an original. I was not mistaken. His singularities were striking. On his entrance, he ran with open arms, and embraced the company, male and female, one after another. His grimaces were more extravagant than any I had yet seen in this region of foppery. My prediction was not falsified by his discourse. He dwelt with fondness on every syllable he uttered, and pronounced his words in an emphatic tone, with gestures and glances artfully adapted to the subject. I had the curiosity to ask Laura who this strange figure might be. I forgive you, said she, this instance of an inquisitive disposition. It is impossible to see and to hear Signor Carlos Alonso de la Ventoleria for the first time without having such a natural longing. I will paint him to the life. In the first place, he was originally a player. He left the stage through caprice, and has since repented in sober sadness of the step. Did you notice his dark hair? Every thread of it is penciled, as well as his eyebrows and his whiskers. He was born in the reign of Saturn's father, in the age before the golden. But as there were no parish registers at that time, he avails himself of the primitive barbarism, and dates at least 20 centuries below the true epoch. Moreover, his self-sufficiency keeps pace with his antiquity. He passed the Olympiads of his youth in the grossest ignorance, but taking a fancy to become learned about the Christian era, he engaged a private tutor who taught him to spell in Greek and Latin. Nay, more, he knows by heart an infinite number of good stories, which he has given so often as genuine that he actually begins to believe them himself. They are eternally pressed into the service, and it may truly be said that his wit shines at the expense of his memory. He is thought to be a great actor. I am willing to believe it implicitly, but I must own he is not to my taste. He declaims here sometimes, and I have observed, among other defects, an affectation in his delivery, with a tremulousness of voice bordering on the antiquated and ridiculous. Such was the portrait drawn by my Abigail of this honorary spouter, and never was mortal of a more stately carriage. He prided himself, too, on being an agreeable companion. He never was at a loss for a commodity of trite remarks, which he delivered with an air of authority. On the other hand, the Thespian fraternity were not much addicted to silence. They began canvassing their absent colleagues in a manner little consistent with charity, it must be owned, but this is a failing pardonable in players as well as in authors. The fire grew brisk and the satire personal. You have not heard, ladies, said Rosamiro, a new stroke of our dear brother Cesarino. This very morning he bought silk stockings, ribbons, and laces, and sent them to rehearsal by a little page as a present from a countess. What a knavish trick, said Signor de la Ventoleria, with a smile made up of fatuity and conceit. In my time there was more honesty. We never thought of descending to such impositions. To be sure, women of fashion were tender of our inventive faculties, nor did they leave such purchases to be made out of our own pockets. It was their whim. By the honour of our house, said Ricardo in the same strain, that whim of theirs is lasting, and if it were allowable to kiss and tell, but one must be secret on these occasions, above all when persons of a certain rank are concerned. Gentlemen, interrupted Florimonde, a truce, if you please, with your conquests and successes. They are known over the whole earth. A propos of Ismene, it is said that the nobleman who has fooled away so much money upon her has at length recovered his senses. Yes, indeed, exclaimed Constance, and I can tell you besides that she has lost, by the same stroke, a snug little hero of the counting house, whose ruin would otherwise have been signed and sealed. I have the thing from the first hand. Her Mercury made an unfortunate mistake, for he carried a tender invitation to each, and delivered them wrong. These were great losses, my darling, quoth Florimonde. Oh, as for that of the Lord, replied Constance, it is a very trifling matter. The man of blood had almost run through his estate, but the little fellow with the pen behind his ear was but just coming into play. He had never been fleeced before. It is a pity he should have escaped so easily. Such was the tenor of the conversation before dinner, and it was not much mended in its morality at table, as I should never have done with the recital of all their ribaldry and nonsense. The reader will excuse the omission, and pass on to the entrance of a poor devil, yclept an author, who called just before the cloth was taken away. Our little footboy came and said to my mistress in an audible voice, Madame, a man in a dirty shirt, splashed up to his middle, with very much the look of a poet, saving your presence, wants to speak to you. Let him walk up, answered Arsenia. Keep your seats, gentlemen, it is only an author. To be sure, so it was, one whose tragedy had been accepted, and he was bringing my mistress her part. His name was Pedro de Moya. On coming into the room, he made 5 or 6 low bows to the company, who neither rose nor took the least notice of him. Arsenia just returned his superabundant civilities with a slight inclination of the head. He came forward with tremor and embarrassment. He dropped his gloves and let his hat fall. He ventured to pick them up again, then advanced towards my mistress, and presenting to her a paper with more ceremony than a defendant an affidavit to the judge of the court. Madam, said he, have the goodness to receive under your protection the part I take the liberty of offering you. She stretched out her hand for it with cold and contemptuous indifference, nor did she condescend even to notice the compliment by a look. But our author was not disheartened. Seizing this opportunity to distribute the cast, he gave one character to Rosimiro and another to Florimonde, who treated him just as genteelly as Arsenia had done. On the contrary, the low comedian, a very pleasant fellow, as those gentlemen for the most part affect to be, insulted him with the most cutting sarcasms. Pedro de Moya was not made of stone, yet he dared not take up the aggressor, lest his peace should suffer for it. He withdrew without saying a word, but stung to the quick, as it seemed to me, by his reception. He could not fail, in the transports of his anger, mentally to apostrophize the players as they deserved, and the players, when he was gone, began to talk of authors in return with infinite deference and kindness. It should seem, said Florimonde, as if Signor de Moya did not go away very well pleased. Well, madam, cried Rosimiro, and why should you trouble yourself about that? Are we to study the feelings of authors? If we were to admit them upon equal terms, it would only be the way to spoil them. I know that contemptible squad, I know them of old. They would soon forget their distance. There is no dealing with them but as slaves, and as for tiring their patience, never fear that. Though they may take themselves off in a pet sometimes, the itch of writing brings them back again, and they are raised to the third heaven, if we will but condescend to support their pieces. You are right, said Arsenia, we never lose an author till we have made his fortune. When that is done, as soon as we have provided for the ungrateful devils, they get to be in good case, and then they run restive. Luckily, the manager does not break his heart after them, and one is just as good as another to the public. These liberal and sagacious remarks met with their full share of approbation. It was carried unanimously that authors, though treated rather too scurvily behind the scenes, were on the whole the obliged persons. These fretters of an hour upon the stage ranked the inhabitant of Parnassus below themselves, and malice could not degrade him lower. End of Book 3, Chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 12 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 12, Gil Blas acquires a relish for the theatre and takes a full swing of its pleasures, but soon becomes disgusted. The party sat at table till it was time to go to the theatre. I went after them and saw the play again that evening. I took such delight in it that I was for attending every day. I never missed, and by degrees got accustomed to the actors, such is the force of habit. I was particularly delighted with those who were most artificial and unnatural, nor was I singular in my taste. The beauties of composition affected me much on the same principle as the excellence of representation. There were some pieces with which I was enraptured. I liked, among others, those which brought all the cardinals or the 12 peers of France upon the stage. I got hold of striking passages in these incomparable performances. I recollect that in 2 days I learnt by heart a whole play called The Queen of Flowers. The Rose, who was the queen, had the Violet for her maid of honour, and the Jessamine for her prime minister. I could conceive nothing more elegant or refined. Such productions seemed to be the triumph of our Spanish wit and invention. I was not content to store my memory and discipline my mind with the choicest selections from these dramatic masterpieces, but I was bent on polishing my taste to the highest perfection. To secure this grand object, I listened with greedy ears to every word which fell from the lips of the players. If they commended a piece, I was ravished by it, but suppose they pronounced it bad, why then I maintained that it was infernal stuff. I conceived that they must determine the merits of a play as a jeweller the water of a diamond. And yet the tragedy by Pedro de Moya was eminently successful, though they had predicted its entire miscarriage. This, however, was no disparagement of their critical skill in my estimation, and I had rather believe the audience to be divested of common sense than doubt the infallibility of the company. But they assured me on all hands that their judgments were usually confirmed by the rule of contraries. It seemed to be a maxim with them to set their faces point blank against the taste of the public. And as a proof of this, there were 1,000 cases in point of unexpected successes and failures. All these testimonies were scarcely sufficient to undeceive me. I shall never forget what happened one day at the first representation of a new comedy. The performers had pronounced it uninteresting and tedious. They had even prophesied that it would not be heard to the end. Under this impression, they got through the first act, which was loudly applauded. This was very astonishing. They played the second act. The audience liked it still better than the first. The actors were confounded. "What the devil," said Rosimiro, "this comedy succeeds." At last they went on in the third act, which rose as a third act ought to rise. "I am quite thrown upon my back," said Ricardo. "We thought this piece would not be relished, and all the world are mad after it." "Gentlemen," said one of the players archly, "it is because we happened accidentally to overlook all the wit." From this time I held my opinion no longer of the players as competent judges, and began to appreciate their merit more truly than they had estimated that of the authors. All the lampoons which were current about them were fully justified. The actors and actresses ran riot on the applauses of the town, and stood so high in their own conceit as to think that they conferred a favour by appearing on the boards. I was shocked at their public misconduct, but unfortunately reconciled myself too easily to their private manners, and plunged into debauchery. How could I do otherwise? Every word they uttered was poison in the ears of youth, and every scene that was presented an alluring picture of corruption. Had I been a stranger to what passed with Casilda, with Constance, and with the other actresses, Arsenia's house alone would have been sufficient for my ruin. Besides the old nobleman of whom I have spoken, there came thither young debauchees of fashion, who forestall their inheritances by the disinterested mediation of money-lenders, and sometimes we had officers under government, who were so far from receiving fees as at their public boards, that they paid most exorbitant ones for the privilege of mixing with such worshipful society. Florimonde, who lived at next door, dined and supped with Arsenia every day. Their long intimacy surprised every one. Coquettes were not thought usually to maintain so good an understanding with each other. It was concluded that they would quarrel sooner or later about some paramour. But such reasoners could not see into the hearts of these exemplary friends. They were united in the bonds of indissoluble love. Instead of harbouring jealousy like other women, they had everything in common. They had rather divide the plunder of mankind than childishly fall out and contend for trumpery, as hearts and affections. Laura, after the example of these two illustrious partners, turned the fresh season of youth to the best advantage. She had told me that I should see strange doings, and yet I did not take up the jealous part. I had promised to adopt the principles of the company on that score. For some days I kept my thoughts to myself. I only just took the liberty of asking her the names of the men whom she favoured with her private ear. She always told me that they were uncles or cousins. From what a prolific family was she sprung! King Priam had no luck in propagation compared with her ancestors. Nor did this precious Abigail confine herself to her uncles and cousins. She went now and then to lay a trap for unwary aliens, and personate the widow of quality under the auspices of the discreet old dowager above mentioned. In short, Laura, to hit off her character exactly, was just as young, just as pretty, and just as loose as her mistress, who had no other advantage over her than that of figuring in a more public capacity. I was borne down by the torrent for 3 weeks, and ran the career of dissipation in my turn. But I must at the same time say for myself that in the midst of pleasure I frequently felt the still small voice of conscience, arising from the impression of a serious education, which mixed gall in the Circean cup. Riot could not altogether get the better of remorse. On the contrary, the pangs of the last grew keener with the more shameful indulgence of the first, and by a happy effect of my temperament, the disorders of a theatrical life began to make me shudder. Ah, wretch, said I to myself, is it thus that you make good the hopes of your family? Is it not enough to have thwarted their pious intentions by not following your destined course of life as an instructor of youth? Need your condition of a servant hinder you from living decently and soberly? Are such monsters of iniquity fit companions for you? Envy, hatred, and avarice are predominant here. Intemperance and idleness have purchased the fee simple there. The pride of some is aggravated into the most barefaced impudence, and modesty is turned out of doors by the common consent of all. The business is settled. I will not live any longer with the 7 deadly sins. End of Book 3, Chapter 12. Book 4, Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 1, Gil Blas, not being able to reconcile himself to the morals of the actresses, quits Arsenia and gets into a more reputable service. A surviving spark of honour and of religion in the midst of so general depravity made me resolve not only to leave Arsenia, but even to abjure all commerce with Laura, whom yet I could not cease to love, though I was well aware of her daily inconstancy. Happy the man who can thus profit by those appeals which occasionally interrupt the headlong course of his pleasures. One fine morning I made up my bundle, and without reckoning with Arsenia, who indeed owed me next to nothing, without taking leave of my dear Laura, I burst from that mansion, which smelt of brimstone and fire, reserved for the wicked. I had no sooner taken so virtuous a step than Providence interfered in my behalf. I met the steward of my late master, Don Matthias, and greeted him. He knew me again at once, and stopped to inquire where I lived. I answered that I had just left my place, that after staying near a month with Arsenia, whose manners did not at all suit me, I was come away by a sudden impulse of virtue to save my innocence. The steward, just as if he had been himself of a religious cast, commended my scruples, and offered me a place much to my advantage, since I was so chaste and honest a youth. He kept his word, and introduced me on that very day into the family of Don Vincent de Guzman, with whose agent he was acquainted. I could not have got into a better service, nor did I repent in the sequel of having accepted the situation. Don Vincent was a very rich old nobleman, who had lived many years unencumbered with lawsuits or with a wife. The physicians had removed the last plague out of the way in their attempts to rid her of a cough, which might have lasted a great while longer if the remedies had not been more fatal than the disease. Far from thinking of the holy state a second time, he gave himself up entirely to the education of his only daughter, Aurora, who was then entering her 26th year, and might pass for an accomplished person. With beauty above the common, she had an excellent and highly cultivated understanding. Her father was a poor creature as to intellect, but he possessed the happy talent of looking well after his affairs. One fault he had, of a kind excusable in old men: he was an incessant talker, especially about war and fighting. If that string was unfortunately touched in his presence, in a moment he blew his heroic trumpet, and his hearers might think themselves lucky if they compounded for a gazette extraordinary of 2 sieges and 3 battles. As he had spent 2/3 of his life in the service, his memory was an inexhaustible depot of various facts, but the patience of the listeners did not always keep pace with the perseverance of the relator. The stories, sufficiently prolix in themselves, were still further spun out by stuttering, so that the manner was still less happy than the matter. In all other respects I never met with a nobleman of a more amiable character. His temper was even, he was neither obstinate nor capricious, the general alternative of men in the higher ranks of life. Though a good economist, he lived like a gentleman. His establishment was composed of several men servants and 3 women in waiting on Aurora. I soon discovered that the steward of Don Matthias had procured me a good post, and my only anxiety was to establish myself firmly in it. I took all possible pains to feel the ground under my feet, and to study the characters of the whole household. Then, regulating my conduct by my discoveries, I was not long in ingratiating myself with my master and all the servants. I had been with Don Vincent above a month, when it struck me that his daughter was very particular in her notice of me above all the servants in the family. Whenever her eyes happened accidentally to meet mine, they seemed to be suffused with a certain partial complacency which did not enter into her silent communications with the vulgar. Had it not been for my haunts among the coxcombs of the theatrical tribe and their hangers-on, it would never have entered into my head that Aurora should throw away a thought on me. But my brain had been a little turned among those gentry, from whose libertine suspicions ladies of the noblest birth are not always held sacred. If, said I, those chronicles of the age are to be believed, fancy and high blood lead women of quality a dance, in which they sometimes join hands with unequal partners. How do I know but my young mistress may caper to a tune of my piping? But no, it cannot be so neither. This is not one of your Messalinas who, derogating from the loftiness of ancestry, unworthily let down their regards to the dust, and sully their pure honour without a blush, but rather one of those virtuously apprehensive, yet tender-hearted girls, who encircle their softness within the insurmountable pale of delicacy, yet think it no tampering with chastity to inspire and cherish a sentimental flame, interesting to the heart without being dangerous to the morals. Such were my ideas of my mistress, without knowing exactly whether they were right or wrong. And yet, when we met, she was continually caught with a smile of satisfaction on her countenance. Without passing for a fop, a man might give in to such flattering appearances, and a philosophical apathy was not to be expected from me. I conceived Aurora to have been deeply smitten with my irresistible attractions, and looked on myself henceforth in the light of a favoured attendant, whose servitude was to be sweetened by the balmy infusion of love. To appear in some measure less unworthy of the blessings which propitious fortune had kept in store for me, I began to take better care of my person than I had done heretofore. I laid out my slender stock of money in linen, pomatums, and essences. The first thing in the morning was to prank up and perfume myself so as not to be in an undress in case of being sent for into the presence of my mistress. With these attentions to personal elegance and other dexterous strokes in the art of pleasing, I flattered myself that the moment of my bliss was not very distant. Among Aurora's women, there was one who went by the name of Ortiz. This was an old dowager who had been a fixture in Don Vincent's family for more than 20 years. She had been about his daughter from her childhood, and still held the office of duenna, but she no longer performed the invidious part of the duty. On the contrary, instead of blazoning, as formerly, Aurora's little indiscretions, her skill was now employed in throwing them into shade. One evening, Dame Ortiz, having watched her opportunity of speaking to me without observation, said in a low voice that if I was close and trustworthy, I had only to be in the garden at midnight, when a scene would be laid open in which I should not be sorry to be an actor. I answered the duenna, pressing her hand significantly, that I would not fail, and we parted in a hurry for fear of a surprise. How the hours lagged from this moment till supper time, though we supped very early. Then again from supper to my master's bedtime, it should seem as if the march of the whole family was timed to a largo movement. By way of helping forward the fidgets, when Don Vincent withdrew to his chamber, the army was put on the war establishment, and we were obliged to fight the campaigns in Portugal over again, though my ears had not recovered from the din of the last cannonade. But a favour from which I had hitherto made my escape was reserved for this eventful evening. He repeated the army list from beginning to end, with copious digressions on the exploits of those officers who had distinguished themselves in his time. Oh, my poor tympanum! It was almost cracked before we got to the end. Time, however, will wear out even an old man's story, and he went to bed. I immediately went to my own little chamber, whence there was a way into the garden by a private staircase. I depended on my purchase of perfumery for overcoming the effluvia of the day's drudgery, and put on a clean shirt highly scented. When every invention had been pressed into the service to render my person worthy of its destiny, and cherish the fondness of my mistress, I went to the appointment. Ortiz was not there. I concluded that, tired of waiting for me, she had gone back to her chamber, and that the happy moment of philandering was over. I laid all the blame on Don Vincent, but just as I was singing Te Deum backwards for his campaigns, I heard the clock strike 10. To be sure, it must be wrong. It could not be less than 1 o'clock. Yet I was so egregiously out in my reckoning that full a quarter of an hour afterwards I counted 10 upon my fingers by the clock at next door. Vastly well, thought I to myself, I have only 2 complete hours to ventilate my passion here al fresco. At least they shall not complain of me for want of punctuality. What shall I do with myself till 12? Suppose we take a turn about this garden, and settle our cues in the delicious drama just going to be brought on the stage. It is my first appearance in so principal a character. I am not yet sufficiently well read in the crotchets of your quality dames. I know how to tickle a girl in a stuff gown or an actress. You swagger up to them with an easy, impudent assurance, and pop the question, without making any bones of it. But one must take a female of condition on a very different tack. It seems to me that in this case the happy swain must be well bred, attentive, tender, respectful, without degenerating into bashfulness. Instead of taking his happiness by storm, he must plant his amorous desires in ambuscade, and wait till the garrison is asleep, and the outworks defenceless. Thus it was that I argued, and such were the preconcerted plans of my campaign with Aurora. After a few tedious minutes, according to my calculation, I was to experience the ecstasy of finding myself at the feet of that lovely creature, and pouring forth a torrent of impassioned nonsense. I scraped together in my memory all the claptraps in our stock plays which were most successful with the audience, and might best set off my pretensions to spirit and gallantry. I trusted to my own adroitness for the application, and hoped, after the example of some players in the list of my acquaintance, bringing only a stock of memory into the trade, to deal upon credit for my wit. While my imagination was engrossed by these thoughts, which kept my impatience at bay much more successfully than the commentaries of my modern Caesar, I heard the clock strike 11. This was some encouragement, and I fell back to my meditations, sometimes sauntering carelessly about, and sometimes throwing myself at my length on the turf in a bower at the bottom of the garden. At length it struck 12, the long-expected hour, big with my high destiny. Some seconds after, Ortiz, as punctual as myself, though less impatient, made her appearance. "Signor Gil Blas," said she, accosting me, "how long have you been here?" "2 hours," answered I. "Indeed!" "Truly," replied she, laughing, "you are very exact. There is a pleasure in making nocturnal assignations with you. Yet you may assure yourself," continued she more gravely, "that you cannot pay too dear for such good fortune as that of which I am the messenger. My mistress wants to have some private talk with you. I shall not anticipate what may be the subject. That is a secret which you must learn from no lips but her own. Follow me, I will show you into her chamber." With these words the duenna took me by the hand, and led me mysteriously into her lady's apartment through a little door of which she had the key. End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Book 4, Chapter 2 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 2, Aurora's Reception of Gil Blas, Their Conversation. I found Aurora in an undress. I saluted her in the most respectful manner, and threw as much elegance into my attitude as I had to throw. She received me with the most winning affability, made me sit down by her against all my remonstrances, and told her ambassadress to go into another room. After this opening, which seemed highly encouraging to my cause, she entered upon the business. "Gil Blas," said she, "you must have perceived how favourably I have regarded and distinguished you from all the rest of my father's servants, and though my looks had not betrayed my partial dispositions towards you, my proceeding of this night would leave you no room to doubt them." I did not give her time to say a word more. It struck me that as a man of feeling I ought to spare her trembling diffidence the cruel necessity of explaining her sentiments in more direct terms. I rose from my chair in a transport, and throwing myself at Aurora's feet, like a tragedy hero of the Grecian stage when he supplicates the heroine by her knees, exclaimed in a declamatory tone, "Ah! Madam, could it be possible that Gil Blas, hitherto the whirligig of fortune and football of embattled nature, should have called down upon his head the exquisite felicity of inspiring sentiments?" "Do not speak so loud," interrupted my mistress with a laugh of mingled apprehension and ridicule. "You will wake my women who sleep in the adjoining chamber. Get up, take your seat, and hear me out without putting in a word." "Yes, Gil Blas," pursued she, resuming her gravity, "you have my best wishes, and to show you how deep you are in my good graces, I will confide to you a secret on which depends the repose of my life. I am in love with a young gentleman possessing every charm of person and face, and noble by birth. His name is Don Luis Pacheco. I have seen him occasionally in the public walks and at the theatre, but I have never conversed with him. I do not even know what his private character may be, or what bad qualities he may have. It is on this subject that I wish to be informed. I stand in need of a person to inquire diligently into his morals, and give me a true and particular account. I make choice of you. Surely I run no risk in entrusting you with this commission. I hope that you will acquit yourself with dexterity and prudence, and that I shall never repent of giving you my confidence." My mistress concluded thus, and waited for my answer to her proposal. I had been disconcerted in the first instance at so disagreeable a mistake, but I soon recovered my scattered senses, and surmounting the confusion which rashness always occasions when it is unlucky, I exposed to sale such a cargo of zeal for the lady's interests. I devoted myself with so martyr-like an enthusiasm to her service, that if she did not absolutely forget my silly vanity in the thought of having pleased her, at least she had reason to believe that I knew how to make amends for a piece of folly. I asked only 2 days to bring her a satisfactory account of Don Lewis. After which Dame Ortiz, answering the bell, showed me the way back into the garden, and said on taking leave, "Good night, Gil Blas. I need not caution you to be in time at the next appointment. I have sufficient experience of your punctuality on these occasions." I returned to my chamber, not without some little mortification at finding my voluptuous anticipations all divested of even their ideal sweetness. I was nevertheless sufficiently in my senses to reflect soberly that it was more in my element to be the trusty scout of my mistress than her lover. I even thought that this adventure might lead to something further, that the middlemen in the trade of love usually pocket a tolerable percentage, and went to bed with the resolution of doing whatever Aurora required of me. For this purpose I went abroad the next morning. The residence of so distinguished a personage as Don Lewis was not difficult to find out. I made my inquiries about him in the neighbourhood, but the people who came in my way could not satisfy my curiosity to the full, so that it was necessary to resume my search diligently on the following day. I was in better luck. I met a lad of my acquaintance by chance in the street. We stopped for a little gossip. There passed by in the very nick one of his friends, who came up and told him that he was just turned away from the family of Don Joseph Pacheco, Don Lewis's father, about a paltry remnant of wine, which he had been accused of drinking. I would not lose so fair an occasion of learning all I wanted to know, and plied my questions so successfully as to go home with much self-complacency at my punctual performance of my engagements with my mistress. It was on the coming night that I was to see her again at the same hour, and in the same manner as the first time. I was not in such a confounded hurry this evening. Far from writhing with impatience under the prolixity of my old commander, I led him on to the charge. I waited for midnight with the greatest indifference in the world, and it was not till all the clocks within earshot had struck that I crept down into the garden, without any nonsense of pomatum and perfumery. That foppery was completely cured. At the place of meeting I found the very faithful duenna, who sneeringly reproached me with a defalcation in my zeal. I made her no answer, but suffered myself to be conducted into Aurora's chamber. She asked me, as soon as I made my appearance, whether I had gained any intelligence of Don Lewis. "Yes, madam," said I, "and you shall have the sum total in 2 words. I must first tell you that he will soon set out for Salamanca to finish his studies. The young gentleman is brimful of honour and probity. As for valour, he cannot be deficient there, since he is a man of birth and a Castilian. Besides this, he has an infinite deal of wit, and is very agreeable in his manners. But there is one thing which can scarcely be to your liking. He is pretty much in the fashion of our young nobility here at court, exemplarily Catholic in his devotions to the fair. Have you not heard that at his age he has already been tenant at will to 2 actresses? What is it you tell me? Replied Aurora. What shocking conduct! But do you know for certain, Gil Blas, that he leads so dissolute a life? Oh, there is no doubt of it, madam, rejoined I. A servant, turned off this morning, told me so, and servants are very plain dealers when the failings of their masters are the topic. Besides, he keeps company with Don Alexo Seguiar, Don Antonio Centelles, and Don Fernando de Gamboa. That single circumstance proves his libertinism with all the force of demonstration. It is enough, Gil Blas, said my mistress with a sigh. On your report I am determined to struggle with my unworthy passion. Though it has already struck deep root in my heart, I do not despair of tearing it forcibly from its bed. Go, added she, putting into my hands a small purse, none of the lightest, take this for your pains. Beware of betraying my secret, consider it as entrusted to your silence. I assured my mistress that she might be perfectly easy on that score, for I was the Harpocrates of confidential servants. After this compliment to myself, I withdrew with no small eagerness to investigate the contents of the purse. There were 20 pistoles. It struck me all at once that Aurora would surely have given me more had I been the bearer of pleasant tidings, since she paid so handsomely for a blank in the lottery. I was sorry not to have adopted the policy of the pleaders in the courts, who sometimes paint the cheek of truth when her natural complexion is inclined to be cadaverous. It was a pity to have stifled an amour in the birth which might in its growth have been so profitable. Yet I had the comfort of finding myself reimbursed the expense so unseasonably incurred in perfumery and washes. End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Book 4, Chapter 3 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 3, A Great Change at Don Vincent's, Aurora's Strange Resolution. It happened soon after this adventure that Signor Don Vincent fell sick. Independent of his very advanced age, the symptoms of his disorder appeared in so formidable a shape that a fatal termination was but too probable. From the beginning of his illness he was attended by 2 of the most eminent physicians in Madrid. One was Dr. Andros and the other Dr. Oquetos. They considered the case with due solemnity, and both agreed, after a strict investigation, that the humours were in a state of mutiny. But this was the only thing about which they did agree. The proper practice, said Andros, is to purge the humours, though raw, with all possible expedition, while they are in a violent agitation of flux and reflux, for fear of their fixing upon some noble part. Oquetos maintained, on the contrary, that we must wait till the humours were ripened before it would be safe to go upon purgatives. But your method, replied the first speaker, is directly in the teeth of the rules laid down by the prince of medicine. Hippocrates recommends purging in the most burning fever from the very first attack, and says in plain terms that no time is to be lost in purging when the humours are in orgasmos, that is to say, in a state of fermentation. Ay, there is your mistake, replied Oquetos. Hippocrates, by the word orgasmos, does not mean the fermentation, he means rather the concoction of the humours. Thereupon our doctors got heated. One quotes the Greek text and cites all the authors who have explained it in his sense. The other, trusting to a Latin translation, takes up the controversy in a still more positive tone. Which of the two to believe? Don Vincent was not the man to decide that question. In the meantime, finding himself obliged to choose, he gave his confidence to the party who had dispatched the greatest number of patients, I mean the elder of the two. Andros the younger immediately withdrew, not without flinging out a few satirical taunts at his senior on the orgasmos. Here then was Oquetos triumphant. As he was a professor of the Sangrado school, he began by bleeding copiously, waiting till the humours were ripened before he went upon purgatives. But death, fearing no doubt lest this reserve of purgatives should turn the fortunes of the day, got the start of the concoction, and secured his victory over my master by a coup de main. Such was the final close of Signor Don Vincent, who had lost his life because his physician did not know Greek. Aurora, having buried her father with a pomp suited to the dignity of his birth, administered to his effects. Having the whole arrangement of everything in her own breast, she discharged some of the servants with rewards proportioned to their services, and soon retired to her castle on the Tagus, between Sacedon and Buendia. I was among the number of those whom she kept, and who made part of her country establishment. I had even the good fortune to become a principal agent in the plot. In spite of my faithful report on the subject of Don Lewis, she still harboured a partiality for that bewitching young fellow, or rather, for want of spirit to combat her passion in the first instance, she surrendered at discretion. There was no longer any need of taking precautions to speak with me in private. Gil Blas, said she with a sigh, I can never forget Don Lewis. Let me make what effort I will to banish him from my thoughts, he is present to them without intermission, not as you have described him, plunged in every variety of licentious riot, but just what my fancy would paint him, tender, loving, constant. She betrayed considerable emotion in uttering these words, and could not help shedding tears. My fountains were very near playing from mere sympathy. There was no better way of paying my court than by appearing sensibly touched at her distress. My friend, continued she, after having wiped her lovely eyes, your nature is evidently cast in a benevolent mould, and I am so well satisfied with your zeal that it shall not go unrewarded. Your assistance, my dear Gil Blas, is more necessary to me than ever. You must be made acquainted with a plan which engrosses all my thoughts, though it will appear strangely eccentric. You are to know that I mean to set out for Salamanca as soon as possible. There my design is to assume the disguise of a fashionable young fellow, and to make acquaintance with Pacheco under the name of Don Felix. I shall endeavour to gain his confidence and friendship, and lead the conversation incidentally to the subject of Aurora de Guzman, for whose cousin I shall pass. He may perhaps express a wish to see her, and there is the point on which I expect the interest to turn. We will have 2 apartments in Salamanca. In one I shall be Don Felix, in the other Aurora, and I flatter myself that by presenting my person before Don Lewis, sometimes under the semblance of a man, sometimes in all the natural and artificial attractions of my own sex, I may bring him by little and little to the proposed end of my stratagem. I am perfectly aware that my project is extravagant in the highest degree, but my passion drives me headlong, and the innocence of my intentions renders me insensible to all compunctious feelings of virgin apprehension respecting so hazardous a step. I was exactly in the same mind with Aurora respecting the extravagance of her scheme, yet, unseasonable as it might seem to reflecting persons like myself, there was no occasion for me to play the schoolmaster. On the contrary, I began to practise all the arts of a thoroughbred special pleader, and undertook to magnify this harebrained pursuit into a piece of incomparable wit and spirit, without the least tincture of imprudence. This was highly gratifying to my mistress. Lovers like to have their rampant fancies tickled. We no longer considered this rash enterprise in any other light than as a play, of which the characters were to be properly cast, and the business dramatically arranged. The actors were chosen out of our own domestic establishment, and the parts distributed without secret jealousy or open rupture, but then we were not players by profession. It was determined that Dame Ortiz should personate Aurora's aunt under the name of Donna Ximena de Guzman, with a valet and waiting maid by way of attendants, and that Aurora, with the swashing outside of a gay spark, was to take me for her valet de chambre, with one of her women disguised as a page to be more immediately about her person. The drama thus filled up, we returned to Madrid, where we understood Don Lewis still to be, though it was not likely to be long till his departure for Salamanca. We got up with all possible haste the dresses and decorations of our wild comedy. When they were in complete order, my mistress had them packed up carefully, that they might come out in all their gloss and newness on the rising of the curtain. Then, leaving the care of her family to her steward, she began her journey in a coach drawn by 4 mules, and travelled towards the kingdom of Leon with those of her household who had some part to play in the piece. We had already crossed Old Castile when the axle-tree of the coach gave way. The accident happened between Avila and Villaflor, at the distance of 300 or 400 yards from a castle near the foot of a mountain. Night was coming on, and the measure of our troubles seemed to be heaped up and overflowing. But there passed accidentally by us a countryman, by whose assistance we were relieved from our difficulties. He acquainted us that the castle yonder belonged to Donna Elvira, widow of Don Pedro de Pinares, at the same time giving us so favourable a character of that lady, that my mistress sent me to the castle with a request of a night's lodging. Elvira did not disgrace the good word of the countryman. She received me with an air of hospitality, and returned such an answer to my compliment as I wished to carry back. We all went to the castle, whither the mules dragged the carriage with considerable difficulty. At the gate we met the widow of Don Pedro, who came out to meet my mistress. I shall pass over in silence the reciprocal civilities which were exchanged on this occasion, in compliance with the usage of the polite world. I shall only say that Elvira was a lady rather advanced in years, but remarkably well bred, with an address superior to that of most women in doing the honours of her house. She led Aurora into a sumptuous apartment, where, leaving her to rest herself for a short time, she looked after everything herself, and left nothing undone which could in the least contribute to our comfort. Afterwards, when supper was ready, she ordered it to be served up in Aurora's chamber, where they sat down to table together. Don Pedro's widow was not of a description to cast a slur on her own hospitalities by assuming an air of abstraction or sullenness. Her temper was gay, and her conversation lively without levity, for her ideas were dignified, and her expressions select. Nothing could exceed her wit, accompanied by a peculiarly fine turn of thought. Aurora appeared as much to be delighted as myself. They became sworn friends, and mutually engaged in a regular correspondence. As our carriage could not be repaired till the following day, and we should have encountered some perils by setting out late at night, it was determined that we should take up our abode at the castle till the damage was made good. All the arrangements were in the first style of elegance, and our lodgings were correspondent to the magnificence of the establishment in other respects. The day after, my mistress discovered new charms in Elvira's conversation. They dined in a large hall, where there were several pictures. One among the rest was distinguished for its admirable execution, but the subject was highly tragic. A principal figure was a man of superior mien, lying lifeless on his back, and bathed in his own blood. Yet in the very embraces of death he wore a menacing aspect. At a little distance from him you might see a young lady in a different posture, though stretched likewise on the ground. She had a sword plunged in her bosom, and was giving up her last sighs, at the same time casting her dying glances at a young man who seemed to suffer a mortal pang at losing her. The painter had besides charged his picture with a figure which did not escape my notice. It was an old man of a venerable physiognomy, sensibly touched with the objects which struck his sight, and equally alive with the young man to the impressions of the melancholy scene. It might be said that these images of blood and desolation affected both the spectators with the same astonishment and grief, but that the outward demonstrations of their inward sentiments were different. The old man, sunk in a profound melancholy, looked as if he was bowed down to the ground, while the youth mingled something like the extravagance of despair with the tears of affliction. All these circumstances were depicted with touches so characteristic and affecting that we could not take our eyes off the performance. My mistress desired to know the subject of the piece. "Madam," said Elvira, "it is a faithful delineation of the misfortunes sustained by my family." This answer excited Aurora's curiosity, and she testified so strong a desire to learn the particulars that the widow of Don Pedro could do no otherwise than promise her the satisfaction she desired. This promise, made before Ortiz, her two fellow servants, and myself, rooted us to the spot on which we were listening to their former conversation. My mistress would have sent us away, but Elvira, who saw plainly that we were dying with eagerness to be present at the explanation of the picture, had the goodness to desire us to stay, alleging at the same time that the story she had to relate was not of a nature to enjoin secrecy. After a moment's recollection, she began her recital to the following effect. End of Book 4, Chapter 3. Book 4, Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Fatal Marriage, a Novel. Roger, King of Sicily, had a brother and a sister. His brother, by name Mainfroi, rebelled against him and kindled a war in the kingdom, bloody in its immediate effects and portentous in its future consequences. But it was his fate to lose two battles and to fall into the king's hands. The punishment of his revolt extended no further than the loss of liberty. This act of clemency served only to make Roger pass for a barbarian in the estimation of the disaffected party among his subjects. They contended that he had saved his brother's life only to wreak his vengeance on him by tortures the more merciless because protracted. People in general, on better grounds, transferred the blame of Mainfroi's harsh treatment while imprisoned to his sister Matilda. That princess had in fact cherished a long-rooted hatred against this prince, and was indefatigable in her persecutions during his whole life. She died in a very short time after him, and her premature fate was considered as the retribution of a just providence for her disregard of those sentiments implanted by nature for the best purposes. Mainfroi left behind him two sons. They were yet in their childhood. Roger had a kind of lurking desire to get rid of them, under the apprehension lest, when arrived at a more advanced age, the wish of avenging their father might hurry them to the revival of a faction which was not so entirely overthrown as to be incapable of originating new intrigues in the state. He communicated his purpose to the senator Leontio Siffredi, his minister, who diverted him from his bloody thoughts by undertaking the education of Prince Enriquez, the eldest, and recommending the care of the younger, by name Don Pedro, to the constable of Sicily, as a trusty counselor and loyal servant. Roger, assured that his nephews would be trained up by these two men in principles of due submission to the royal authority, gave up the reins of guardianship to their control, and himself took charge of his niece Constance. She was of the same age with Enriquez, and only daughter of the Princess Matilda. He allowed her an establishment of female attendants, and of masters in every branch of the politer studies, so that nothing was wanting either to her instruction or her state. Leontio Siffredi had a castle at the distance of less than 2 leagues from Palermo, in a spot named Belmonte. There it was that this minister exerted all his talents and diligence to render Enriquez worthy of one day ascending the throne of Sicily. From the first he discovered dispositions so amiable in that prince, that his attachment became as strong as if he had no child of his own. He had, however, 2 daughters. Blanche, the firstborn, 1 year younger than the prince, was armed at all points with the weapons of a most perfect beauty. Her sister Portia was still in her cradle. The mother had died in childbed of this youngest. Blanche and Prince Enriquez conceived a reciprocal affection as soon as they were alive to the influence of love, but they were not allowed to improve their acquaintance into familiar intercourse. The prince nevertheless found the means of occasionally eluding the prudential vigilance of his guardian. He knew sufficiently well how to avail himself of those precious moments, and prevailed so far with Siffredi's daughter as to gain her consent to the execution of a project which he meditated. It happened precisely at this time that Leontio was obliged by the king's order to take a journey into one of the most remote provinces in the island. During his absence, Enriquez got an opening made in the wall of his apartment, which led into Blanche's chamber. This opening was concealed by a sliding shutter, so exactly corresponding with the wainscot, and so closely fitting in with the ceiling and the floor, that the most suspicious eye could not have detected the contrivance. A skilful workman, whom the prince had gained over to his interests, helped him to this private communication with equal speed and secrecy. The enamoured Enriquez, having obtained this inlet into his mistress's chamber, sometimes availed himself of his privilege, but he never took advantage of her partiality. Imprudent as it may well be thought to admit of a secret entrance into her apartment, it was only on the express and reiterated assurance that none but the most innocent favours should be requested at her hands. One night he found her in a state of unusual perturbation. She had been informed that Roger was drawing near his end, and had sent for Siffredi as Lord High Chancellor of the kingdom, and the legal depository of his last will and testament. Already did she figure to herself her dear Enriquez elevated to royal honours. She was afraid of losing her lover in her sovereign, and that fear had strangely affected her spirits. The tears were standing in her eyes when the unconscious cause of them appeared before her. "You weep, madam," said he. "What am I to think of this overwhelming grief?" "My lord," answered Blanche, "it were vain for me to hide my apprehensions. The king, your uncle, is at the point of death, and you will soon be called to supply his place. When I measure the distance placed between us by your approaching greatness, I will own to you that my mind misgives me." The monarch and the lover estimate objects through a far different medium. What constituted the fondest wish of the individual, while his aspiring thoughts were checked by the control of a superior, fades into insignificance before the tumultuous cares or brilliant destinies of royalty. Be it the misgiving of an anxious heart, or the whisper of a well-founded opinion, I feel distracting emotions succeed one another in my breast, which not all my just confidence in your goodness can allay. The source of my mistrust is not in the suspected steadiness of your attachment, but in a diffidence of my own happy fate. Lovely and beloved Blanche, replied the prince, your fears but bind me the more firmly in your fetters, and warrant my devotion to your charms. Yet this excessive indulgence of a fond jealousy borders on disloyalty to love, and, if I may venture to say so, trenches on the esteem to which my constancy has hitherto entitled me. No, no, never entertain a doubt that my destiny can ever be sundered from yours, but rather indulge the pleasing anticipation that you, and you alone, will be the arbitress of my fate and the source of all my bliss. Away then with these vain alarms. Why must they disturb an intercourse so charming? Ah, my lord, rejoined the daughter of Leontio, your subjects, when they place the crown upon your head, may ask of you a princess queen, descended from a long line of kings, whose glittering alliance shall join new realms to your hereditary estates. Perhaps, alas, you will meet their ambitious aims, even at the expense of your softest vows. Nay, why, resumed Enriquez with rising passion, why, too ready a self-tormentor, do you raise so afflicting a phantom of futurity? Should heaven take the king, my uncle, to itself, and place Sicily under my dominion, I swear to unite myself with you at Palermo, in presence of my whole court. To this I call to witness all which is held sacred and inviolable among men. The protestations of Enriquez removed the fears of Siffredi's daughter. The rest of their discourse turned on the king's illness. Enriquez displayed the goodness of his natural disposition, for he pitied his uncle's lot, though he had no reason to be greatly affected by it. But the force of blood extorted from him sentiments of regret for a prince whose death held out an immediate prospect of the crown. Blanche did not yet know all the misfortunes which hung over her. The constable of Sicily, who had met her coming out of her father's apartment one day when he was at the castle of Belmonte on some business of importance, was struck with admiration. The very next day he made proposals to Siffredi, who entertained his offer favourably, but the illness of Roger taking place unexpectedly about that time, the marriage was put off for the present, and the subject had not been hinted at in the most distant manner to Blanche. One morning, as Enriquez had just finished dressing, he was surprised to see Leontio enter his apartment, followed by Blanche. Sir, said this minister, the news I have to announce will in some degree afflict your excellent heart, but it is counteracted by consoling circumstances which ought to moderate your grief. The king, your uncle, has departed this life, and by his death left you the heir of his sceptre. Sicily is at your feet. The nobility of the kingdom wait your orders at Palermo. They have commissioned me to receive them in person, and I come, my liege, with my daughter to pay you the earliest and sincerest homage of your new subjects. The prince, who was well aware that Roger had been for 2 months sinking under a complaint gradual in its progress but fatal in its nature, was not astonished at this news, and yet, struck with his sudden exaltation, he felt 1,000 confused motions rising up by turns in his heart. He mused for some time, then breaking silence, addressed these words to Leontio. Wise Siffredi, I have always considered you as my father. I shall make it my glory to be governed by your counsels, and you shall reign in Sicily with a sway paramount to my own. With these words, advancing to the standish and taking a blank sheet of paper, he wrote his name at the bottom. What are you doing, sir? Said Siffredi. Proving my gratitude and my esteem, answered Enriquez. Then the prince presented the paper to Blanche, and said, Accept, madam, this pledge of my faith and of the empire with which I invest you over my thoughts and actions." Blanche received it with a blush, and made this answer to the prince: "I acknowledge with all humility the condescensions of my sovereign, but my destiny is in the hands of a father, and you must not consider me as ungrateful if I deposit this flattering token in his custody, to be used according to the dictates of his sage discretion." In compliance with these sentiments of filial duty, she gave the sign manual of Enriquez to her father. Then Siffredi saw at once what till that moment had eluded his penetration. He entered clearly into the prince's sentiments, and said, "Your majesty shall have no reproaches to make me. I shall not act unworthily of the confidence." "My dear Leontio," interrupted Enriquez, "you and unworthiness never can be allied. Make what use you please of my signature. I shall confirm your determination. But go, return to Palermo, prescribe the ceremonies for my coronation there, and tell my subjects that I shall follow you in person immediately to receive their oaths of allegiance, and assure them of my protection in return." The minister obeyed the commands of his new master, and set out for Palermo with his daughter. Some hours after their departure, the prince also left Belmont, with his thoughts more intent on his passion than on the high rank to which he was called. Immediately on his arrival in the city, the air was rent with 1,000 cries of joy. He made his entry into the palace amid the acclamations of the people, and everything was ready for the august formalities. The Princess Constance was waiting to receive him in a magnificent mourning dress. She appeared deeply affected by Roger's death. The customs of society required from them a reciprocal compliment of condolence on the late event, and they each of them acquitted themselves with good breeding and propriety. But there was somewhat more coldness on the part of Enriquez than on that of Constance, who could not enter into family quarrels, and resolved on hating the young prince. He placed himself on the throne, and the princess sat beside him in a chair of state a little less elevated. The great officers of the realm fell into their places, each according to his rank. The ceremony began, and Leontio, as Lord High Chancellor of the kingdom, holding in his possession the will of the late king, opened it and read the contents aloud. This instrument contained in substance that Roger, in default of issue, nominated the eldest son of Mainfroi his successor, on condition of his marrying the Princess Constance, and in the event of his refusing her hand, the crown of Sicily was to devolve to his exclusion on the head of the infant Don Pedro, his brother, on the like condition. These words were a thunderstroke to Enriquez. His senses were all bewildered, even to distraction, and his agonies became still more acute, when Leontio, having finished the reading of the will, addressed the assembly at large to the following effect: "My lords, the last injunctions of the late king having been made known to our new monarch, that pious and excellent prince consents to honour his cousin, the Princess Constance, with his hand." At these words Enriquez interrupted the chancellor. "Leontio," said he, "remember the writing." "Blanche, sire," interrupted Siffredi in his turn with precipitation, lest the prince should find an opportunity of making himself understood, "here it is. The nobility of the kingdom," added he, exhibiting the blank paper to the assembly, "will see by your majesty's august subscription the esteem in which you hold the princess, and your implicit deference to the last will of the late king your uncle." Having finished these words, he forthwith began reading the instrument in such terms as he had himself inserted. According to the contents, the new king gave a promise to his people, with formalities the most binding and authentic, that he would marry Constance in conformity with the intention of Roger. The hall re-echoed with pealing shouts of satisfaction. "Long live our high and mighty King Enriquez!" exclaimed all those who were present. As the marked aversion of the prince for the princess had never been any secret, it was apprehended, not without reason, that he might revolt against the condition of the will, and light up the flame of civil discord in the kingdom. But the public enunciation of this solemn act, quieting the fears of the nobility and the people on that head, excited these universal applauses, which went to the monarch's heart like the stab of an assassin. Constance, who had a nearer interest than any human being in the result, from the double motive of glory and personal affection, laid hold of this opportunity for expressing her gratitude. The prince had much ado to keep his feelings within bounds. He received the compliment of the princess with so constrained an air, and evinced so unusual a disorder in his behaviour, as scarcely to reply in a manner suited to the common forms of good breeding. At last, no longer master of his violent passions, he went up to Siffredi, whom the formalities of his office detained near the royal person, and said to him in a low tone of voice, "What is the meaning of all this, Leontio? The signature which I deposited in your daughter's hands was not meant for such a use as this. You are guilty of—" "My liege," interrupted Siffredi again with a tone of firmness, "look to your own glory. If you refuse to comply with the injunctions of the king, your uncle, you lose the crown of Sicily." No sooner had he thrown in this salutary hint than he got away from the king to prevent all possibility of a reply. Enriquez was left in a most embarrassing situation. A thousand opposite emotions agitated him at once. He was exasperated against Siffredi. To give up Blanche was more than he could endure, so that, balancing between his private feelings and the calls of public honour, he was doubtful to which side he should incline. At length his doubts were resolved under the idea of having found the means to secure Siffredi's daughter without giving up his claim to the throne. He affected, therefore, an entire submission to the will of Roger, in the hope, while a dispensation from his marriage with his cousin was soliciting at Rome, of gaining the leading nobility by his largesses, and thus establishing his power so firmly as not to be under the necessity of fulfilling the conditions of the obnoxious instrument. After forming this design, he got to be more composed, and turning towards Constance, confirmed to her what the Lord High Chancellor had read in presence of the whole assembly. But at the very moment when he had so far betrayed himself as to pledge his faith, Blanche arrived in the hall of council. She came thither by her father's command to pay her duty to the princess, and her ears, on entering, were startled at the expressions of Enriquez. In addition to this shock, Leontio, determined not to leave her in doubt of her misfortune, accompanied her presentation to Constance with these words: "Daughter, make your homage acceptable to your queen. Call down upon her the blessings of a prosperous reign and a happy marriage." This terrible blow overwhelmed the unfortunate Blanche. Vain were all her attempts to suppress her anguish. Her countenance changed successively from the deepest blush to a deadly paleness, and she trembled from head to foot. And yet the princess had no suspicion how the matter really stood, but attributed the confused style of her compliment to the awkwardness of a young person brought up in a state of rustication, and totally unacquainted with the manners of a court. But the young king was more in the secret. The sight of Blanche put him out of countenance, and the despair too legible in her eyes was enough to drive him out of his senses. Her feelings were not to be misunderstood, and they pointed at him as the most faithless of men. Could he have spoken to her, it might have tranquillized his agitation. But how to lay hold of the happy moment when all Sicily, at least the illustrious part of it, was fixed in anxious expectation on his proceedings? Besides, the stern and inflexible Siffredi extinguished at once every ray of hope. The minister, who was at no loss to decipher the hearts of the two lovers, and was firmly resolved, if possible, to prevent the evil consequences impending over the state, from the violence of this imprudent attachment, got his daughter out of the assembly with the dexterity of a practised courtier, and regained the road to Belmont with her in his possession, determined, for more reasons than one, to marry her as soon as possible. When they reached home, he gave her to understand all the horror of her destiny by announcing his promise to the constable. "Just heaven!" exclaimed she, transported into a paroxysm of despair, which her father's presence could not restrain. "What unparalleled sufferings have you the cruelty to lay up in store for the ill-fated Blanche?" Her agony went to such a degree of violence as to suspend every power of her soul. Her limbs seemed as if stiffened under the icy grasp of death. Cold and pale, she fell senseless into her father's arms. Neither was he insensible to her melancholy condition, yet feeling as he did all the alarm and anxiety of a parent, the stern inflexibility of the statesman remained unshaken. Blanche, after a time, was recalled to life and feeling, rather by the keenness of her mental pangs than by the means which Siffredi used for her recovery. Languishingly did she raise her scarcely conscious eyes, when glancing on the author of her misery, as he was anxiously employed about her person. "My lord," said she, with inarticulate and convulsive accents, "I am ashamed to let you see my weakness, but death, which cannot be long in finishing my torments, will soon rid you of a wretched daughter who has ventured to dispose of her heart without consulting you." "No, my dear Blanche," answered Leontio, "your death would be too dear a sacrifice. Virtue will resume her empire over your actions. The constable's proposals do you honour. It is one of the most considerable alliances in this state. I esteem his person, and am sensible of his merit," interrupted Blanche. "But, my lord, the king had given me encouragement to indulge—" "Daughter," vociferated Siffredi, breaking in upon her discourse, "I anticipate all you have to say on that subject. Your partiality for the prince is no secret to me, nor would it meet my disapprobation under other circumstances. You should even see me active and ardent to secure for you the hand of Enriquez, if the cause of glory and the welfare of the realm demanded it not indispensably for Constance. It is on the sole condition of marrying that princess that the late king has nominated him his successor. Would you have him prefer you to the crown of Sicily? Believe me, my heart bleeds at the mortal blow which impends over you. Yet, since we cannot contend with the fates, make a magnanimous effort. Your fame is concerned, not to let the whole nation see that you have nursed up a delusive hope. Your sensibility towards the person of the king might even give birth to ignominious rumours. The only method of preserving yourself from their poison is to marry the constable. In short, Blanche, there is no time left for irresolution. The king has decided between a throne and the possession of your charms. He has fixed his choice on Constance. The constable holds my words in pledge. Enable me to redeem it, I beseech you. Or if nothing but a paramount necessity can fix your wavering resolution, I must make an unwilling use of my parental authority. Know then I command you." Ending with this threat, he left her to make her own reflections on what had passed. He was in hopes that after having weighed the reasons he had urged to support her virtue against the bias of her feelings, she would determine of herself to admit the constable's addresses. He was not mistaken in his conjecture, but at what an expense did the wretched Blanche rise to this height of virtuous resolution! Her condition was that in the whole world the most deserving of pity, the affliction of finding her fears realized respecting the infidelity of Enriquez, and of being compelled, besides losing the man of her choice, to sacrifice herself to another whom she could never love, occasioned her such storms of passion and alternate tossings of frantic desperation as to bring with each successive moment a variety of vindictive torture. "If my sad fate is fixed," exclaimed she, "how can I triumph over it but by death? Merciless powers who preside over our wayward fortunes, why feed and tantalize me with the most flattering hopes only to plunge me headlong into a gulf of miseries? And thou too, perfidious lover, to rush into the arms of another, when all those vows of eternal fidelity were mine? So soon then is that plighted faith void and forgotten. To punish thee for so cruel a deception, may it please Heaven in its retribution to make the conscious couch of conjugal endearment polluted, as it must be, by perjury, less the scene of pleasure than the dungeon of remorse. May the fond caresses of Constance distil poison through thy faithless heart. Let us rival one another in the horrors of our nuptials. Yes, traitor, I mean to wed the constable, though shrinking from his ardent touch, to avenge me on myself, to be my own scourge and tormentor, for having selected so fatally the object of my frantic passion. Since deep-rooted obedience to the will of God forbids to entertain the thought of a premature death, whatever days may be allotted me to drag on shall be but a lengthened chain of heaviness and torment. If a sentiment of love still lurks about your heart, it will be revenge enough for me to cast myself into your presence, the devoted bride or victim of another. But if you have thrown off my remembrance with your own vows, Sicily at least shall glory in the distinction of reckoning among its natives a woman who knew how to punish herself for having disposed of her heart too lightly. In such a state of mind did this wretched martyr to love and duty pass the night preceding her marriage with the constable. Siffredi, finding her the next morning ready to comply with his wishes, hastened to avail himself of this favourable disposition. He sent for the constable to Belmont on that very day, and the marriage ceremony was performed privately in the chapel of the castle. What a crisis for Blanche! It was not enough to renounce a crown, to lose a lover endeared to her by every tie, and to yield herself up to the object of her hatred. In addition to all this, she must put a constraint on her sentiments before a husband naturally jealous and long occupied with the most ardent admiration of her charms. The bridegroom, delighted in the possession of her, was all day long in her presence. He did not leave her to the miserable consolation of pouring out her sorrows in secret. When night arrived, Leontio's daughter felt all her disgust and terror redoubled. But what seemed likely to become of her when her women, after having undressed her, left her alone with the constable? He inquired respectfully into the cause of her apparent faintness and discomposure. The question was sufficiently embarrassing to Blanche, who affected to be ill. Her husband was at first deceived by her pretences, but he did not long remain in such an error. Being, as he was, sincerely concerned at the condition in which he saw her, but still pressing her to go to bed, his urgent solicitations, falsely construed by her, offered to her wounded mind an image so cruel and indelicate that she could no longer dissemble what was passing within. but gave a free course to her sighs and tears. What a discovery for a man who thought himself at the summit of his wishes! He no longer doubted but the distressed state of his wife was fraught with some sinister omen to his love. And yet, though this knowledge reduced him to a situation almost as deplorable as that of Blanche, he had sufficient command over himself to keep his suspicions within his own breast. He redoubled his assiduities and went on pressing his bride to lay herself down, assuring her that the repose of which she stood in need should be undisturbed by his interruption. He offered of his own accord even to call her women, if she was of opinion that their attendance could afford any relief to her indisposition. Blanche, reviving at that proposal, told him that sleep was the best remedy for the debility under which she laboured. He affected to think so too. They accordingly partook of the same bed, but with a conduct altogether different from what the laws of love, sanctioned by the rites of marriage, might authorize in a pair mutually delighted and delighting. End of Book 4, Chapter 4, Part 1. Book 4, Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Fatal Marriage, a Novel. While Siffredi's daughter was giving way to her grief, the constable was hunting in his own mind for the causes which might render the nuptial office so contemptible a sinecure in his hands. He could not be long in conjecturing that he had a rival, but when he attempted to discover him, he was lost in the labyrinth of his own ideas. All he knew with certainty was the peculiar severity of his own fate. He had already passed 2/3 of the night in this perplexity of thought, when an undistinguishable noise grew gradually on his sense of hearing. Great was his surprise when a footstep seemed audibly to pace about the room. He fancied himself mistaken, for he recollected shutting the door himself after Blanche's women had retired. He drew back the curtain to satisfy his senses on the occasion of this extraordinary noise. But the light in the chimney corner had gone out, and he soon heard a feeble and melancholy voice calling Blanche with anxious and importunate repetitions. Then did the suggestions of his jealousy transport him into rage, his insulted honour obliging him to rush from the bed to which he had so long aspired, and either to prevent a meditated injury or take vengeance for its perpetration. He caught up his sword and flew forward in the direction whence the voice seemed to proceed. He felt a naked blade opposed to his own. As he advanced, his antagonist retired. The pursuit became more eager, the retreat more precipitate. His search was vigilant, and every corner of the room seemed to contain its object, but that which he momentarily occupied. The darkness, however, favored the unknown invader, and he was nowhere to be found. The pursuer halted. He listened, but heard no sound. It seemed like enchantment. He made for the door, under the idea that this was the outlet to the secret assassin of his honour. Yet the bolt was shot as fast as before. Unable to comprehend this strange occurrence, he called those of his retinue who were most within reach of his voice. As he opened the door for this purpose, he placed himself so as to prevent all egress, and stood upon his guard, lest the devoted victim of his search should escape. At his redoubled cries, some servants ran with lights. He laid hold of a taper, and renewed his search in the chamber with his sword still drawn. Yet he found no one there, nor any apparent sign of any person having been in the room. He was not aware of any private door, nor could he discover any practicable mode of escape. Yet for all this he could not shut his eyes against the nature and circumstances of his misfortune. His thoughts were all thrown into inextricable confusion. To ask any questions of Blanche was in vain, for she had too deep an interest in perplexing the truth to furnish any clue whatever to its discovery. He therefore adopted the measure of unbosoming his griefs to Leontio, but previously sent away his attendants with the excuse that he thought he had heard some noise in the room, but was mistaken. His father-in-law, having left his chamber in consequence of this strange disturbance, met him and heard from his lips the particulars of this unaccountable adventure. The narrative was accompanied with every indication of extreme agony, produced by deep and tender feeling, as well as by a sense of insulted honour. Siffredi was surprised at the occurrence, though it did not appear to him at all probable. That was no reason for being easy about its reality. The king's passion might accomplish anything, and that idea alone justified the most cruel apprehensions. But it could do no good to foster either the natural jealousy of his son-in-law or his particular suspicions arising out of circumstances. He therefore endeavoured to persuade him with an air of confidence that this imaginary voice and airy sword opposed to his substantial one were, and could possibly be, but the gratuitous creations of a fancy under the influence of amorous distrust. It was morally impossible that any person should have made his way into his daughter's chamber. With regard to the melancholy so visible in his wife's deportment, it might very naturally be attributed to precarious health and delicacy of constitution. The honour of a husband need not be so tremblingly alive to all the qualms of maiden fear and inexperience. Change of condition in the case of a girl habituated to live almost without human society and abruptly consigned to the embraces of a man in whom love and previous acquaintance had not inspired confidence, might innocently be the cause of these tears, of these sighs, and of this lively affliction so irksome to his feelings. But it was to be considered that tenderness, especially in the hearts of young ladies, fortified by the pride of blood against the excesses of love-sick abandonment, was only to be cherished into a flame by time and assiduity. He therefore exhorted him to tranquillize his disturbed mind, to be ardently officious in redoubling every instance of affection, to create a soft and seducing interest in the sensibility of Blanche. In short, he besought him earnestly to return to her apartment, and laboured to persuade him that his distrust and confusion would only set her on an unconjugal and litigious defence of her insulted virtue. The constable returned no answer to the arguments of his father-in-law, whether because he began to think in good earnest that his senses were imposed on by the disorder of his mind, or because he thought it more to the purpose to dissemble than to undertake ineffectually to convince the old man of an event so devoid of all likelihood. He returned to his wife's chamber, laid himself down by her side, and endeavoured to obtain from sleep some relief from his extreme uneasiness. Blanche, on her part, the unhappy Blanche, was not a whit more at her ease. Her ears had been but too open to the same alarming sounds which had assailed her husband's peace, nor could she construe into illusion an adventure of which she well knew the secret and the motives. She was surprised that Enriquez should attempt to find his way into her apartment after having pledged his faith so solemnly to the Princess Constance. Instead of feeding her soul with vanity, or deriving any flattering omens from a proceeding fraught with personal tenderness, but destructive to self-approbation, she considered it as a new insult, and her heart was only so much the more exasperated with resentment against the author. While Siffredi's daughter, with all her prejudices excited against the young king, believed him the most guilty of men, That unhappy prince, more than ever ensnared by Blanche, was anxious for an interview to satisfy her mind on a subject which seemed to make so much against him. For that purpose he would have visited Belmonte sooner, but for a press of business too urgent to be neglected, nor could he withdraw himself from the court before that night. He was perfectly at home in all the turnings of a place where he had been brought up, and therefore was at no loss to slip into the castle of Siffredi. Nay, he was still in possession of the key to a secret door communicating with the gardens. By this inlet did he gain his former apartment, and thence found his way into Blanche's chamber. Only conceive what must have been the astonishment of that prince to find a man in possession, and to feel a sword opposed to his guard. He was just on the point of betraying all, and of punishing the rebel on the very spot, whose sacrilegious hand had dared to lift itself against the person of its lawful sovereign. But then the delicacy due to the daughter of Leontio held his indignation in check. He retreated in the same direction as he had advanced, and regained the Palermo road in more distress and perplexity than ever. Getting home some little time before daybreak, his apartment afforded him the most quiet retreat, but his thoughts were all on the road back to Belmonte, the resting place of his affections, a sense of honour, in a word. Love, with all its pretensions and surmises, would never allow him to delay an explanation involving all the circumstances of so strange and melancholy an adventure. As soon as it was daylight, he gave out that he was going on a hunting expedition. Under cover of sporting, his huntsmen and a chosen party of his courtiers penetrated into the forest of Belmonte under his direction. The chase was followed for some time as a blind to his real design. When he saw the whole party eagerly driving on, and wholly engrossed by the sport, he galloped off in a different direction, and struck without any attendants into the road towards Leontio's castle. The various tracks of the forest were too well known to him to admit of his losing his way. His impatience, too, would not allow him to take any thought of his horse, so that the moments scarcely fitted faster than his expedition in leaving behind him the distance which separated him from the object of his love. His very soul was on the rack for some plausible excuse to plead for a private interview with Siffredi's daughter, when crossing a narrow path just at the park gate, he observed two women sitting close by him in earnest conversation under the shelter of a tree. It might well be supposed that these females belonged to the castle, and even that probability was sufficient to rouse an interest in him, but his emotion was heightened into a feeling beyond his reason to control, for these ladies happened to look round on hearing the trot of a horse advancing in that direction, when at once he recognized his dear Blanche. The fact was, she had made her escape from the castle with Nisa, the person of all others among her women most in her confidence, that she might at least have the satisfaction of weeping over her misfortunes without intrusion or restraint. He flew, and seemed rather to throw himself headlong than to fall at her feet, but when he beheld in the expression of her countenance every mark of the deepest affliction, his heart was softened. "Lovely Blanche," said he, "do not, let me entreat you, give way to the emotions of your grief. Appearances, I own, must represent me as guilty in your eyes, but when you shall be made acquainted with my project in your behalf, what you consider as a crime will be transformed in your thoughts into a proof of my innocence and an evidence of my unparalleled affection." These words, calculated according to the views of Enriquez to allay the grief of Blanche, served only to redouble her affliction. Fain would she have answered, but her sobs stifled her utterance. The prince, thunderstruck at the death-like agitation of her frame, addressed her thus: "What, madam, is there no possibility of tranquillizing your agitation? By what sad mischance have I lost your confidence at the very moment when my crown and even my life are at stake, in consequence of my resolution to hold myself engaged to you?" At this suggestion, the daughter of Leontio, doing violence to her own feelings, but thinking it necessary to explain herself, said to him, "My liege, your assurances are no longer admissible. My destiny and yours are henceforward as far asunder as the poles." "Ah!" Blanche interrupted Enriquez with impatience, "what cutting words are these, too painful for my sense of hearing! Who dares step in between our loves? Who would venture to stand forward against the headlong rage of a king who would kindle all Sicily into a conflagration, rather than suffer you to be ravished from his long cherished hopes? All your power, my liege, great as it is," replied the daughter of Siffredi in a tone of melancholy, "becomes inefficient against the obstacles in the way of our union. I know not how to tell it you, but I am married to the constable." "Married to the constable!" exclaimed the prince, starting back to some distance from her. He could proceed no further in his discourse, so completely was he thunderstruck at the intelligence. Overwhelmed by this unexpected blow, he felt his strength forsake him. His unconscious limbs laid themselves without his guidance against the trunk of a tree just behind him. His countenance was pallid, his whole frame in a tremor, his mind bewildered, and his spirits depressed. With no sense of faculty at liberty but that of gazing, and there every power of his soul was suspended on Blanche, he made her feel most poignantly how he himself was agonized by the fatal event she had announced. The expression of countenance on her part was such as to show him that her emotions were not uncongenial with his own. Thus did these two distressed lovers for a time preserve a silence towards each other, which portended something of terror in its calmness. At length the prince, recovering a little from his disorder by an effort of courage, resumed the discourse, and said to Blanche with a sigh, "Madam, what have you done? You have destroyed me, and involved yourself in the same ruin by your credulity." Blanche was offended at the seeming reproaches of the king, when the strongest grounds of complaint were apparently on her side. "What, my lord," answered she, "do you add dissimulation to infidelity? Would you have me reject the evidence of my own eyes and ears, so as to believe you innocent in spite of their report? No, my lord, I will own to you such an effort of abstraction is not in my power." "And yet, madam," replied the king, "these witnesses by whose testimony you have been so fully convinced are but impostors. They have been in a conspiracy to betray you. It is no less the fact that I am innocent and faithful than it is true that you are married to the constable." "What is it you say, my lord?" replied she. "Did I not overhear you confirming the pledge of your hand and heart to Constance? Have you not bound yourself to the nobility of the realm, and undertaken to comply with the will of the late king? Has not the princes received the homage of your new subjects as their queen, and in quality of bride to Prince Enriquez? Were my eyes then fascinated? Tell me rather, traitor, that Blanche was weighed as dust in the balance of your heart when compared with the attractions of a throne. Without lowering yourself so far as to assume what you no longer feel, and what perhaps you never felt, own at once that the crown of Sicily appeared a more tenable possession with Constance than with the daughter of Leontio. You are in the right, my lord. My title to an illustrious throne, and to the heart of a prince like you, stands on an equally precarious footing. It was vanity in the extreme to prefer a claim to either, but you ought not to have drawn me on into error. You well recollect what alarms were my portion at the very thought of losing you, of which I had almost a supernatural foreboding. Why did you lull my apprehensions to sleep? To what purpose was that delusive mockery? I might else have accused fate rather than yourself, and you would at least have retained an interest in my heart, though unaccompanied by a hand which no other suitor could ever have obtained. As we are now circumstanced, your justification is out of season. I am married to the constable. To relieve me from the continuance of an interview which casts a shade over my purity hitherto unsullied, permit me, my lord, without failing in due respect, to withdraw from the presence of a prince to whose addresses I am no longer at liberty to listen." With these words she darted away from Enriquez in as hurried a step as the agitation of her spirits would allow. "Stop, madam," exclaimed he, "drive not to despair a prince inclined to overturn a throne which you reproach him for having preferred to yourself rather than yield to the importunities of his new subjects. That sacrifice is under present circumstances superfluous," rejoined Blanche. "The bond must be broken between the constable and me before any effect can be produced by these generous transports. Since I am not my own mistress, little would it avail that Sicily should be embroiled, nor does it concern me to whom you give your hand. If I have betrayed my own weakness and suffered my heart to be surprised, at least shall I muster fortitude enough to suppress every soft emotion, and prove to the new King of Sicily that the wife of the constable is no longer the mistress of Prince Enriquez." While this conversation was passing, they reached the park gate. With a sudden spring, she and Nisa got within the walls. As they took care to fasten the wicket after them, the prince was left in a state of melancholy and stupefaction. He could not recover from the stunning sensation occasioned by the intelligence of Blanche's marriage. "Unjust may I well call you," exclaimed he. "You have buried all remembrance of our solemn engagement. Spite of my protestations and your own, our fates are rent asunder. The long-cherished hope of possessing those charms was an empty phantom. Ah, cruel as you are, how dearly have I purchased the distinction of compelling you to acknowledge the constancy of my love." At that moment his rival's happiness, heightened by the colouring of jealousy, presented itself to his mind in all the horrors of that frantic passion. So arbitrary was its sway over him for some moments that he was on the point of sacrificing the constable and even Siffredi to his blind vengeance. Reason, however, calmed by little and little the violence of his transports, and yet the obvious impossibility of effacing from the mind of Blanche her natural conviction of his infidelity, reduced him to despair. He flattered himself with weaning her from her prejudices, could he but converse with her secure from interruption. To attain this end, it seemed the most feasible plan to get rid of the constable. He therefore determined to have him arrested as a person suspected of treasonable designs in the then unsettled state of public affairs. This commission was given to the captain of his guard, who went immediately to Belmont, secured the person of his prisoner just as the evening was closing in, and carried him to the castle of Palermo. This occurrence spread an alarm at Belmont. Siffredi took his departure forthwith to offer his own responsibility to the king for the innocence of his son-in-law, and to represent in their true colours the unpleasant consequences attending such arbitrary exertions of power. The prince, who had anticipated such a proceeding on the part of his minister, and was determined at least to secure himself a free interview with Blanche before the release of the constable, had expressly forbidden any one to address him till the next day. But Leontio, setting this prohibition at defiance, contrived so well as to make his way into the king's chamber. "My liege," said he, with an air of humility tempered with firmness, "if it is allowable for a subject full of respect and loyalty to complain of his master, I have to arraign you before the tribunal of your own conscience. What crime has my son-in-law committed? Has your majesty sufficiently reflected what an everlasting reproach is entailed on my family? Are the consequences of an imprisonment calculated to disgust all the most important officers of the state with the service a matter of indifference?" "I have undoubted information," answered the king, "that the constable holds a criminal correspondence with the infant Don Pedro." "A criminal correspondence?" interrupted Leontio with surprise. "Ah, my liege, give no ear to the surmise. Your majesty is played upon. Treason never gained a footing in the family of Siffredi. It is sufficient security for the constable that he is my son-in-law, to place him above all suspicion. The constable is innocent, but private motives have been the occasion of your arresting him." Since you speak to me so openly, replied the king, I will adopt the same sincerity with you. You complain of the constable's imprisonment. Be it so. And have I no reason to complain of your cruelty? It is you, barbarous Siffredi, who have wrested my tranquillity from me, and reduced your sovereign, by your officious cares, to envy the lowliest of the human race. For do not so far deceive yourself as to believe that I shall ever enter into your views. My marriage with Constance is quite out of the question. What, my liege? Interrupted Leontio with an expression of horror. Is there any doubt about your marrying the princess after having flattered her with that hope in the face of your whole people? If their wishes are disappointed, replied the king, take the credit to yourself. Wherefore did you reduce me to the necessity of giving them a promise my heart would not allow me to make good? Where was the occasion to fill up with the name of Constance an instrument designed for the elevation of your own daughter? You could not be a stranger to my design. Need you have completed your tyranny by devoting Blanche to the arms of a man to whom she could not give her heart? And what authority have you over mine to dispose of it in favour of a princess whom I detest? Have you forgotten that she is the daughter of that cruel Matilda, who, trampling the rights of consanguinity and human nature under foot, caused my father to breathe his last under all the rigours of a hard captivity? And should I marry her? No, Siffredi, throw away that hope. Before the lurid torch of such an hymeneal shall be kindled in your presence, you shall behold all Sicily in flames, and the expiring embers quenched in blood. Do not my ears deceive me? Exclaimed Leontio. Ah, sovereign, what a scene do you present me with! Who can hear such menaces without shuddering? But I am too forward to take the alarm, continued he in an altered voice. You are in too close a union with your subjects to be the instrument of a catastrophe so melancholy. You will not suffer passion to triumph over your reason. Virtues like yours shall never lose their lustre by the tarnish of human and ordinary weakness. If I have given my daughter into the arms of the constable, it was with the design, my liege, of securing to your majesty a powerful subject, able by his own valour and the army under his command to maintain your party against that of the Prince Don Pedro. It appeared to me that by connecting him with my family in so close a bond, yes, this bond, exclaimed Prince Enriquez, this fatal bond has been my ruin. Unfeeling friend, to aim a wound at my vital part, what commission had you to take care of my interests at the expense of my affections? Why did you not leave me to support my pretensions by my own arm? Was there any question about my courage, that I should be thought incompetent to reduce my rebellious subjects to their obedience? Means might have been found to punish the constable, had he dared to have fallen off from his allegiance. I am well aware of the difference between a lawful king and an arbitrary tyrant. The happiness of our people is our first duty. But are we, on the other hand, to be the slaves of our subjects? From the moment when we are selected by heaven for our high office, do we lose the common privilege of nature, the birthright of the human race, to dispose of our affections in whatsoever current they may flow? Well then, if we are less our own masters than the lowest of the human race, take back, Siffredi, that sovereign authority you affect to have secured to me by the wreck of my personal happiness. You cannot but be acquainted, my liege, replied the minister, that it was on your marriage with the princess the late king your uncle made the succession of the crown to depend. And by what right, rejoined Enriquez, did even he assume to himself so arbitrary a disposition? Was it on such unworthy terms that he succeeded his brother King Charles? How came you yourself to be so besotted as to allow of a stipulation so unjust? For a high chancellor, you are not too well versed in our laws and constitutions. To cut the matter short, though I have promised my hand to Constance, the engagement was not voluntary. I do not therefore think myself bound to keep my word, and if Don Pedro founds on my refusal any hope of succeeding to the throne without involving the nation in a bloody and destructive contest, his error will be too soon visible. The sword shall decide between us to whom the prize of empire may more worthily fall. Leontio could not venture to press him further, and confined himself to supplicating on his knees for the liberty of his son-in-law. That boon he obtained. Go, said the king to him, return to Belmont. The constable shall follow you thither without delay. The minister departed, and made the best of his way to Belmont, under the persuasion that his son-in-law would overtake him on the road. In this he was mistaken. Enriquez was determined to visit Blanche that night, and with such views he deferred the enlargement of her husband till the next morning. During this time the feelings of the constable were of the most agonizing nature. His imprisonment had opened his eyes to the real cause of his misfortune. He gave himself up to jealousy without restraint or remorse, and belying the good faith which had hitherto rendered his character so valuable, his thoughts were all bent on his revenge. As he conjectured rightly that the king would not fail to reconnoitre Blanche's apartment during the night, it was his object to surprise them together. He therefore besought the governor of the castle at Palermo to allow of his absence from the prison, on the assurance of his return before daybreak. The governor, who was devoted to his interests, gave his permission so much the more easily, as being already advertised that Siffredi had procured his liberty. Indeed, he even went so far as to supply him with a horse for his journey to Belmont. The constable, on his arrival there, fastened his horse to a tree. He then got into the park by a little gate of which he had the key, and was lucky enough to slip into the castle without being recognized by any one. On reaching his wife's apartment, he concealed himself in the antechamber behind a screen placed as if expressly for his use. His intention was to observe narrowly what was going forward, and to present himself on a sudden in Blanche's chamber at the sound of any footstep he should hear. The first object he beheld was Nisa taking leave of her mistress for the night, and withdrawing to a closet where she slept. Siffredi's daughter, who had been at no loss to fathom the meaning of her husband's imprisonment, was fully convinced that he would not return to Belmont that night, although she had heard from her father of the king's assurance that the constable should set out immediately after him. As little could she doubt but Enriquez would avail himself of the interval to see and converse with her at his pleasure. With this expectation she awaited the prince's arrival, to reproach him for a line of conduct so pregnant with fatal consequences to herself. As she had anticipated, a very short time after Nisa had retired, the sliding panel opened, and the king threw himself at the feet of his beloved. "Madam," said he, "condemn me not without a hearing. It is true I have occasioned the constable's imprisonment, but then consider that it was the only method left me for my justification. Attribute therefore that desperate stratagem to yourself alone. Why did you refuse to listen to my explanation this morning? Alas! Tomorrow your husband will be liberated, and I shall no longer have an opportunity of addressing you. Hearken to me then for the last time. If the loss of you has embittered the remainder of my days, vouchsafe me at least the melancholy satisfaction of convincing you that I have not called down this misfortune on myself by my own inconstancy. I did indeed confirm the pledge of my hand to Constance, but then it was unavoidable in the situation to which your father's policy had reduced us. It was necessary to put this imposition on the princess for your interest and for my own, to secure to you your crown, and with it the hand and heart of your devoted lover. I had flattered myself with the prospect of success. Measures were already taken to supersede that engagement, but you have destroyed the bright illusions of my fancy, and by disposing of yourself too precipitately have antedated an eternity of torment for two hearts, whom a mutual and perfect love might have conducted to perpetual bliss." He concluded this explanation with such evident marks of unfeigned agony that Blanche was affected by his words. She had no longer any hesitation about his innocence. At first her joy was unbounded at the conviction, but then again a sense of their cruel circumstances gained the ascendant over her mind. "Ah, my honoured lord," said she to the prince, "after such a determination of our destinies, you only inflict a new pang by informing me that you were not to blame. What have I done, wretched as I am? My keen resentment has betrayed me into error. I fancied myself cast off, and in the moment of my anger accepted the hand of the constable, whose addresses my father promoted. But the crime is all my own, though the woes are mutual. Alas!" In the very conjuncture when I accused you of deceiving me, it was by my own act, too credulously impassioned as I was, that the ties were broken which I had sworn for ever to make indissoluble. Take your revenge, my lord, in your turn. Indulge your hatred against the ungrateful Blanche. Forget. What, and is it in my power then, madam? Interrupted Enriquez with a dejected air. How is it possible to tear a passion from my heart, which even your injustice had not the power of extinguishing? Yet it becomes necessary for you to make that effort, my liege, replied the daughter of Siffredi with a deep sigh. And shall you be equal to that effort yourself? Replied the king. I am not confident with myself for my success, answered she, but I shall spare no pains in the attainment of my object. Ah, unfeeling fair one, said the prince, you will easily banish Enriquez from your remembrance, since you can contemplate such a purpose so steadfastly. Whither then does your imagination lead? Said Blanche in a more decisive tone. Do you flatter yourself that I can permit the continuance of your tender assiduities? No, my lord, banish that hope for ever from your thoughts. If I was not born for royalty, neither has heaven formed me to be degraded by illicit addresses. My husband, like yourself, my liege, is allied to the noble house of Anjou. Though the call of duty were less peremptory in opposing an insurmountable obstacle to your insidious proposals, a sense of pride would hinder me from admitting them. I conjure you to withdraw. We must meet no more. What a barbarous sentence! Exclaimed the king. Ah, Blanche, is it possible that you should treat me with so much severity? Is it not enough then to weigh me down that the constable should be in possession of your charms, and yet you would cut me off from the bare sight of you, the only comfort which remains to me? For that very reason avoid my presence, answered Siffredi's daughter, not without some tears of tenderness. The contemplation of what we have dearly loved is no longer a blessing when we have lost all hope of the possession. Adieu, my lord, shun my very image. You owe that exertion to your own honour and to my good name. I claim it also for my own peace of mind, for to deal sincerely, though my virtue should be steady enough to combat with the suggestions of my heart, the very remembrance of your affection stirs up so cruel a conflict that it is almost too much for my frail nature to support the shock. Her utterance of these words was attended with so energetic an action as to overset the light placed on a table behind her, and its fall left the room in darkness. Blanche picked it up. She then opened the door of the antechamber and went to Niece's closet, who was not yet gone to bed, for the purpose of lighting it again. She was now returning after having accomplished her errand. The king, who was waiting for her impatiently, no sooner saw her approach than he resumed his ardent plea with her to allow of his attentions. At the prince's voice, the constable rushed impetuously, sword in hand, into the room, almost at the same moment with his bride. Advancing up to Enriquez with all the indignation which his fury kindled within him. This is too much, tyrant, cried he. Flatter not yourself that I am cowardly enough to bear with this affront which you have offered to my honour. Ay, traitor, answered the king, standing on his guard, lay aside the vain imagination of being able to compass your purpose with impunity. With these mutual taunts they entered on a conflict too violent to be long undecided. The constable, fearing lest Siffredi and his attendant should be roused too soon by the piercing shrieks of Blanche, and should interpose between him and his revenge, took no care of himself. His frenzy robbed him of all skill. He fenced so heedlessly as to run headlong on his adversary's sword. The weapon entered his body up to the hilt. He fell, and the king instantaneously checked his hand. The daughter of Leontio, touched at her husband's condition, and rising superior to her natural repugnance, threw herself on the ground, and was anxious to afford him every assistance. But that ill-fated bridegroom was too deeply prejudiced against her to allow himself to be softened by the evidences she gave of her sorrow and her pity. Death, whose hand he felt upon him, could not stifle the transports of his jealousy. In these his last moments, no image presented itself to his mind but his rival's success. So insufferable was that idea to him, that collecting together the little strength he had left, he raised his sword, which he still grasped convulsively, and plunged it deep in Blanche's bosom. Die, said he, as he inflicted the fatal wound, die, faithless bride, since the ties of wedlock were not strong enough to preserve to me the vow which you had sworn upon the altar. And as for you, Enriquez, pursued he, triumph not too loudly on your destinies. You are prevented from taking advantage of my froward fortune, and I die content. Scarcely did these words quiver on his lips when he breathed his last. His countenance, overcast as it was with the shades of death, had still something in it of fierceness and of terror. That of Blanche presented a quite different aspect. The wound she had received was mortal. She fell on the scarcely breathing body of her husband, and the blood of the innocent victim flowed in the same stream with that of her murderer, who had executed his cruel purpose so suddenly that the king could not prevent it from taking effect. This ill-fated prince uttered a cry at the sight of Blanche as she fell, pierced deeper than herself by the stab which deprived her of life. He did his utmost to afford the same relief to her as she had offered, though at so fatal an expense, to one who might have rewarded her better. But she addressed him in these words, while the last breath quivered on her lips: "My lord, your assiduities are fruitless. I am the victim. Merciless fate demands me, and I resign myself to death. May the anger of heaven be appeased by the sacrifice, and the prosperity of your reign be confirmed." As she was with difficulty uttering these last words, Leontio, drawn thither by the reverberation of her shrieks, came into the room, and, thunderstruck at the dreadful scene before him, remained fixed to the spot where he stood. Blanche, without noticing his presence, went on addressing herself to the king. "Farewell, prince," said she, "cherish my memory with the tenderness it deserves. My affection and my misfortunes entitle me at least to that. Harbor no aversion to my father, he is innocent. Be a comfort to his remaining days, assuage his grief, acknowledge his fidelity, above all, convince him of my spotless virtue. With this I charge you before every other consideration. Farewell, my dear Enriquez, I am dying, receive my last sigh." Here her words were intercepted by the approach of death. For some time the king maintained a sullen silence. At length he said to Siffredi, whose senses seemed to be locked up in a mortal trance, "Behold, Leontio, feed on the contemplation of your own work. In this tragical event you may ruminate on the issue of your officious cares and your overweening zeal for my service." The old man returned no answer, so deeply was he penetrated by his affliction. But wherefore dwell on the description of circumstances when the powers of language must sink under the weight of such a catastrophe? Suffice it to say that they mutually poured forth their sorrows in the most affecting terms, as soon as their grief allowed them to give vent to its effusions in speech. Through the whole course of his life the king cherished a tender recollection of his mistress. He could not bring himself to marry Constance. The infant Don Pedro combined with that princess, and by their joint efforts an obstinate attempt was made to carry the will of Roger into execution, but they were compelled in the end to give way to Prince Enriquez, who gained the ascendancy over all his enemies. As for Siffredi, the melancholy he contracted from having been the cause of destruction to his dearest friends gave him a disgust to the world, and made a longer abode in his native country insupportable. He turned his back on Sicily forever, and coming over into Spain with Portia, his surviving daughter, purchased this mansion. He lived here nearly 15 years after the death of Blanche, and had the consolation before his own death of establishing Portia in the world. She married Don Jerome de Silva, and I am the only issue of that marriage. Such, pursued the widow of Don Pedro de Pinares, is the story of my family, a faithful recital of the melancholy events represented in that picture, which was painted by order of my grandfather Leontio, as a record to his posterity of the fatal adventure I have related. End of Book 4, Chapter 4, Part 2. Book 4, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 5. The Behavior of Aurora de Guzman on her arrival at Salamanca. Ortiz, her companions, and myself, after having heard this tale, withdrew together from the hall where we left Aurora with Elvira. There they lengthened out the remainder of the day in a mutual intercourse of confidence. They were not likely to be weary of each other, and on the following morning, when we took our leave, there was as much to do to part them as if they had been two friends brought up in the closest habits of confidence and affection. In due time we reached Salamanca without any impediment. There we immediately engaged a ready furnished house, and Dame Ortiz, as it had been before agreed, assumed the name of Donna Ximena de Guzman. She had played the part of a duenna too long not to be able to shift her character according to circumstances. One morning she went out with Aurora, a waiting maid, and a manservant, and betook herself to a lodging house where we had been informed that Pacheco most commonly took up his abode. She asked if there was any lodging to be let there. The answer was in the affirmative, and they showed her into a room in very neat condition, which she hired. She paid down earnest to the landlady, telling her that it was for one of her nephews who was coming from Toledo to finish his studies at Salamanca, and might be expected on that very day. The duenna and my mistress, after having made sure of this apartment, went back the way they came, and the lovely Aurora, without loss of time, metamorphosed herself into a spruce young spark. She concealed her black ringlets under a braid of light-colored hair, the better to disguise herself, manufactured her eyebrows to correspond, and dressed herself up in such a costume as to look for all the world as if her sex were of a piece with her appearance. Her deportment was free and easy, so that with the exception of her face, which was somewhat more delicate than became the manly character, there was nothing to lead to a discovery of her masquerading. The waiting woman who was to officiate as page got into her paraphernalia at the same time, and we had no apprehension respecting her competency to perform her part. There was no danger of her beauty telling any tales, and besides, she could put on as brazen-faced a swagger as the most impudent dog in town. After dinner, our two actresses, finding themselves in queue to make their first appearance on the stage, where the scene was laid in the ready-furnished lodging, took me along with them. We all three placed ourselves in the coach, and carried with us all the baggage we were likely to have occasion for. The landlady, Bernarda Ramirez by name, welcomed us with a glut of civility, and led the way to our room, where we began to make arrangements with her. We concluded a bargain for our board by the month, which she undertook should be suitable to our condition. Then we asked if she had her complement of boarders. "I have none at all at present," answered she. "Not that there would be any want of enough, if I was of the mind to take in all sorts of people, but young men of fashion are the thing for me. I expect one of that description this morning. He is coming hither from Madrid to complete his education." "Don Luis Pacheco? But you must have heard of him before now." "No," said Aurora, "I have no acquaintance whatever with the gentleman, and since we are to be inmates together, you will do me a kindness by letting me a little into his character." Please your honour, replied the landlady, leering at this outside of a man, his figure is as taking as your own, just the same sort of make, and about the same size. Oh, how well you will do together! By St James, though I say it who should not say it, I shall have about me two of the prettiest young fellows in all Spain. Well, but about Don Lewis, for my mistress was in a fidget to ask the grand question. Of course, he is well with the ladies in your parts. Enough of love affairs on his hands. Oh, do not you be afraid of that, rejoined the old lady. It is a forward sprig of gallantry, take my word for it. He has but to show himself before the works, and the citadel sends to capitulate. Among the number of his conquests, he has got into the good graces of a lady, with as much youth and beauty as he will know what to do with. Her name is Isabella. Her father is an old doctor of laws. She is over head and ears in love with him, absolutely out of her wits. Well, but do tell me now, my dear little woman, interrupted Aurora, as if she was ready to burst, is he out of his wits too? He used to be very fond of her, answered Bernarda Ramirez, before he went last to Madrid, but whether he holds in the same mind still, I will not venture to say, because on these points he is not altogether to be trusted. He is apt to flirt, first with one woman and then with another, just as all you young deceivers take pleasure in doing. You are all alike. The bonny widow had scarcely got to the end of her harangue before we heard a noise in the court. On looking out at the window, behold, there appeared two young men dismounting from their steeds. Who should it be but the identical Don Luis Pacheco, just arrived from Madrid with a servant behind him. The old lady brushed off to go and usher him in, while my mistress was putting herself in order, not without some palpitation of heart, to enact Don Felix to the best of her conceptions. Without waiting for any formalities, in marched Don Lewis to our apartment in his travelling dress. I have just been informed, said he, paying his respects to Aurora, that a young nobleman of Toledo takes up his abode in this house. May I take the liberty of expressing my joy in the circumstance, and hoping that we may be better acquainted. During my mistress's reply to this compliment, it seemed to me as if Pacheco did not know what to make of so smock-faced a young spark. Indeed, he could not refrain from declaring a more than ordinary admiration of an air and figure so attractive. After abundance of discourse, with every demonstration of reciprocal good breeding, Don Lewis withdrew to the apartment provided for him. While he was getting his boots off and changing his dress and linen, a sort of a page on the lookout after him to deliver a letter met Aurora by chance on the staircase. Her he mistook for Don Lewis, thinking he had found the right owner for this tender message, of which he was the Mercury. Softly, my honoured lord and master, said he, though I have not the honour of knowing Signor Pacheco, there can be no occasion for asking whether you are the man. It is impossible to be mistaken in the guess. No, my friend, answered my mistress with a most happy presence of mind. Assuredly you are not mistaken. You acquit yourself of your embassies to a marvel. I am Don Luis Pacheco. You may retire. I will find an opportunity of sending an answer. The page vanished, and Aurora, shutting herself up with her waiting maid and me, opened the letter and read to us as follows. I have just heard of your being at Salamanca. With what joy did I receive the news! I thought I should have gone out of my senses. But do you love Isabella as well as ever? Lose no time in assuring her that you are still the same. In good truth, she will almost expire with pleasure when once she is assured of your constancy. This is a mighty passionate epistle, said Aurora. The heart that indited it has been caught in a trap. This lady is a rival of no mean capacity. No pains must be spared to wean Don Lewis from her, and even to prevent any future interview. The undertaking is difficult, I acknowledge, and yet there seems no reason to despair of the result. My mistress, taking her own hint, fell into a fit of musing, from which, having recovered as soon as she fell into it, she added, I will lay a wager they are at daggers drawn in less than 24 hours. It so happened that Pacheco, after a short repose in his apartment, came to look after us in ours, and entered once more into conversation with Aurora before supper. My dapper little knight, said he with a rakish air, I fancy the poor devils of husbands and lovers will have no reason to hug themselves on your arrival at Salamanca. You will make their hearts ache for them. As for myself, I tremble for all my snug arrangements. I tell you what, answered my mistress with congenial spirit, your fears are not without their foundation. Don Felix de Mendoza is rather formidable, so take care what you are about. This is not my first visit in this country. The ladies hereabouts, to my knowledge, are made of penetrable materials. About a month ago, my way happened to lie through this city. I halted for 8 days, and you are to know, but you must not mention it, that I set fire to the daughter of an old doctor of laws. It was evident enough that Don Lewis was disturbed by this declaration. Might one without impropriety, replied he, just ask the lady's name? What do you mean by impropriety? Exclaimed the pretended Don Felix. Why make any secret about such a matter as that? Do you think me more of a Joseph than other young noblemen of my standing? Have a better opinion of my spirit. Besides, the object, between ourselves, is unworthy of any great reserve. She is but a little mushroom of the lower ranks. A man of fashion never quarrels with his conscience about such obscure gallantries, and even thinks it an honour conferred on a tradesman's wife or daughter when he leaves her without any. I shall therefore acquaint you in plain terms that the name of the doctor's daughter is Isabella. And the doctor himself, interrupted Pacheco impatiently. He possibly may be Signor Murcia de la Llana. Precisely so, replied my mistress. Here is a letter sent me just now. Read it, and then you will see how deeply your humble servant has dipped into her good graces. Don Lewis just cast his eye upon the note, and recognizing the handwriting, was struck dumb with astonishment and vexation. What is the matter? Cried Aurora with an air of surprise, keeping up the spirit of her assumed character. You change colour. God forgive me, but you are a party concerned in this young lady. Ah, plague take my officious tongue for having opened my affairs to you with so much frankness. I am very much obliged to you for it, for my own part, said Don Lewis in a transport made up of spite and rage. Traitress, jilt, my dear Don Felix, how shall I ever requite you? You have restored me to my senses when they were just on the wing for an eternal flight. I was tickling myself into a fool's paradise of credulous love, but love is too cold a term to express my extravagancies. I fancied myself adored by Isabella. The creature had wormed herself into my heart by feigning to give me her own. But now I know her clearly for a coquette, and as such despise her as she deserves. Your feelings on the occasion do you infinite credit, said Aurora, testifying a friendly sympathy in his resentment. A plodding pettifogger's worthless brood might have gorged to surfeit on the love of a young nobleman so captivating as yourself. Her fickleness is inexcusable. So far from taking her sacrifice of you in good part, it is my determination to punish her by the keenest contempt. As for me, rejoined Pacheco, I shall never set eyes on her again, and if that is not revenge, the devil is in it. You are in the right, exclaimed our masquerading Mendoza. At the same time, that she may fully understand how ineffably we both disdain her, I vote for sitting down, each of us, and writing her a sarcastic farewell. They shall be enclosed in one cover, and serve as an answer to her own letter. But do not let us proceed to this extremity till you have examined your heart. It may be you will repent hereafter of having broken off with Isabella. No, no, interrupted Don Lewis, I am not such a fool as that comes to. Let it be a bargain, and we will mortify the ungrateful wretch as you propose. I immediately sent for pen, ink, and paper, when they sat themselves down at opposite corners of the table, and drew up a most tender bill of indictment against Dr. Murcia de la Llana's daughter. Pacheco in particular was at a loss for language forcible enough to convey his sentiments in all their acrimony. Away went exordium after exordium, to the tearing and maiming of 5 or 6 fair sheets, before the words looked crooked enough to please his jealous eyes. At length, however, he produced an epistle which came up with his most tragical conceptions. It ran thus: Self-knowledge is a leading branch of wisdom, my little philosopher. As a candidate for a professor's chair, lay aside the vanity of fancying yourself amiable. It requires merit of a far different compass to fix my affections. You have not enough of the woman about you to afford me even a temporary amusement. Yet do not despair, you have a sphere of your own. The beggarly servitors in our university have a keen appetite, but no very distinguishing palate. So much for this elegant epistle. When Aurora had finished hers, which rang the changes on similar topics, she sealed them, wrapped them up together, and giving me the packet, There, Gil Blas, said she, take care that comes to Isabella's hands this very evening. You comprehend me, added she, with a glance from the corner of her eye, which admitted of no doubtful construction. Yes, my lord, answered I, your commands shall be executed to a tittle. I lost no time in taking my departure. No sooner in the street than I said to myself, So ho, Master Gil Blas, your part then is that of the intriguing footman in this comedy. Well, so be it, my friend. Show that you have wit and sense enough to top it over the favourite actor of the day. Signor Don Felix thinks a wink as good as a nod, a high compliment to the quickness of your apprehension. Is he then in an error? No, his hint is as clear as daylight. Don Lewis's letter is to drop its companion by the way. A lucid exposition of a dark hieroglyphic, enough to shame the dullness of the commentators. The sacredness of a seal could never stand against this bright discovery. Out came the single letter of Pacheco, and away went I to hunt after Dr. Murcia's abode. At the very threshold, whom should I meet but the little page who had been at our lodging? Comrade, said I, do not you happen to live with the great lawyer's daughter? His answer was in the affirmative. I see by your countenance, resumed I, that you know the ways of the world. May I beg the favour of you to slip this little memorandum into your mistress's hand? The little page asked me on whose behalf I was a messenger. The name of Don Luis Pacheco had no sooner escaped my lips than he told me, since that is the case, follow me. I have orders to show you up. Isabella wants to confer with you. I was introduced at once into a private apartment, where it was not long before the lady herself made her appearance. The beauty of her face was inexpressibly striking. I do not recollect to have seen more lovely features. Her manner was somewhat mincing and infantine, yet for all that it had been 30 good years at least since she had muled and puked in her nurse's arms. My friend, said she with an encouraging smile, are you on Don Luis Pacheco's establishment? I told her I had been in office for these 3 weeks. With this I fired off my paper popgun against her piece. She read it over 2 or 3 times, but if she had rubbed her eyes till doomsday, she would have seen no clearer. In point of fact, nothing could be more unexpected than so cavalier an answer. Up went her eyes towards the heavens, appealing to their rival luminaries. The ivory fences of her pretty mouth committed alternate trespass on her soft and suffering lips, and her whole physiognomy bore witness to the pangs of her distressed and disappointed heart. Then coming to herself a little, and recovering her speech, "My friend," said she, "has Don Lewis taken leave of his senses? Tell me, if you can, his motive for so heroic an epistle. If he is tired of me, well and good, but he might have taken his leave like a gentleman." "Madam," said I, "my master most assuredly has not acted as I should have acted in his place, but he has in some sort been compelled to do as he has done. If you would give me your word to keep the secret, I could unravel the whole mystery." "You have it at once," interrupted she, with eagerness. "Depend on it, you shall be brought into no scrape by me. Therefore explain yourself without reserve." "Well, then," replied I, "the fact is, without paraphrase, circumlocution, loss of time, or perplexity of understanding, as I shall distinctly state in 2 short words. Not half a minute after the receipt of your letter, there came into our house a lady under a veil as impenetrable as her purpose was dark. She inquired for Signor Pacheco, and talked with him in private for some time. At the close of the conversation, I overheard her saying, 'You swear to me never to see her more? But we must not stop there. To set my heart completely at rest, you must instantly write her a farewell letter of my dictating. You know my terms.' Don Lewis did as she desired. Then, giving the result into my custody, 'Acquaint yourself,' said he, 'where Dr. Murcia de la Llana lives, and contrive to administer this love potion to his daughter Isabella.' You see plainly, madam," pursued I, "that this uncivil epistle is a rival's handiwork, and that consequently my master is not so much to blame as he appears." "Oh heaven!" exclaimed she, "he is more so than I was aware of. His words might have been the error of his hand, but his infidelity is the offence of his heart. Faithless man! Now he is held by other ties. But," added she, assuming an air of disdain, "let him devote himself unconstrained to his new passion. I shall never cross him. Tell him, however, that he need not have insulted me. I should have left the course open to my rival without his warning me from the field, for so fickle a lover has not soul enough about him to pay for the degradation of soliciting his return." With this sentiment she gave me my dismissal, and retired in a whirlwind of passion against Don Lewis. My exit was conducted entirely to my own satisfaction, for I conceived that with due cultivation of my talent I might in time become a consummate hypocrite and most successful cheat. I returned home on the strength of it, where I found my worthy masters, Mendoza and Pacheco, supping together and rattling away as if they had been playfellows from their cradles. Aurora saw at once by my self-sufficient air that her commission had not been neglected in my hands. "Here you are again, then, Gil Blas," said she. "Give us an account of your embassy." Wit and invention was all I had to trust to, so I told them I had delivered the packet into Isabella's own hands, who, after having glanced over the contents of the 2 letters, so far from seeming disconcerted, burst into a fit of laughter, as if she had been mad, and said, "Upon my word, our young men of fashion write in a pretty style. It must be owned they are much more entertaining than scribes of plebeian rank." "It was a very good way of getting out of the scrape," exclaimed my mistress. "She must be an arrant coquette." "For my part," said Don Lewis, "I cannot trace a feature of Isabella in this conduct. Her character must have been completely metamorphosed in my absence." "She struck me too in a very different light," replied Aurora. "It must be allowed, some women can assume all modes and fashions at will. I was once in love with one of that description, and a fine dance she led me. Gil Blas can tell you the whole story. She had an air of propriety about her which might have imposed upon a whole synod of old maids." "It is true," said I, putting in my oar. "It was a face to play the devil with a sworn bachelor. I could scarcely have been proof against it myself." The personated Mendoza and Pacheco shouted with laughter at my manner of expressing myself, the one for the false witness I bore against a culprit of my own creation. The other laughed simply at the phrase in which my anathema was couched. We went on talking about the versatility of women, and the verdict, after hearing the evidence, all on one side, was given against Isabella. a convicted coquette, and sentence passed on her accordingly. Don Lewis made a fresh vow never to see her more, and Don Felix, after his example, swore to hold her in eternal abhorrence. By dint of these mutual protestations, a sort of friendship was established on the spur of the occasion, and they promised on both sides to keep no secrets from each other. The time after supper passed in ingratiating intercourse, and the time seemed short till they retired to their separate apartments. I followed Aurora to hers, where I gave her a faithful account of my conversation with the doctor's daughter, not forgetting the most trivial circumstance. She had much ado to help kissing me for joy. My dear Gil Blas, said she, I am delighted with your spirit. When one has the misfortune to be engaged in a passion not to be gratified but by stratagems, what an advantage is it to secure on the right side a lad of so enterprising a genius as yourself? Courage, my friend, we have thrown a rival into the background whose presence in the scene might have marred our comedy. So far all is well, but as lovers are subject to strange vagaries, it seems to me that we must make short work of it and bring Aurora de Guzman on the stage tomorrow. The idea met with my entire approbation, so leaving Signor Don Felix with his page, I withdrew to bed in an adjoining closet. End of Book 4, Chapter 5. Book 4, Chapter 6 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 6, Aurora's Devices to Secure Don Luis Pacheco's Affections. The two new friends met as soon as they came down in the morning. The ceremonies of the day began with reciprocal embraces, about which it was impossible for Aurora to be squeamish, for then Don Felix must have dropped the mask altogether. They went out and walked about town arm in arm, attended by Chilindron, Don Lewis's footman, and myself. We loitered about the gates of the university, looking at some posting bills and advertisements of new publications. There were a good many people amusing themselves, like us, with reading over the contents of these placards. Among the rest, my eye was caught by a little fellow who was giving his opinion very learnedly on the works exposed to sale. I observed him to be heard with profound attention, and could not help remarking how amply he deserved it in his own opinion. He was evidently a complete coxcomb of an arrogant and dictatorial stamp, the common curse of your gentry undersize. This new translation of Horace, said he, announced here to the public in letters of a yard long, is a prose work executed by an old college author. The students have taken a great fancy to the book, so as to carry off 4 editions, but not a copy has been bought by any man of taste. His criticisms were scarcely more candid on any of the other books. He mauled them every one without mercy. It was easy enough to see he was an author. I should not have been sorry to have stayed out his harangue, but Don Luis and Don Felix were not to be left in the lurch. Now they took as little pleasure in this gentleman's remarks as they felt interest in the books which he was scaligerizing, so that they took a quiet leave of him and the university. We returned home at dinner time. My mistress sat down at table with Pacheco, and dexterously turned the conversation on her private concerns. My father, said she, is a younger branch of the Mendoza family, settled at Toledo, and my mother is own sister to Donna Ximena de Guzman, who came to Salamanca some days ago on an affair of business with her niece Aurora, only daughter of Don Vincent de Guzman, whom possibly you might be acquainted with. No, answered Don Luis, but I have often heard of him, as well as of your cousin Aurora. Is it true what they say of her? Her wit and beauty are reported to be unrivalled. As for wit, replied Don Felix, she certainly is not wanting, for she has taken great pains to cultivate her mind, but her beauty is by no means to be boasted of. Indeed, we are thought to be very much alike. If that is the case, exclaimed Pacheco, she cannot be behindhand with her reputation. Your features are regular, your complexion almost too fine for a man. Your cousin must be an absolute enchantress. I should like to see and converse with her. That you shall, if I have any interest in the family, and this very day too, replied the little Proteus of a Mendoza. We will go and see my aunt after dinner. My mistress took the first opportunity of changing the topic and conversing on indifferent subjects. In the afternoon, while the two friends were getting ready to go and call on Donna Kimena, I played the scout and ran before to prepare the duenna for her visitors. But there was no time to be lost on my return, for Don Felix was waiting for me to attend Don Lewis and him on their way to his aunt's. No sooner had they stepped over the threshold than they were encountered by the adroit old lady, making signs to them to walk as softly as possible. Hush, hush, said she in a low voice, you will waken my niece. Ever since yesterday she has had a dreadful headache, but is just now a little better, and the poor girl has been taking a little sleep for the last quarter of an hour. I am sorry for this unlucky accident, said Mendoza. I was in hopes we should have seen my cousin. Besides, I meant to have introduced my friend Pacheco. There is no such great hurry on that account, answered Ortiz with a significant smile, and if that is all, you may defer it till tomorrow. The gentlemen did not trouble the old lady with a long visit, but took their leave as soon as they decently could. Don Lewis took us to see a young gentleman of his acquaintance, by name Don Gabriel de Pedros. There we stayed the remainder of the day, and took our suppers. About 2 o'clock in the morning we sallied forth on our return home. We had got about halfway when we stumbled against something on the ground, and discovered two men stretched at their length in the street. We concluded they had fallen under the knife of the assassin, and stopped to assist them, if yet within reach of assistance. As we were looking about to inform ourselves of their condition as nearly as the darkness of the night would allow, the patrol came up. The officer took us at first for the murderers, and ordered his people to surround us, but he mended his opinion of us on the sound of our voices, and by favour of a dark lantern, held up to the faces of Mendoza and Pacheco. His myrmidons, by his direction, examined the two men whom our fancies had painted as in the agonies of death, but it turned out to be a fat licentiate with his servant, both of them overtaken in their cups, and not dead, but dead drunk. Gentlemen, exclaimed one of the posse, this jolly fellow is an acquaintance of mine. What? Do you not know Signor Guillaumer, the licentiate, head of our university? With all his imperfections, he is a great character, a man of superior genius. He is as staunch as a hound at a philosophical dispute, and his words flow like a gutter after a hailstorm. He has but 3 foibles in which he indulges: intoxication, litigation, and fornication. He is now returning from supper at his Isabella's, whence, the more is the pity, the drunk was leading the drunk, and they both fell into the kennel. Before the good licentiate came to the headship, this happened continually. Though manners make the man, honours, you perceive, do not always mend the manners. We left these drunkards in custody of the patrol, who carried them safe home, and betook ourselves to our lodging and our beds. Don Felix and Don Lewis were stirring about midday. Aurora de Guzman was the first topic of their conversation. Gil Blas, said my mistress to me, run to my aunt, Donna Kimena, and ask if there is any admission for Signor Pacheco and me to-day. We want to see my cousin. Off I went to acquit myself of this commission, or rather to concert the plan of the campaign with the duenna. We had no sooner laid our heads together to the purpose intended, than I was once more at the elbow of the false Mendoza. Sir, quoth I, your cousin Aurora has got about wonderfully. She enjoined me from her own lips to acquaint you that your visit could not be otherwise than highly acceptable, and Donna Kimena desired me to assure Signor Pacheco that any friend of yours would always meet with an hospitable reception. These last words evidently tickled Don Lewis's fancy. My mistress saw that the bait was swallowed, and prepared herself to haul the prey to shore. Just before dinner a servant made his appearance from Signor Kimena, and said to Don Felix, my lord, a man from Toledo has been inquiring after you, and has left this note at your aunt's house. The pretended Mendoza opened it and read the contents aloud to the following effect. If your father and family still live in your remembrance, and you wish to hear of their concerns, do not fail, on the receipt of this, to call at the Black Horse near the University. I am too much interested, said he, in these proffered communications not to satisfy my curiosity at once. Without ceremony, Pacheco, you must excuse me for the present. If I am not back again here within 2 hours, you may find your way by yourself to my aunt's. I will join the party in the evening. You recollect Gil Blas' message from Donna Kimena. The visit is no more than what will be expected from you. After having thrown out this hint, he left the room and ordered me to follow him. It can scarcely be necessary to apprise the reader that instead of marching down to the Black Horse, we filed off to our other quarters. The moment that we got within doors, Aurora tore off her artificial hair, washed the charcoal from her eyebrows, resumed her female attire, and shone in all her natural charms, a lovely dark-complexioned girl. So complete indeed had been her disguise, that Aurora and Don Felix could never have been suspected of identity. The lady seemed to have the advantage of the gentleman even in stature, thanks to a good high pair of heels, to which she was not a little indebted. It was her first business to heighten her personal graces with all the embellishments of art, after which she looked out for Don Lewis in a state of agitation, compounded of fear and of hope. One instant she felt confident in her wit and beauty, the next she anticipated the failure of her attempt. Ortiz, on her part, set her best foot foremost, and was determined to play up to my mistress. As for me, Pacheco was not to see my knave's face till the last act of the farce, for which the great actors are always reserved, to unravel the intricacy of the plot. So I went out immediately after dinner. In short, the puppet show was all adjusted against Don Lewis's arrival. He experienced a very gracious reception from the old lady, in amends for whose tediousness he was blessed with 2 or 3 hours of Aurora's delightful conversation. When they had been together long enough, in popped I, with a message to the enamoured spark. My lord, my master Don Felix begs you 10,000 pardons, but he cannot have the pleasure of waiting on you here this evening. He is with 3 men of Toledo, from whom he cannot possibly get away. Oh, the wicked little rogue, exclaimed Donna Kimena, as sure as a gun, then he is going to make a night of it. No, madam, replied I, they are deeply engaged in very serious business. He is really distressed that he cannot pay his respects, and commissioned me to say everything proper to your ladyship and Donna Aurora. Oh, I will have none of his excuses, pouted out my mistress. He knows very well that I have been indisposed, and might show some slight degree of feeling for so near a relation. As a punishment, he shall not come near me for this fortnight. Nay, madam, interposed Don Lewis, such a sentence is too severe. Don Felix's fate is but too pitiable in having been deprived of your society this evening. They bandied about their fine speeches on these little topics of gallantry for some time, and then Pacheco withdrew. The lovely Aurora metamorphosed herself in a twinkling, and resumed her swashing outside. The grass did not grow under her feet while she was running to the other lodging. I have a million of apologies to make, my dear friend, said she to Don Lewis, for not giving you the meeting at my aunt's, but there was no getting rid of the tiresome people I was with. However, there is one comfort, you have had so much the more leisure to look about you, and criticize my cousin's beauty. Well, and how do you like her? She is a most lovely creature, answered Pacheco. You were in the right to claim a resemblance to her. I never saw more correspondent features, the very same cast of countenance, the eyes exactly alike, the mouth evidently a family feature, and the tone of voice scarcely to be distinguished. The likeness, however, goes no further, for Aurora is taller than you. She is brown, and you are fair. You are a jolly fellow. She has a little touch of the demure, so that you are not altogether the male and female socias. As for good sense, continued he, if an angel from heaven were to whisper wisdom in one ear and your cousin her mortal chit-chat in the other, I am afraid the angel might whistle for an audience. In a word, Aurora is all accomplished. Signor Pacheco uttered these last words with so earnest an expression that Don Felix said with a smile, My friend, I advise you to stay away from Donna Ximena's. It will be more for your peace of mind. Aurora de Guzman may set your wits a-wandering and inspire a passion. I have no need of seeing her again, interrupted he, to become distractedly enamoured of her. I am sorry for you, replied the pretended Mendoza, for you are not a man to be seriously caught, and my cousin is not to be made a fool of, take my word for it. She would never encourage a lover whose designs were otherwise than honourable. Otherwise than honourable, retorted Don Lewis. Who could have the audacity to form such on a lady of her rank and character? As for me, I should esteem myself the happiest of mankind, could she be prevailed on to favour my addresses, and link her fate with mine. Since those are your sentiments, rejoined Don Felix, you may command my services. Yes, I will go heart and hand with you in the business. All my interest in Aurora shall be yours, and by to-morrow morning I will commence an attack on my aunt, whose good word has more influence than you may think. Pacheco returned his thanks with the best air possible to this young go-between, and we were all agog at the promising appearance of our stratagem. On the following day we found the means of heightening the dramatic effect by entangling the plot a little more. My mistress, after having waited on Donna Ximena, as if to speak a good word in favour of the suitor, came back with the result of the interview. I have spoken to my aunt, said she, but it was as much as I could do to make her hear your proposal with patience. She was primed and loaded against you. Some good-natured friend in the dark has painted you out for a reprobate. But I took your part with some little quickness, and at length succeeded in vindicating your moral character from the attack it had sustained. This is not all, continued Aurora. You had better enter on the subject with my aunt in my presence. We shall be able to make something of her between us. Pacheco was all impatience to insinuate himself into the good graces of Donna Ximena, nor was the opportunity deferred beyond the next morning. Our amphibious Mendoza escorted him into the presence of Dame Ortiz, where such a conversation passed between the trio as put fire and tow to the combustible heart of Don Lewis. Ximena, a veteran performer, took the cue of sympathy at every expression of tenderness, and promised the enamoured youth that it should not be her fault if his plea with her niece was urged in vain. Pacheco threw himself at the feet of so good an aunt, and thanked her for all her favours. In this stage of the business, Don Felix asked if his cousin was up. No, replied the duenna, she is still in bed, and is not likely to be downstairs while you stay. But call again after dinner, and you shall have a tete-a-tete with her to your heart's content. It is easy to imagine that so coming on a proposal from the dragon, which was to guard this inaccessible treasure, produced its full complement of joy in the heart of Don Lewis. The remainder of the long morning had nothing to do but to be sworn at. He went back to his own lodging with Mendoza, who was not a little enraptured to observe, with the scrutinizing eye of a mistress under the disguise of a friend, all the symptoms of an incurable amorous infirmity. Their tongues ran on no earthly subject but Aurora. When they had done dinner, Don Felix said to Pacheco, a thought has just struck me. It would not be amiss for me to go to my aunt's a few minutes before you. I will get to speak to my cousin in private, and pry, if it be possible, into every fold and winding of her heart, as far as your interests are concerned. Don Lewis just chimed in with this idea, so that he suffered his friend to set out first, and did not follow him till an hour afterwards. My mistress availed herself so diligently of the interval, that she was tricked out as a lady from heel to point before the arrival of her lover. I beg pardon, said the poor abused inamorato, after having paid his compliments to Aurora and the duenna. I took it for granted Don Felix would be here. You will see him in a few seconds, answered Donna Kimena. He is writing in my closet. Pacheco was easily put off with the excuse, and found his time pass cheerfully in conversation with the ladies. And yet, notwithstanding the presence of all his soul held dear, it seemed very strange that hour after hour glided away, but no Mendoza stepped forth from the closet. He could not help remarking that the gentleman's correspondence must be unusually voluminous, when Aurora's features all at once assumed the broader contour of a laugh, with a delightfully provoking question to Don Lewis: Is it possible that love can be so blind as not to detect the glaring imposition by which it has been deluded? Has my real self made so faint an impression on your senses, that a flaxen peruke and a penciled eyebrow could carry the farce to such a height as this? But the masquerade is over now, Pacheco, continued she, resuming an air of gravity. You are to learn that Don Felix de Mendoza and Aurora de Guzman are but one and the same person. It was not enough to discover to him all the springs and contrivances by which he had been duped. She confessed the motives of tender partiality that led her to the attempt, and detailed the progress of the plot to the winding up of the catastrophe. Don Lewis scarcely knew whether to be most astonished or delighted at the recital. At my mistress's feet he thus uttered the transports of his fond applause. Ah, lovely Aurora, can I believe myself indeed the happy mortal on whom your favours have been so lavished? What can I do to make you amends for them? My affection, were this life eternal, could scarcely pay the price. These pretty speeches were followed by 1,000 others of the same quality and texture, after which the lovers descended a little nearer to common sense, and began planning the rational and human means of arriving at the accomplishment of their wishes. It was resolved that we should set out without loss of time for Madrid, where marriage was to drop the curtain on the last act of our comedy. This purpose was executed in the spirit of impatience which conceived it, so that Don Lewis was united to my mistress in a fortnight, and the nuptial ceremonies were graced with the usual accompaniments of music, feastings, balls, and rejoicings, without either end or respite. End of Book 4, Chapter 6. Book 4, Chapter 7 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 7. Gil Blas leaves his place and goes into the service of Don Gonzales Pacheco. 3 weeks after marriage, my mistress bethought herself of rewarding the services I had rendered her. She made me a present of 100 pistoles, telling me at the same time, Gil Blas, my good fellow, it is not that I mean to turn you away, for you have my free leave to stay here as long as you please, but my husband has an uncle, Don Gonzales Pacheco, who wants you very much for a valet de chambre. I have given you so excellent a character that he would let me have no peace till I consented to part with you. He is a very worthy old nobleman, so that you will be quite in your element in his family. I thanked Aurora for all her kindness, and as my occupation was over about her, I so much the more readily accepted the post that offered, as it was merely a transfer from one branch of the Pachecos to another. One morning, therefore, I called on the illustrious Don Gonzales with a message from the bride. He ought at least to have overslept himself, for he was in bed at near noon. When I went into his chamber, a page had just brought him a basin of soup which he was taking. The dotard cherished his whiskers, or rather tortured them with curling papers. Though his eyes were sunk in their sockets, his complexion pale, and his visage emaciated. This was one of those old codgers who have been a little whimsical or so in their youth, and have made poor amends for their freedoms by the discretion of their riper age. His reception of me was affable enough, with an assurance that if my attachment to him kept pace with my fidelity to his niece, my condition should not be worse than that of my fellows. I promised to place him in my late mistress's shoes, and became the working partner in a new firm. A new firm it undoubtedly was, and heaven knows we had a strange head of the house. The resurrection of Lazarus was an ordinary event compared to his getting up. Imagine to yourself a long bag of dry bones, a mere skeleton, a dissection, an anatomy of a man, a study in osteology. As for the legs, 3 or 4 pair of stockings, one over the other, had no room to make any figure upon them. In addition to the foregoing, this mummy before death was asthmatic, and therefore obliged to divide the little breath he had between his cough and his loquacity. He breakfasted on chocolate. On the strength of that refreshment he ventured to call for pen, ink, and paper, and to write a short note, which he sealed and sent to its address by the page who had administered the broth. "But this henceforth will be your office, my good lad," said he as he turned his haggard eyes upon me. "All my little concerns will be in your hands, and especially those in which Donna Euphrasia takes an interest. That lady is an enchanting young creature, with whom I am distractedly in love, and by whom, though I say it who should not say it, I am met with all the mutual ardour of inextinguishable and unutterable passion." Heaven defend us, thought I within myself. Good now, if this old antidote to rapture can fancy himself an object on which the fair should waste their sweets, is it any wonder that among our young folks each fancies himself the Adonis, for whom every Venus pines? Gil Blas, pursued he with a chuckle, this very day will I take you to this abode of pleasure. It is my house of call almost every evening for a bit of supper. You will be quite petrified at her modest appearance and the rigid propriety of her behaviour. Far from taking after those little wanton vagrants who are hey-go mad after striplings, and give themselves up to the fascinations of exterior appearance, she has a proper insight into things, staid, ripe, and judicious. What she wants is the bona fide spirit and discretion of a man, a lover who has served an apprenticeship to his trade, in preference to all the flashy fellows of the modern school. This is but an epitome of the panegyric which the noble Duke Don Gonzales pronounced upon his mistress. He burdened himself with the task of proving her a compendium of all human perfection, but the lecture was little calculated for the conviction of the hearer. I had attended an experimental course among the actresses, and had always found that the elderly candidates had been plucked in their amours. Yet, as a matter of courtesy, it was impossible not to put on the semblance of giving implicit credit to my master's veracity. I even added chivalry to courtesy, and threw down my glove on Euphrasia's penetration and the correctness of her taste. My impudence went the length of asserting that it was impossible for her to have selected a better provided crony. The grown-up simpleton was not aware that I was fumigating his nostrils at the expense of his addled brain. On the contrary, he bristled at my praises. So true is it that a flatterer may play what game he likes against the pigeons of high life. They let you look over their hand, and then wonder that you beat them. The old crawler, having scribbled through his billet doux, restrained the luxuriance of a straggling hair or two with his tweezers, then bathed his eyes in the nostrum of some perfumer to give them a brilliancy which their natural gum would have eclipsed. His ears were to be picked and washed, and his hands to be cleansed from the effects of his other ablutions, and the labours of the toilette were to be closed by penciling every remaining hair in the deforested domain of his whiskers, pericranium, and eyebrows. No old dowager with a purse to buy a second husband ever took more pains to assure herself, by the cultivation of her charms, that the person and not the fortune should be the object of attraction. The assassin's stab of time was parried by the quart and tierce of art. Just as he had done making himself up, in came another old fogram of his acquaintance, by name the Count of Asumar. This genius made no secret of his grey locks, leant upon a stick, and seemed to plume himself on his venerable age instead of wishing to appear in the heyday of his prime. Signor Pacheco, said he as he came in, I am come to take pot luck with you to-day. You are always welcome, Count, rejoined my master. No sooner said than done. They embraced with 1,000 grimaces, took their seats opposite to one another, and began chatting till dinner was served. Their conversation turned at first upon a bull feast which had taken place a few days before. They talked about the cavaliers, and who among them had displayed most dexterity and vigour, whereupon the old count, like another Nestor, whom present events furnish with a topic of expatiating on the past, said with a deep-drawn sigh, Alas, where will you meet with men nowadays fit to hold a candle to my contemporaries? The public diversions are a mere bauble to what they were when I was a young man. I could not help chuckling in my sleeve at my good lord of Asumar's whim, for he did not stop at the handiwork of human invention. Would you believe it? At table, when the fruit was brought in, at the sight of some very fine peaches, this ungrateful consumer of the earth's produce exclaimed, In my time the peaches were of a much larger size than they are now. But nature sinks lower and lower from day to day. If that is the case, said Don Gonzales with a sneer, Adam's hothouse fruit must have been of a most unwieldy circumference. The Count of Asumar stayed still quite evening with my master, who had no sooner got rid of him than he sallied forth with me in his train. We went to Euphrasia's, who lived within a stone's throw of our house, and found her lodged in a style of the first elegance. She was tastefully dressed, and for the youthfulness of her air might have been taken to be in her teens, though 30 bonny summers at least had poured their harvests in her lap. She had often been reckoned pretty, and her wit was exquisite. Neither was she one of your brazen-faced jilts, with nothing but flimsy balderdash in their talk, and a libertine forwardness in their manners. Here was modesty of carriage as well as propriety of discourse, and she threw out her little sallies in the most exquisite manner, without seeming to aspire beyond natural good sense. Oh heaven, said I, is it possible that a creature of so virtuous a stamp by nature should have abandoned herself to vicious courses for a livelihood? I had taken it for granted that all women of light character carried the mark of the beast upon their foreheads. It was a surprise, therefore, to see such apparent rectitude of conduct. Neither did it occur to me that these hacks for all customers could go at any pace, and assume the polish of well-bred society to impose upon their cullies of the higher ranks. What if a lively petulance should be the order of the day? They are lively and petulant. Should modesty take its turn in the round of fashion, nothing can exceed their outward show of prudent and delicate reserve. They play the comedy of love in many masks, and are the prude, the coquette, or the virago, as they fall in with the quiz, the coxcomb, or the bully. Don Gonzales was a gentleman and a man of taste. He could not stomach those beauties who call a spade a spade. Such were not for his market. The rites of Venus must be consummated in the temple of Vesta. Euphrasia had got up her part accordingly, and proved by her performance that there is no comedy like that of real life. I left my master, like another Numa with his Egeria, and went down into a hall, where whom should fortune throw in my way but an old Abigail whom I had formerly known as maid of all work to an actress. The recognition was mutual. So, well met once more, Signor Gil Blas, said she. Then you have turned off Arsenia, just as I have parted with Constance? Yes, truly, answered I. It is a long while ago since I went away, and exchanged her service for that of a very different lady. Neither the theatre nor the people about it are to my taste. I gave myself my own discharge, without condescending to the slightest explanation with Arsenia. You were perfectly in the right, replied the new-found Abigail, called Beatrice. That was pretty much my method of proceeding with Constance. One morning early I gave in my accounts with a very sulky air. She took them from me in moody silence, and we parted in a sort of well-bred dudgeon. I am quite delighted, said I, that we have met again, where we need not be ashamed of our employers. Donna Euphrasia looks for all the world like a woman of fashion, and I am much deceived if she has not reputation too. You are too clear-sighted to be deceived, answered the old appendage to sin. She is of a good family, and as for her temper, I can assure you it is unparalleled for evenness and sweetness. None of your termagant mistresses, never to be pleased, but always grumbling and scolding about everything, making the house ring with their clack, and fretting poor servants to a thread, whose places, in short, are a hell upon earth. I have not in all this time heard her raise her voice on any occasion whatever. When things happen not to be done exactly in her way, she sets them to rights without any anger, nor does any of that bad language escape her lips, of which some high-spirited ladies are so liberal. My master, too, rejoined I, is very mild in his disposition, the very milk of human kindness, and in this respect we are, between ourselves, much better off than when we lived among the actresses. 1,000 times better, replied Beatrice. My life used to be all bustle and distraction, but this place is an actual hermitage. Not a creature darkens our doors but this excellent Don Gonzales. You will be my only helpmate in my solitude, and my lot is but too greatly blessed. For this long time have I cherished an affection for you, and many a time and oft have I begrudged that Laura the felicity of engrossing you for her sweetheart, but in the end I hope to be even with her. If I cannot boast of youth and beauty like hers to balance the account, I detest coquetry, and have all the constancy as well as affection of a turtle dove. As honest Beatrice was one of those ladies who are obliged to hawk their wares, and cheapen themselves for want of cheapeners in the market, I was happily shielded from any temptation to break the commandments. Nevertheless, it might not have been prudent to let her see in what contempt her charms were held, for which reason I forced my natural politeness so far as to talk to her in a style not to cut off all hope of my more serious advances. I flattered myself then that I had found favour in the eyes of an old dresser to the stage, but pride was destined to have a fall, even on so humble an occasion. The domestic trickster did not sharpen her allurements from any longing for my pretty person. Her design in subduing me to the little soft god was to enlist me for the purposes of her mistress, to whom she had sworn so passive an obedience that she would have sold her eternal self to the old chapman who first set up the trade of sin, rather than have disappointed her slightest wishes. My vain conceit was sufficiently evident on the very next morning, when I carried an Ovidian letter from my master to Euphrasia. The lady gave me an affable reception, and made 1,000 pretty speeches, echoed from the practised lips of her chambermaid. The expression of my countenance was peculiarly interesting to the one, but that within which passeth show was the flattering theme of the other. According to their account, the fortunate Don Gonzales had picked up a treasure. In short, my praises ran so high that I began to think worse of myself than I had ever done in the whole course of my life. Their motive was sufficiently obvious, but I was determined to play at diamond cut diamond. The simper of a simpleton is no bad countermine to the attack of a sharper. These ladies under favour were of the latter description, and they soon began to open their batteries. Hark you, Gil Blas, said Euphrasia, fortune declares in your favour if you do not balk her. Let us put our heads together, my good friend. Don Gonzales is old, and a good deal shaken in constitution, so that a very little fever in the hands of a very good doctor would carry him to a better place. Let us take time by the forelock, and ply our arts so busily as to secure to me the largest slice of his effects. If I prosper, you shall not starve, I promise you, and my bare word is a better security than all the deeds and conveyances of all the lawyers in Madrid. Madam, answered I, you have but to command me. Give me my commission on your muster roll, and you shall have no reason to complain either of my cowardice or contumacy. So be it then, replied she. You must watch your master, and bring me an account of all his comings and goings. When you are chatting together in his more familiar moments, never fail to lead the conversation on the subject of our sex, and then by an artful but seemingly natural transition take occasion to say all the good you can invent of me. Ring Euphrasia in his ears till all the house re-echoes. I would counsel you besides to keep a wary eye on all that passes in the Pacheco family. If you catch any relation of Don Gonzales sneaking about him, with a design on the inheritance, bring me word instantly. That is all you have to do, and trust me for sinking, burning, and destroying him in less than no time. I have ferreted out the weak side of all your master's relations long ago. They are each of them to be made ridiculous in some shape or other, so that the nephews and cousins, after sitting to me for their portraits, are already turned with their faces to the wall. It was evident by these instructions, with many more to the same time and tune, that Euphrasia was one of those ladies whose partialities all lean to the side of elderly inamoratos with more money than wit. Not long ago, Don Gonzales, who could refuse nothing to the tender passion, had sold an estate, and she pocketed the cash. Not a day passed but she got some little personal remembrance out of him, and besides all this, a corner of his will was the ultimate object of her speculation. I affected to engage hand over head in their infamous plot, and if I must confess all without mental reservation, it was almost a moot point on my return home on which side of the cause I should take a brief. There was on either a profitable alternative, whether to join in fleecing my master, or to merit his gratitude by rescuing him from the plunderers. Conscience, however, seemed to have some little concern in the determination. It was quite ridiculous to choose the by-path of villainy when there was a better toll to be taken on the highway of honesty. Besides, Euphrasia had dealt too much in generals. An arithmetical definition of so much for so much has more meaning in it than all the wealth of the Indies, and to this shrewd reflection perhaps was owing my uncorrupted probity. Thus did I resolve to signalize my zeal in the service of Don Gonzales, in the persuasion that if I was lucky enough to disgust the worshipper by befouling his idol, it would turn to very good account. On a statement of debtor and creditor, between the right and the wrong side of the action, the money balance was visibly in favour of virtue, not to mention the delights of a fair and irreproachable character. If vice so often assumes the semblance of its contrary, why should not hypocrisy now and then change sides for variety? I held myself up to Euphrasia for a thorough swindler. She was dupe enough to believe that I was incessantly talking of her to my master, and thereupon I wove a tissue of frippery and falsehood, which imposed on her for sterling truth. She had so completely given herself up to my insinuations as to believe me her convert, her disciple, her confederate. The better still to carry on this fraud upon fraud, I affected to languish for Beatrice. and she, in ecstasy at her age to see a young fellow at her skirts, did not much trouble herself about my sincerity, if I did but play my part with vigour and address. When we were in the presence of our princesses, my master in the parlour and myself in the kitchen, the effect was that of two different pictures, but of the same school. Don Gonzales, dry as touchwood, with all its inflammability and nothing but its smother, seemed a fitter subject for extreme unction than for amorous parley; while my little pet, in proportion to the violence of my flame, niggled, nudged, toyed, and romped like a schoolgirl in vacation. And no wonder she knew her lesson so pat, for the old coquette had been upwards of 40 years in the form. She had finished her studies under certain professors of gallantry, whose art of pleasing becomes the more critical by practice, till they die under the accumulated experience of 2 or 3 generations. It was not enough for me to go every evening with my master to Euphrasia's, it was sometimes my lounge even in daytime. But let me pop my head in at what hour I would, that forbidden creature, man, was never there, nor even a woman of any description that might not be just as easily expressed as understood. There was not the least loophole for a paramour, a circumstance not a little perplexing to one who could not readily believe that so pretty a bale of goods could submit to a strict monopoly by such a dealer as Don Gonzales. This opinion undoubtedly was formed on a near acquaintance with female nature, as will be apparent in this sequel, for the fair Euphrasia, while waiting for my master's translation, fortified herself with patience in the arms of a lover, with some little fellow feeling for the frailties of her age. One morning I was carrying, according to custom, a note to this peerless pattern of perfection. There certainly were, or I was not standing in the room, the feet of a man ensconced behind the tapestry. Out slunk I, just as if I had no eyes in my head. Yet, though such a discovery was nothing but what might have been expected, neither was the piper to be paid out of my pocket. My feelings were a good deal staggered at the breach of faith. Ah, traitress, exclaimed I with virtuous indignation, abandon Euphrasia. Not satisfied to humbug a silly old gentleman with a tale of love, you share his property in your person with another, and add profligacy to dissimulation. But to be sure, on afterthoughts, I was but a greenhorn when I took on for such a trivial occurrence. It was rather a subject for mirth than for moral reflection, and perfectly justified by the way of the world. The languid, embargoed commerce of my master's amorous moments had need be filliped by a trade in some more merchantable wares. At all events, it would have been better to have held my tongue than to have laid hold on such an opportunity of playing the faithful servant. But instead of tempering my zeal with discretion, nothing would serve the turn but taking up the wrongs of Don Gonzales in the spirit of chivalry. On this high principle I made a circumstantial report of what I had seen, with the addition of the attempt made by Euphrasia to seduce me from my good faith. I gave it in her own words without the least reserve, and put him in the way of knowing all that was to be known of his mistress. He was struck all in a heap by my intelligence, and a faint flash of indignation on his faded cheek seemed to give security that the lady's infidelity would not go unpunished. Enough, Gil Blas, said he, I am infinitely obliged by your attachment to my service, and your probity is very acceptable to me. I will go to Euphrasia this very moment. I will overwhelm her with reproaches, and break at once with the ungrateful creature. With these words he actually bent his way to the subject of his anger, and dispensed with my attendance, from the kind motive of sparing me the awkwardness which my presence during their explanation would have occasioned to my feelings. I longed for my master's return with all the impatience of an interested person. There could not be a doubt but that with his strong grounds of complaint he would return completely disentangled from the snares of his nymph. In this thought I extolled and magnified myself for my good deed, What could be more flattering than the thanks of the kindred who were naturally to inherit after Don Gonzales, when they should be informed that their relative was no longer the puppet of a figure dance so hostile to their interests? It was not to be supposed but that such a friend would be remembered, and that my merits would at last be distinguished from those of other serving men, who are usually more disposed to encourage their masters in licentiousness than to draw them off to habits of decency. I was always of an aspiring temper, and thought to have passed for the Joseph or the Scipio of the servants' hall, but so fascinating an idea was only to be indulged for an hour or two. The founder of my fortunes came home. "My friend," said he, "I've had a very sharp brush with Euphrasia. She insists on it that you have trumped up a cock and bull story. If their word is to be taken, you are no better than an impostor, a hireling in the pay of my nephews, for whose sake you have set all your wits at work to bring about a quarrel between her and me. I have seen the real tears made of water run down in floods from her poor dear eyes. She has vowed to me as solemnly as if I had been her confessor, that she never made any overtures to you in her life, and that she does not know what man is. Beatrice, who seems a simple, innocent sort of girl, is exactly in the same story, so that I could not but believe them and be pacified, whether I would or no." "How then, sir," interrupted I, in accents of undissembled sorrow, "do you question my sincerity? Do you distrust—" "No, my good lad," interrupted he again in his turn, "I will do you ample justice. I do not suspect you of being in league with my nephews. I am satisfied that all you have done has been for my good, and own myself much obliged to you for it. But appearances are apt to mislead, so that perhaps you did not see in reality what you took it into your head that you saw, and in that case only consider yourself how offensive your charge must be to Euphrasia. Yet let that be as it will, she is a creature whom I cannot help loving in spite of my senses, so that the sacrifice she demands must be made, and that sacrifice is no less than your dismission. I lament it very much, my poor dear Gil Blas, and if that will be any satisfaction to you, my consent was wrung from me most unwillingly, but there was no saying nay. With one thing, however, you may comfort yourself, you shall not be sent away with empty pockets. Nay, more, I mean to turn you over to a lady of my acquaintance, where you will live to your liking." I was not a little mortified to find all my noble acts and motives end in my own confusion. I gave a left-handed blessing to Euphrasia, and wept over the weakness of Don Gonzales to be so foolishly infatuated by her. The kind-hearted old gentleman felt within himself that in turning me adrift at the peremptory demand of his mistress, he was not performing the most manly action of his life. For this reason, as a set-off against his hen-pecked cowardice, and that I might the more easily swallow this bitter dose, he gave me 50 ducats, and took me with him next morning to the Marchioness of Chaves, telling that lady before my face that I was a young man of unexceptionably good character, and very high in his good graces, but that certain family reasons prevented him from continuing me on his own establishment. He should esteem it as a favour if she would take me on hers. After such an introduction, I was retained at once as her appendage, and found myself, I scarcely knew how, established in another household. End of Book 4, Chapter 7. Book 4, Chapter 8 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 8, The Marchioness of Chaves, Her Character and that of Her Company. The Marchioness of Chaves was a widow of 35, tall, handsome, and well proportioned. She enjoyed an income of 10,000 ducats without the encumbrance of a nursery. I never met with a lady of fewer words, nor one of a more solemn aspect. Yet this exterior did not prevent her from being set up as the cleverest woman in all Madrid. Her great assemblies, attended by people of the first quality, and by men of letters who made a coffee house of her apartments, contributed perhaps more than anything she said to give her the reputation she had acquired. But this is a point on which it is not my province to decide. I have only to relate as her historian that her name carried with it the idea of superior genius, and that her house was called, to distinguish it from the ordinary societies in town, the fashionable institution for literature, taste, and science. In point of fact, not a day passed but there were readings there, sometimes of dramatic pieces, and sometimes in other branches of poetry. But the subjects were always selected from the graver muses. Wit and humour were held in the most sovereign contempt. Comedy, however spirited, a novel, however pointed in its satire or ingenious in its fable, such light productions as these were treated as weak efforts of the brain, without the slightest claim to patronage. Whereas, on the contrary, the most microscopical work in the serious style, whether ode, pastoral, or sonnet, was trumpeted to the skies as the most illustrious effort of a learned and poetical age. It not unfrequently fell out that the public reversed the decrees of this chancery for genius, nay, they had sometimes the gross ill-breeding to hiss the very pieces which had been sanctioned by this court of criticism. I was chief manager of the establishment, and my office consisted in getting the drawing-room ready to receive the company, in setting the chairs in order for the gentlemen, and the sofas for the ladies, after which I took my station on the landing-place to bawl out the names of the visitors as they came upstairs, and usher them into the circle. The first day, an old piece of family furniture, who was stationed by my side in the antechamber, gave me their description with some humour after I had shown them into the room. His name was Andrew Molina. He had a good deal of mother's wit, with a flowing vein of satire, much gravity of sarcasm, and a happy knack at hitting off characters. The first comer was a bishop. I roared out his lordship's name, and as soon as he was gone in, my nomenclator told me, "That prelate is a very curious gentleman. He has some little influence at court, but wants to persuade the world that he has a great deal. He presses his service on every soul he comes near, and then leaves them completely in the lurch." One day he met with a gentleman in the presence chamber who bowed to him. He laid hold of him, and squeezing his hand, assured him with an inundation of civilities that he was altogether devoted to his lordship. "For goodness' sake, do not spare me. I shall not die in my bed without having first found an opportunity of making you my debtor." The gentleman returned his thanks with all becoming expressions of gratitude, and when they were at some distance from one another, the obsequious churchman said to one of his attendants in waiting, "I ought to know that man. I have some floating indistinct idea of having seen him somewhere." Next, after the bishop, came the son of a grandee. When I had introduced him into my lady's room, "This nobleman," said Molina, "is also an original in his way. You are to take notice that he often pays a visit for the express purpose of talking over some urgent business with the friend on whom he calls, and goes away again without once thinking on the topic he came solely to discuss. But," added my showman on the sight of two ladies, "here are Donna Angela de Penafiel and Donna Margareta de Montalvan. This pair have not a feature of resemblance to each other. Donna Margareta prides herself on her philosophical acquirements. She will hold her head as high as the most learned head among the doctors of Salamanca, nor will the wisdom of her conceit ever give up the point to the best reasons they can render. As for Donna Angela, she does not affect the learned lady, though she has taken no unsuccessful pains in the improvement of her mind. Her manner of talking is rational and proper. Her ideas are novel and ingenious, expressed in polite, significant, and natural terms. This latter portrait is delightful, said I to Molina, but the other, in my opinion, is scarcely to be tolerated in the softer sex. Not over bearable indeed, replied he with a sneer. Even in men it does but expose them to the lash of satire. The good Marchioness herself, our honoured lady, continued he, she too has a sort of a philosophical looseness. There will be fine chopping of logic there to-day. God grant the mysteries of religion may not be invaded by these disputants. As he was finishing this last sentence, in came a withered bit of mortality with a grave and crabbed look. My companion showed him no mercy. This fellow, said he, is one of those pompous, unbending spirits who think to pass for men of profound genius under favour of a few commonplaces extracted out of Seneca. Yet they are but shallow coxcombs when one comes to examine them narrowly. Then followed in the train a spruce figure, with tolerable person and address, to say nothing of a troubled air and manner, which always supposes a plentiful stock of self-sufficiency. I inquired who this was. A dramatic poet, said Molina. He has manufactured 100,000 verses in his time, which never brought him in the value of a groat. But as a set-off against his metrical failure, he has feathered his nest very warmly by 6 lines of humble prose. You will wonder by what magic touch a fortune could be made. And so I did, but a confounded noise upon the staircase put verse and prose completely out of my head. Good again, exclaimed my informer, here is the licentiate Campanario. He is his own harbinger before ever he makes his appearance. He sets out from the very street door in a continued volley of conversation, and you hear how the alarm is kept up till he makes his retreat. In good sooth, the vaulted roof re-echoed with the organ of the thundering licentiate, who at length exhibited the case in which the pipes were contained. He brought a bachelor of his acquaintance by way of accompaniment, and there was not a sotto voce passage during the whole visit. Signor Campanario, said I to Molina, is to all appearance a man of very fine conversation. Yes, replied my sage instructor, the gentleman has his lucky hits, and a sort of quaintness that might pass for humour. He does very well in a mixed company. But the worst of it is that incessant talking is one of his most pardonable errors. He is a little too apt to borrow from himself, and as those who are behind the scenes are not to be dazzled by the tinsel of the property man, so we know how to separate a certain volubility and buffoonery of manner from sterling wit and sense. The greater part of his good things would be thought very bad ones if submitted, without their concomitant grimaces, to the ordeal of a jest book. Other groups passed before us, and Molina touched them with his wand. The Marchioness too came in for a magic rap over the knuckles. Our lady patroness, said he, is better than might be expected for a female philosopher. She is not dainty in her likings, and bating a whim or two, it is no hard matter to give her satisfaction. Wits and women of quality seldom approach so near the atmosphere of good sense, and for passion she scarcely knows what it is. Play and gallantry are equally in her black books. Dear conversation is her first and sole delight. To lead such a life would be little better than penance to the common run of ladies. Molina's character of my mistress established her at once in my good graces, and yet in the course of a few days I could not help suspecting that, though not dainty in her likings, she knew what passion was, and that a foul copy of gallantry delighted her more than the fairest conversation. One morning during the mysteries of the toilette, there presented himself to my notice a little fellow of 40, forbidding in his aspect, more filthy if possible than Pedro de Moya, the bookworm, and verging in no marketable measure towards deformity. He told me he wanted to speak with my lady Marchioness. On whose business? Quoth I. On my own, quoth he, somewhat snappishly. Tell her I am the gentleman, she will understand you, about whom she was talking yesterday with Donna Anna de Velasco. I went before him into my lady's apartment and gave in his name. The Marchioness all at once shrieked out her satisfaction and ordered me to show him in. It was not courtesy enough to point to a chair and bid him sit down, but the attendants, forsooth, her own maids, about her person, were to withdraw, so that the little hunchback, with better luck than falls to the lot of many a taller man, had the field entirely to himself as lord paramount. As for the girls and myself, we could not help tittering a little at this uncouthly concerted duet, which lasted nearly an hour, when my patroness dismissed his little lordship with such a profusion of farewells and God be with yous as sufficiently evinced her thankfulness for the entertainment she had received. The conversation had in fact been so edifying that in the afternoon she seized a private opportunity of whispering in my ear, Gil Blas, when the short gentleman comes again, you may show him up the back stairs. There is no need of parading him along a line of staring servants. I did as I was ordered. When this epitome of humanity knocked at the door, and that hour was no further off than the next morning, we threaded all the by passages to the place of assignation. I played the same modest part 2 or 3 times in the very innocence of my soul, without the most distant guess that the material system could form any part of their philosophy. But that hound-like snuff at an ill construction, with which the devil has armed the noses of the most charitable, put me on the scent of a very whimsical game, and I concluded either that the Marchioness had an odd taste, or that Crookback courted her as a proxy to a better man. Faith and troth, thought I, with all the impertinence of a hasty opinion, if my mistress really likes a handsome fellow behind the curtain, all is well. I forgive her her sins. But if she is stark mad for such a monkey as this, to say the truth, there will be little mercy for her on male or female tongues. But how foully did I defame my honoured patroness! The genius of magic had perched herself upon the little conjurer's protuberant shoulder, and his skill having been puffed off to the Marchioness, who was just the right food for such jugglers and their tricks, she held private conferences with him. Under his tuition she was to command wealth and treasure, to build castles in the air, to remove from place to place in an instant, to reveal future events, to tell what is done in far countries, to call the dead out of their graves, and terrify the world with many miracles. Seriously, and to give him his deserts, the scoundrel lived on the folly of the public, and it has been confidently asserted that ladies of fashion have not, in all ages and countries, been exempt from the credulity of their inferiors. End of Book 4, Chapter 8. Book 4, Chapter 9 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 9, an incident that parted Gil Blas and the Marchioness of Chavez, the subsequent destination of the former. For 6 months I lived with the Marchioness of Chavez, and, as it must be admitted, on the fat of the land. But fate, who thrusts footmen as well as heroes into the world, with herself tied about their necks, gave me a jog to be gone, and swore that I should stay no longer in that family or in Madrid. The adventure by which this decree was announced shall be the subject of the ensuing narrative. In my mistress's female squad there was a nymph named Portia. To say nothing of her youth and beauty, it was her meek demeanour and good repute that captivated me, who had yet to learn that none but the brave deserves the fair. The Marchioness's secretary, as proud as a prime minister and as jealous as the Grand Turk, was caught in the same trap as myself. No sooner did he cast an unlucky squint at my advances than, without waiting to see how Portia might chance to fancy them, he determined pell-mell to have a tilt with me. To forward this ghostly enterprise, he gave me an appointment one morning in a place sadly impervious to all seasonable interruption. Yet, as he was a little go by the ground scarcely up to my shoulders, and apparently of feeble frame, he did not look like a very dangerous antagonist. So away I went with some little courage to the appointed spot. Thinking to come off with flying colours, I anticipated the effect of my bravery on the heart of Portia, but as it turned out, I was gathering my laurels before they had budded. The little secretary, who had been practising for 2 or 3 years at the fencing school, disarmed me like a very baby, and holding the point of his sword up to my throat, "Prepare thyself," said he, "to balance thine accounts with this world, and open a correspondence with the next, or give me thy rascally word to leave the Marchioness of Chavez this very day, and never more to think of my Portia." I gave him my rascally word, and was honest enough not to think of breaking it. There was an awkwardness in showing my face before the servants of the family, after having been worsted, and especially before the high and mighty princess who had been the theme of our tournament. I only returned home to get together my baggage and wages, and on that very day set off towards Toledo, with a purse pretty well lined, and a knapsack at my back with my wardrobe and movables. Though my rascally word was not given to abandon the purlieus of Madrid, I considered it as a matter of delicacy to disappear at least for a few seasons. My resolution was to make the tour of Spain, and to halt first at one town and then at another. My ready money, thought I, will carry me a good way. I shall not call about me very prodigally. When my stock is exhausted, I can but go into service again. A lad of my versatility will find places in plenty, whenever it may be convenient to look out for them. It was particularly my wish to see Toledo, and I got thither after 3 days' journey. My quarters were at a respectable house of entertainment, where I was taken for a gentleman of some figure, under favour of my best clothes, in which I did not fail to bedizen myself. With the pick-tooth carelessness of a lounger, the affectation of a puppy, and the pertness of a wit, it remained with me to dictate the terms of an arrangement with some very pretty women who infested that neighbourhood. But as a hint had been given me that the pocket was the high road to their good graces, my amorous enthusiasm was a little flattered, and as it was no part of my plan to domesticate myself in any one place, after having seen all the lions at Toledo, I started one morning with the dawn and took the road to Cuenca, intending to go to Aragon. On the second day I went into an inn which stood open to receive me by the roadside. Just as I was beginning to recruit the carnal department of my nature, in came a party belonging to the Holy Brotherhood. These gentlemen called for wine, and set in for a drinking bout. Over their cups they were conning the description of a young man whom they had orders to arrest. "The spark," said one of them, "is not above 23. He has long black hair, is well grown, with an aquiline nose, and rides a bay horse." I heard their talk without seeming to be a listener, and in fact did not trouble my head much about it. They remained in their quarters, and I pursued my journey. Scarcely had I gone a quarter of a mile before I met a young gentleman on horseback, as personable as need be, and mounted as described by the officers. Faith and truth, thought I within myself, this is the very identical man. Black hair and an aquiline nose. One cannot help doing a good office when it comes in one's way. "Sir," said I, "give me leave to ask you whether you have not some disagreeable business on your hands." The young man, without returning any answer, looked at me from head to foot, and seemed startled at my question. I assured him it was not wanton curiosity that induced me to address him. He was satisfied of that when I related all I had heard at the inn. My unknown benefactor, said he, I will not deny to you that I have reason to believe myself actually the person of whom the officers are in quest. Therefore I shall take another road to avoid them. In my opinion, answered I, it would be better to look out for a spot where you may be in safety and under shelter from a storm which is brewing and will soon pour down upon our heads. Without loss of time, we discovered and made for a row of trees forming a natural avenue, which led us to the foot of a mountain where we found an hermitage. There was a large and deep grotto which time had worn away into the heart of the rock, and the hand of man had added a rude front built of pebbles and shell work covered all over with turf. The adjacent grounds were strewed with 1,000 sorts of flowers, which scattered their perfume, and one was pleased to see hard by the grotto a small fissure in the mountain, whence a spring rippled with a tinkling noise and poured its pellucid stream along the meadow. At the entrance of this solitary abode stood a venerable hermit, seemingly weighed down with years. He supported himself with one hand upon a staff, and held a rosary of large beads with the other, composed of at least 20 rows. His head was almost lost in a brown woolen cap with long ears, and his beard, whiter than snow, swept down in aged majesty to his waist. We advanced towards him. Father, said I, is it your pleasure to allow us shelter from the threatening storm? Come in, my sons, replied the hermit, after examining me attentively. This hermitage is at your service to occupy it during pleasure. As for your horse, added he, pointing to the courtyard of his mansion, he will be very well off there. My companion disposed of the animal accordingly, and we followed the old man into the grotto. No sooner had we got in than a heavy rain fell, with a terrific storm of thunder and lightning. The hermit threw himself upon his knees before a consecrated image, fastened to the wall, and we followed the example of our host. Our devotions ceased with the subsiding of the storm, but as the rain continued, though with diminished violence, and night was not far distant, the old man said to us, my sons, you had better not pursue your journey in such weather, unless your affairs are pressing. We answered with one consent that we had nothing to hinder us from staying there but the fear of incommoding him, but that if there was room for us in the hermitage, we would thank him for a night's lodging. You may have it without inconvenience, answered the hermit. At least the inconvenience will be all your own. Your accommodation will be rough, and your meals such as a recluse has to offer. With this cordial welcome to a homely board, the holy personage seated us at a little table, and set before us a few vegetables, a crust of bread, and a pitcher of water. My sons, resumed he, you behold my ordinary fare, but to-day I will make a feast in hospitality towards you. So saying, he fetched a little cheese and some nuts, which he threw down upon the table. The young man, whose appetite was not keen, felt but little tempted by his entertainment. I perceive, said the hermit to him, that you are accustomed to better tables than mine, or rather that sensuality has vitiated your natural relish. I have been in the world like you. The utmost ingenuity of the culinary art, whether to stimulate or soothe the palate, was exerted by turns for my gratification. But since I have lived in solitude, my taste has recovered its simplicity. Now vegetables, fruit, and milk are my greatest dainties. In a word, I keep an antediluvian table. While he was haranguing after this fashion, the young man fell into deep musing. The hermit was aware of his inattention. My son, said he, something weighs upon your spirits. May we not be informed what disturbs you? Open your heart to me. Curiosity is not my motive for questioning you, but charity and a desire to be of service. I am at a time of life to give advice, and you perhaps are under circumstances to stand in need of it. Yes, father, replied the gentleman with a sigh, I doubtless do stand in need of it, and will follow yours, since you are so good as to offer it. I cannot suppose there is any risk in unbosoming myself to a man like you. No, my son, said the old man, you have nothing to fear. It is under more stately roofs that confidences are betrayed. On this assurance, the cavalier began his story. End of Book 4, Chapter 9. Book 4, Chapter 10 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 10, The History of Don Alfonso and the Fair Seraphina. I will attempt no disguise from you, my venerable friend, nor from this gentleman who completes my audience. After the generosity of his conduct towards me, I should be in the wrong to distrust him. You shall know my misfortunes from their beginning. I am a native of Madrid, and came into the world mysteriously. An officer of the German Guard, Baron Steinbach, by name, returning home one evening, espied a bundle of fair linen at the foot of his staircase. He took it up and carried it to his wife's apartment, where it turned out to be a new-born infant, wrapped up in very handsome swaddling clothes, with a note containing an assurance that it belonged to persons of condition, who would come forward and own it at some future period, and the further information that it had been baptized by the name of Alfonso. I was that unfortunate stranger in the world, and this is all that I know about myself. Whether honor or profligacy was the motive of the exposure, the helpless child was equally the victim. Whether my unhappy mother wanted to get rid of me, to conceal an habitual course of scandalous amours, or whether she had made a single deviation from the path of virtue with a faithless lover, and had been obliged to protect her fame at the expense of nature and the maternal feelings. However this might be, the Baron and his wife were touched by my destitute condition, and resolved, as they had no children of their own, to bring me up under the name of Don Alfonso. As I grew in years and stature, their attachment to me strengthened. My manners, genteel before strangers and affectionate towards them, were the theme of their fondest panegyric. In short, they loved me as if I had been their own. Masters of every description were provided for me. My education became their leading object, and far from waiting impatiently till my parents should come forward, they seemed, on the contrary, to wish that my birth might always remain a mystery. As soon as the Baron thought me old enough to bear arms, he sent me into the service. With my ensign's commission, a genteel and suitable equipment was provided for me, and the more effectually to animate me in the career of glory, my patron pointed out that the path of honor was open to every adventurer, and that the renown of a warrior would be so much the more creditable to me as I should owe it to none but myself. At the same time, he laid open to me the circumstances of my birth, which he had hitherto concealed. As I had passed for his son in Madrid, and had actually thought myself so, it must be owned that this communication gave me some uneasiness. I could not then, nor can I even now, think of it without a sense of shame. In proportion as the innate feelings of a gentleman bear testimony to the birth of one, am I mortified at being rejected and renounced by the unnatural authors of my being. I went to serve in the Low Countries, but peace was concluded in a short time, and Spain finding herself without assailants, though not without assassins, I returned to Madrid, where I received fresh marks of affection from the Baron and his wife. Rather more than 2 months after my return, a little page came into my room one morning, and presented me with a note couched nearly in the following terms: I am neither ugly nor crooked, and yet you often see me at my window without the tribute of a glance. This conduct is little in unison with the spirit of your physiognomy, and so far stings me to revenge that I will make you love me if possible. On the perusal of this epistle there could be no doubt but it came from a widow by name Leonora, who lived opposite our house, and had the character of a very great coquette. Hereupon I examined my little messenger, who had a mind to be on the reserve at first, but a ducat in hand opened the floodgates of his intelligence. He even took charge of an answer to his mistress, confessing my guilt, and intimating that its punishment was far advanced. I was not insensible to a conquest even of this kind. For the rest of the day, home and my window seat were the grand attraction, and the lady seemed to have fallen in love with her window seat too. I made signals, she returned them, and on the very next day sent me word by her little Mercury that if I would be in the street on the following night between 11 and 12, I might converse with her at a window on the ground floor. Though I did not feel myself very much captivated by so coming on a kind of widow, it was impossible not to send such an answer as if I was, and a sort of amorous curiosity made me as impatient as if I had really been in love. In the dusk of the evening I went sauntering up and down the Prado till the hour of assignation. Before I could get to my appointment, a man mounted on a fine horse alighted near me, and coming up with a peremptory air, "Sir," said he, "are not you the son of Baron Steinbach?" I answered in the affirmative. "You are the person then," resumed he, "who were to meet Leonora at her window to-night. I have seen her letters and your answers, her page has put them into my hands, and I have followed you this evening from your own house hither to let you know you have a rival whose pride is not a little wounded at a competition with yourself in an affair of the heart." It would be unnecessary to say more. We are in a retired place. Let us therefore draw, unless, to avoid the chastisement in store for you, you will give me your word to break off all connection with Leonora. Sacrifice in my favour all your hopes and interest, or your life must be the forfeit. It had been better, said I, to have insured my generosity by good manners, than to extort my compliance by menaces. I might have granted to your request what I must refuse to this insolent demand. Well then, resumed he, tying up his horse and preparing for the encounter, let us settle our dispute like men. Little could a person of my condition have stomached the debasement of a request to a man of your quality. 9 out of 10 in my rank would, under such circumstances, have taken their revenge on terms of less honour but more safety. I felt myself exasperated at this last insinuation, so that, seeing he had already drawn his sword, mine did not linger in the scabbard. We fell on one another with so much fury that the engagement did not last long. Whether his attack was made with too much heat, or my skill in fencing was superior, he soon received a mortal wound. He staggered and dropped dead upon the spot. In such a situation, having no alternative but an immediate escape, I mounted the horse of my antagonist and went off in the direction of Toledo. There was no venturing to return to Baron Steinbach, since, besides the danger of the attempt, the narrative of my adventure from my own mouth would only afflict him the more, so that nothing was so eligible as an immediate decampment from Madrid. During the cut of my own melancholy reflection, I travelled onwards the remainder of the night and all the next morning, but about noon it became necessary to stop, both for the sake of my horse and to avoid the insupportable fierceness of the midday heat. I stayed in a village till sunset, and then, intending to reach Toledo without drawing bit, went on my way. I had already got 2 leagues beyond Illescas when, about midnight, a storm like that of today overtook me as I was jogging along the road. There was a garden wall at some little distance, and I rode up to it. For want of any more commodious shelter, my horse's station and my own were arranged, as comfortably as circumstances would admit, near the door of a summer house at the end of the wall, with a balcony over it. Leaning against the door, I discovered it to be open, owing, as I thought, to the negligence of the servants. Having dismounted, less from curiosity than for the sake of a better standing, as the rain had been very troublesome under the balcony, I went into the lower part of the summer house, leading my horse by the bridle. My amusement during the storm was in reconnoitring my quarters, and though I had nothing to form an opinion by but the lurid gleams of the lightning, it was very evident that such a house must belong to some family above the common. I was waiting anxiously till the rain abated to set forward again on my journey, but a great light at a distance made me change my purpose. Leaving my horse in the summer house, with the precaution of fastening the door, I made for the light in the assurance that they were not all gone to bed in the house, and with the intention of requesting a lodging for the night. After crossing several walks, I came to a saloon, and here too the door was left open. On my entrance, from the magnificence so handsomely displayed by the light of a fine crystal lustre, it was easy to conclude that this must be the residence of some illustrious nobleman. The pavement was of marble, the wainscot richly carved and gilt, the proportions of architecture tastefully preserved, and the ceiling evidently adorned by the masterpieces of the first artists in fresco. But what particularly engaged my attention was a great number of busts, and those of Spanish heroes, supported on jasper pedestals and ranged round the saloon. There was opportunity enough for examining all this splendor, since there was not even a footfall, nor the shadow of any one gliding along the passage, though my ears and eyes were incessantly on the watch for some inhabitant of this fairy desert. On one side of the saloon there was a door ajar. By pushing it a little wider open, I discovered a range of apartments, with a light only in the furthest. What is to be done now, thought I within myself? Shall I go back, or take the liberty of marching forward, even to that chamber? To be sure, it was obvious that the most prudent step would be to make good my retreat, but curiosity was not to be repelled, or rather, to speak more truly, my star was in its ascendant. Advancing boldly from room to room, at length I reached that where the light was. It was a wax taper on a marble slab, in a magnificent candlestick. The first object that caught my eye was the gay furniture of this summer abode. But soon afterwards, casting a look towards a bed, of which the curtains were half undrawn on account of the heat, an object arrested my attention, which engrossed it with the deepest interest. A young lady, in spite of the thunderclaps which had been pealing round her, was sleeping there, motionless and undisturbed. I approached her very gently, and by the light of the taper I had seized, a complexion and features the most dazzling were submitted to my gaze. My spirits were all afloat at the discovery. A sensation of transport and delight came over me. But however my feelings might harass my own heart, my conviction of her high birth checked every presumptuous hope, and awe obtained a complete victory over desire. While I was drinking in floods of adoration at the shrine of her beauty, the goddess of my homage awoke. You may well suppose her consternation at seeing a man, an utter stranger, in her bedchamber, and at midnight. She was terrified at this strange appearance, and uttered a loud shriek. I did my best to restore her composure, and throwing myself on my knees in the humblest posture, "Madam," said I, "fear nothing. My business here is not to hurt you." I was going on, but her alarm was so great that she was incapable of hearing my excuses. She called her woman with a most vehement importunity, and as she could get no answer, she threw over her a thin nightgown at the foot of the bed, rushed rapidly out of the room, and darted into the apartments I had crossed, still calling her female establishment about her, as well as a younger sister whom she had under her care. I looked for nothing less than a posse of strapping footmen, who were likely, without hearing my defence, to execute summary justice on so audacious a culprit. But by good luck, at least for me, her cries were to no purpose. They only roused an old domestic, who would have been but a sorry knight, had any ravisher or magician invaded her repose. Nevertheless, assuming somewhat of courage from his presence, she asked me haughtily who I was, by what inlet, and to what purpose I had presumptuously gained admission into her house. I began then to enter on my exculpation, and had no sooner declared that the open door of the summer house in the garden had invited my entrance, than she exclaimed, as if thunderstruck, "Just heaven! What an idea darts across my mind!" As she uttered these words, she caught at the wax light on the table, then ran through all the apartments one after another, without finding either her attendants or her sister. She remarked, too, that all their personals and wardrobe were carried off. With such a comment on her hasty suspicion, she came up to me and said, in the hurried accent of suspense and perturbation, "Traitor, add not hypocrisy to your other crimes. Chance has not brought you hither. You are in the train of Don Ferdinand de Leyva, and are an accomplice in his guilt. But hope not to escape. There are still people enough about me to secure you." "Madam," said I, "do not confound me with your enemies. Don Ferdinand de Leyva is a stranger to me. I do not even know who you are. You see before you an outcast whom an affair of honour has compelled to fly from Madrid, and I swear by whatever is most sacred among men, that had not a storm overtaken me, I should never have set my foot over your threshold. Entertain then a more favourable opinion of me. So far from suspecting me for an accomplice in any plot against you, believe me ready to enlist in your defence, and to revenge your wrongs." These last words, and still more the sincere tone in which they were delivered, convinced the lady of my innocence, and she seemed no longer to look on me as her enemy. But if her anger abated, it was only that her grief might sway more absolutely. She began weeping most bitterly. Her tears called forth my sympathy, and my affliction was scarcely less poignant than her own, though the cause of this contagious sorrow was still to be ascertained. Yet it was not enough to mingle my tears with hers. In my impatience to become her defender and avenger, an impulse of terrific fury came over me. "Madam," exclaimed I, "what outrage have you sustained? Let me know it, and your injuries are mine. Would you have me hunt out Don Ferdinand and stab him to the heart? Only tell me on whom your justice would fall, and they shall suffer. You have only to give the word. Whatever dangers, whatever certain evils may be attendant on the execution of your orders, the unknown, whom you thought to be in league with your enemies, will brave them all in your cause." This enraptured devotion surprised the lady, and stopped the flowing of her tears. "Ah, sir," said she, "forgive this suspicion, and attribute it to the blindness of my cruel fate. A nobility of sentiment like this speaks at once to the heart of Seraphina, and while it undeceives, makes me the less repine at a stranger being witness of an affront offered to my family. Yes, I own my error, and revolt not, unknown as you are, from your proffered aid. But the death of Don Ferdinand is not what I require." "Well then, madam," resumed I, "of what nature are the services you would enjoin me?" "Sir," replied Seraphina, "the ground of my complaint is this. Don Ferdinand de Leyva is enamoured of my sister Julia, whom he met with by accident at Toledo, where we for the most part reside. 3 months since he asked her in marriage of the Count de Polan, my father, who refused his consent on account of an old grudge subsisting between the families. My sister is not yet 15. She must have been indiscreet enough to follow the evil counsels of my woman, whom Don Ferdinand has doubtless bribed. And this daring ruffian, advertised of our being alone at our country house, has taken the opportunity of carrying off Julia. At least I should like to know what hiding place he has chosen to deposit her in, that my father and my brother, who have been these 2 months at Madrid, may take their measures accordingly. For heaven's sake," added she, "give yourself the trouble of examining the neighbourhood of Toledo. An act so heinous cannot escape detection, and my family will owe you a debt of everlasting gratitude." The lady was little aware how unseasonable an employment she was thrusting upon me. My escape from Castile could not be too soon effected, and yet how should such a reflection ever enter into her head, when it was completely superseded in mine by a more powerful suggestion? Delighted at finding myself important to the most lovely creature in the universe, I caught at the commission with eagerness, and promised to acquit myself of it with equal zeal and industry. In fact, I did not wait for daybreak to go about fulfilling my engagement. A hasty leave of Seraphina gave me occasion to beg her pardon for the alarm I had caused her, and to assure her that she should speedily hear somewhat of my adventure. I went out as I came in, but so wrapped up in admiration of the lady that it was palpable I was completely caught. My sense of this truth was the more confirmed by the eagerness with which I embarked in her cause, and by the romantic, gaily coloured bubbles which my passion blew. It struck my fancy that Seraphina, though engrossed by her affliction, had remarked the hasty birth of my love, without being displeased at the discovery. I even flattered myself that if I could furnish her with any certain intelligence of her sister, and the business should terminate in any degree to her satisfaction, my part in it would be remembered to my advantage. Don Alphonso broke the thread of his discourse at this passage, and said to our aged host, I beg your pardon, father, if the fullness of my passion should lead me to dilate too long upon particulars wearisome and uninteresting to a stranger. No, my son, replied the hermit, such particulars are not wearisome. I am interested to know the state and progress of your passion for the young lady you are speaking of. My counsels will be influenced by the minute detail you are giving me. With my fancy heated by these seductive images, resumed the young man, I was 2 days hunting after Julia's ravisher, but in vain were all the inquiries that could be made. By no means I could devise was the least trace of him to be discovered. Deeply mortified at the unsuccessful issue of my search, I bent my steps back to Seraphina, whom I pictured to myself as overwhelmed with uneasiness. Yet she was in better spirits than might have been expected. She informed me that her success had been better than mine, for she had learned how her sister was disposed of. She had received a letter from Don Ferdinand himself, importing that after being privately married to Julia, he had placed her in a convent at Toledo. I have sent his letter to my father, pursued Seraphina. I hope the affair may be adjusted amicably, and that a solemn marriage will soon extinguish the feuds which have so long kept our respective families at variance. When the lady had thus informed me of her sister's fate, she began making an apology for the trouble she had given me, as well as the danger into which she might imprudently have thrown me by engaging my services in pursuit of a ravisher, without recollecting what I had told her, that an affair of honour had been the occasion of my flight. Her excuses were couched in such flattering terms as to convert her very oversight into an obligation. As rest was desirable for me after my journey, she conducted me into the saloon, where we sat down together. She wore an undress gown of white taffety with black stripes, and a little hat of the same materials with black feathers, which gave me reason to suppose that she might be a widow, but she looked so young that I scarcely knew what to think of it. If I was all impatient to get at her history, she was not less so to know who I was. She besought me to acquaint her with my name, not doubting, as she kindly expressed it, by my noble air, and still more by the generous pity which had made me enter so warmly into her interests, that I belonged to some considerable family. The question was not a little perplexing. My colour came and went, my agitation was extreme, and I must own that, with less repugnance to the meanness of a falsehood than to the acknowledgment of a disgraceful truth, I answered that I was the son of Baron Steinbach, an officer of the German guard. Tell me likewise, resumed the lady, why you left Madrid. Before you answer my question, I will insure you all my father's credit, as well as that of my brother Don Gaspard. It is the least mark of gratitude I can bestow on a gentleman who, for my service, has neglected the preservation even of his own life. Without further hesitation, I acquainted her with all the circumstances of my rencounter. She laid the whole blame on my deceased antagonist, and engaged to interest all her family in my favour. When I had satisfied her curiosity, it seemed not unreasonable to plead in favour of my own. I inquired whether she was maid, wife, or widow. It is 3 years, answered she, since my father made me marry Don Diego de Lara, and I have been a widow these 15 months. Madam, said I, by what misfortune were your wedded joys so soon interrupted? I am going to inform you, sir, resumed the lady, in return for the confidence you have reposed in me. Don Diego de Lara was a very elegant and accomplished gentleman, but, though his affection for me was extreme, and every day was witness to some attempt at giving me pleasure, such as the most impassioned and most tender lover puts in practice to win the smile of her he loves, though he had 1,000 estimable qualities, my heart was untouched by all his merit. Love is not always the offspring either of assiduity or desert. Alas, we are often captivated at first sight by we know not whom, nor why, nor how. To love, then, was not in my power. More disconcerted than gratified by his repeated offices of tenderness, which I received with a forced courtesy, but without real pleasure, if I accused myself in secret of ingratitude, I still thought myself an object as much of pity as of censure. To his unhappiness and my own, his delicacy more than kept pace with his affection. Not an action or a speech of mine but he unravelled all its hidden motives and fathomed all my thoughts almost before they arose. The inmost recesses of my heart were laid open to his penetration. He complained without ceasing of my indifference, and esteemed himself only so much the more unfortunate in not being able to please me, as he was well assured that no rival stood in his way, for I was scarcely 16 years old, and before he paid his addresses to me he had tampered with my women, who had assured him that no one had hitherto attracted my attention. Yes, Seraphina, he would often say, I could have been contented that you had preferred some other to myself, and that there were no more fatal cause of your insensibility. My attentions and your own principles would get the better of such a juvenile prepossession, but I despair of triumphing over your coldness, since your heart is impenetrable to all the love I have lavished on you. Wearied with the repetition of the same strain, I told him that instead of disturbing his repose and mine by this excess of delicacy, he would do better in trusting to the effects of time. In fact, at my age, I could not be expected to enter into the refinements of so sentimental a passion, and Don Diego should have waited, as I warned him, for a riper period and more staid reflection. But finding that a whole year had elapsed, and that he was no forwarder in my favour than on the first day, he lost all patience, or rather his brain became distracted. Affecting to have important business at court, he took his leave and went to serve as a volunteer in the Low Countries, where he soon found in the chances of war what he went to seek, the terminations of his sufferings and of his life. After the lady had finished her recital, her husband's uncommon character became the topic of our discourse. We were interrupted by the arrival of a courier charged with a letter for Seraphina from the Count de Polan. She begged my permission to read it, and as she went on, I observed her to grow pale and to become dreadfully agitated. When she had finished, she raised her eyes upward, heaved a long sigh, and her face was in a moment bathed with her tears. Her sorrow sat heavily on my feelings, my spirits were greatly disturbed, and as if it were a forewarning of the blow impending over my head, a death-like shudder crept through my frame, and my faculties were all benumbed. Madam, said I, in accents half choked with apprehension, may I ask of what dire events that letter brings the tidings? Take it, sir, answered Seraphina most dolefully, while she held out the letter to me. Read for yourself what my father has written. Alas, you are but too deeply concerned in the contents. At these words, which made my blood run cold, I took the letter with a trembling hand, and found in it the following intelligence. Your brother, Don Gaspard, fought yesterday at the Prado. He received a small sword wound, of which he died this day, and declared, before he breathed his last, that his antagonist was the son of Baron Steinbach, an officer of the German Guard. As misfortunes never come alone, the murderer has eluded my vengeance by flight, but wherever he may have concealed himself, no pains shall be spared to hunt him out. I am going to write to the magistrates all round the country, who will not fail to take him into custody if he passes through any one of the towns in their jurisdiction, and by the notices I am going to circulate, I hope to cut off his retreat in the country or at the seaports. The Count de Polan. Conceive into what a ferment this letter threw all my thoughts. I remained for some moments motionless and without the power of speech. In the midst of my confusion, I too plainly saw the destructive bearing of Don Gaspard's death on the passion I had imbibed. My despair was unbounded at the thought. I threw myself at Seraphina's feet, and offering her my naked sword, Madam, said I, spare the Count de Polan the necessity of seeking further for a man who might possibly withdraw himself from his resentment. Be yourself the avenger of your brother. Offer up his murderer as the victim of your own hand. Now strike the blow. Let this very weapon, which terminated his life, cut short the sad remnant of his adversary's days. Sir, answered Seraphina, a little softened by my behaviour, I loved Don Gaspard so that though you killed him in fair and manly hostility, and though he brought his death upon himself, you may rest assured that I take up my father's quarrel. Yes, Don Alphonso, I am your decided enemy, and will do against you all that the ties of blood and friendship require at my hands. But I will not take advantage of your evil star. In vain has it delivered you into my grasp. If honour arms me against you, the same sentiment forbids to pursue a cowardly revenge. The rights of hospitality must be inviolable, and I will not repay such service as you have rendered me with the treachery of an assassin. Fly, make your escape if you can from our pursuit and from the rigour of the laws, and save your forfeit life from the dangers that beset it. What then, madam, returned I, when vengeance is in your own hands, do you turn it over to the laws, which may perhaps be too slow for your impatience? Nay, rather stab a wretch who is not worthy of your forbearance. No, madam, maintain not so noble and so generous a proceeding with one like me. Do you know who I am? All Madrid takes me for Baron Steinbach's son, yet am I nothing better than a foundling, whom he brought up from charity. I know not even who were guilty of my existence. No matter, interrupted Seraphina with precipitation, as if my last words had given her new uneasiness. Though you were the lowest of mankind, I would do what honour bids. Well, madam, said I, since a brother's death is insufficient to excite your thirst after my blood, I will exasperate your hatred still further by a new offence, of which I trust you will never pardon the boldness. I dote on you. I could not behold your charms without being dazzled by them, and in spite of the cloud in which my destiny was enveloped, I had cherished the hope of being united to you. I was so infatuated by my passion, or rather by my pride, as to flatter myself that heaven, which perhaps conceals from me my birth in mercy, might discover it one day and enable me without a blush to acquaint you with my real name. After this injurious avowal, can you hesitate a moment about punishing me? This rash declaration, replied the lady, would doubtless prove offensive at any other season, but I forgive it in consideration of the trouble which bewilders you. Besides, my own condition so engrosses me as to render me deaf to any strange ideas that may escape you. Once more, Don Alphonso, added she, shedding tears, begone far from a house which you have cast into mourning. Every moment of your longer stay adds pungency to my distress. I no longer oppose your will, madam, returned I, preparing to take my leave. Absence from you must then be my portion. But do not suppose that, anxious for the preservation of a life which has become hateful to you, I go to seek an asylum where I may be sheltered from your search. No, no, I bare my breast to your resentment. I shall wait with impatience at Toledo for the fate which you design me, and by surrendering at once to my pursuers shall myself forward the completion of my miseries. At the conclusion of this speech I withdrew, my horse was returned to me, and I went to Toledo, where I abode 8 days. And really with so little care to conceal myself that I know not how or why I have escaped an arrest, for I cannot suppose that the Count de Polan, whose whole soul is set on cutting off my retreat, should not have been aware that I was likely to pass through Toledo. Yesterday I left that town, where it should seem as if I was tired of my liberty, and without betaking myself to any fixed course of travelling, I came to this hermitage like a man who had no reason to be ashamed of showing himself. Such, father, was the cause of my absence and distraction. I beseech you to assist me with your counsels. End of Book 4, Chapter 10. Book 4, Chapter 11 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 11, The Old Hermit turns out an extraordinary genius, and Gil Blas finds himself among his former acquaintance. When Don Alphonso had concluded the melancholy recital of his misfortunes, the old hermit said to him, "My son, you have been excessively rash in tarrying so long at Toledo. I consider in a very different light from that you affect to place it in what you have told me of your story, and your love for Seraphina seems to me to be sheer madness. Take my word for it, you will do well to cancel that young lady from your remembrance. She never can be of your communion. Retreat like a skillful general when you cannot act with effect on the offensive, and pursue your fortune on another field, where success may smile on your endeavours. You will be terribly out of luck to kill the brother of the next young lady who may chance to succeed this only possible object of your affection. He was going to add many other inducements to resignation in such a case as Don Alfonso's, when we saw another hermit enter our retreat with a well-stuffed wallet slung across his shoulders. He was on his return with the charitable contributions of all the good folks in the town of Cuenca, and the gathering did credit to the religion of the age. He looked younger than his companion, in spite of his thick, foxy beard. "Welcome home, brother Antony," said the elder of the two recluses. "What news do you bring us from town?" "Bad enough," answered the carroty friar, putting into his hands a paper folded in the form of a letter. "This little instrument will inform you." The hoary sage opened it, and after reading on with an increased attention, as the contents seemed to grow more interesting, exclaimed, "Heaven's will be done! Since the combustion is anticipated, we have only to fall in with the humour of our fate. Let us change our dialect, Signor Don Alfonso," pursued he, addressing his discourse to my young companion. "You behold in me a man like yourself, who has been a broad mark for the wantonness of fortune to take aim at. Word is sent me from Cuenca, a town at the distance of a league hence, that some backbiter has been blackening my fair fame in the esteem of justice, who is coming with her hue and cry to disturb the repose of these rural scenes, and to lay her paw upon my person. But an old fox is too cunning to be caught in a trap. This is not the first time that I have cut and run before the bloodhounds of the law. But, thanks to myself for having my wits about me, I have always ended the chase in a whole skin, and held myself in readiness for another. It is now time to assume another form, for whether you like me best in my old skin or my new, I cast my hermit's decrepit slough to bask in the sunshine of youth and vigour." To suit the action to the word, he threw off the encumbrance of his ecclesiastical petticoat, and stood forth to view in a doublet of black serge with slashed sleeves. Then off went his cap, and snap went a string which supported the hoary honours of a beard, and our anchorite was at once transformed to a brawny ruffian of 28 or 30. Brother Antony, following a good example, discarded the outward show of religion, treated his fiery beard as the snowy one had been handled just before, and pulled out of an old worm-eaten trunk a sorry rag of a cassock, with which he invested his person. But what words can express my surprise when Signor Don Raphael presented himself to my view, like a phoenix from the ashes of the old bead counter. To complete the trick of the pantomime, Brother Antony was turned into my faithful vassal and trusty squire, Ambrose de Lamela. "Here are miracles!" exclaimed I in a quandary. "As far as I can perceive, we are all hail fellow well met." "You never were more lucky in your life, Signor Gil Blas," said Don Raphael, with a brazen-faced good humour. "You have fallen among old friends when you least expected it. It must be owned you have a crow to pluck with us. But let the past be buried in oblivion, and thank heaven here we are together again. Ambrose and I will serve under your banner, and let me tell you, you will have subalterns of no contemptible prowess. You may object to our morals, but they are better in the main than many a hypocrite's pretensions. We never assassinate, and rarely maltreat, and that in pure self-defence. The only liberty we take with society is to live at free quarters, and though robbery may be considered as containing some little spice of injustice, the necessity we labour under of committing it restores its equilibrium to the scale. Even join your fortune with ours. You will lead a life of hazard, but of variety. Our predatory peregrinations have every pastoral beauty except innocence, and the want of that is more than counterpoised by subtlety and stratagem. Not but, with all our forecast, a certain mechanical concatenation of second causes sometimes frustrates our best concerted projects, and drags our philosophy through the mire. But a ducking now and then only makes us swim the better. The seasons must all be taken in their turns. The blanks as well as the prizes must be drawn in the cheating lottery of life. Courteous stranger, pursued the pretended hermit, speaking to Don Alfonso, we extend the proposal of partnership to you, and it may be a question whether you will better yourself by rejecting it in the lamentable condition of your affairs, for to say nothing of the chance medley for which you are at hide and seek, your fortune is probably a little out at elbows. Most lamentably so, said Don Alfonso, and hence, since the truth must out, are my forebodings more dark than even my present evils. That is the very thing, replied Don Raphael. You were sent by our better genius to join the party. You will find no such good birth in the honest part of the world. Your wants will all be supplied, and you may laugh at the vigilance of your pursuers. There is not a corner in all Spain which we have not ferreted out. Those who are always on the scamper see a great deal of the country. We are perfect connoisseurs in landscape, and affect Salvator Rosa's rugged scenery. There we graze in peace and freedom, secure from the brutality of justice. Don Alfonso expressed himself very much obliged to them for their kind invitation, and finding neither money in his purse, nor contrivance to procure it in his pericranium, made up his mind at once not to stand upon punctilio with morality. I too was led into a looser course than agreed with my rigid principles by a growing friendship for this young man, whom I could not find in my heart to abandon in so perilous an enterprise. We all four agreed to set off in a body, and never to part company. The question was put whether we should sound a retreat on the instant, or first give a peremptory summons to a flagon of excellent wine, which brother Antony had invested by regular approaches at Cinca the day before. But Raphael, a more experienced general than any of us, represented that the first thing to be done was to render our own camp impregnable, for which purpose he proposed that we should march all night to gain a very thick wood between Vilardesa and Almodovar, where we should halt, as in a friendly country, and recruit after the fatigues of the campaign. These general orders were approved of in council. Our lay hermits then went about packing up their baggage and provisions, which were swung in 2 bundles across the back of Don Alfonso's horse. We were not long in our preparations, after which we sheered off from the hermitage, leaving a rich booty to legal rapine in the saintly paraphernalia of the 2 hermits, including a white beard and a red one, 2 rickety bedsteads, a table without a leg, a chest without a bottom, 2 chairs without any seats, and an unmutilated image of Saint Pacomo. Our march was continued the whole night, and we began to chafe and feel other inconveniences, when at daybreak we hailed the wood where our toils were to end. Sailors, after a long voyage, work the ship with double alacrity at sight of their native land. So it was with us. We pushed forward and got to our journey's end by sunrise. Dashing into the thickest of the wood, we pitched upon a retired and pleasant spot, where the turf was circled in by tall and branching oaks, whose gigantic limbs interwoven over our heads formed a natural vault, not to be penetrated even by noonday heat. We took the bridle off the horse to let him feed after he was unloaded. Then down we sat, pulling out of brother Antony's wallet some large pieces of bread and good substantial slices of roast meat, at which we began pegging with all possible pertinacity. Nevertheless, let our appetites be as obstinate as they might, we every now and then suspended the fray to spar a little with the flagon, which returned our blows till it made us reel again. About the end of the conflict, Don Raphael said to Don Alfonso, "My brave comrade, after the confidence you have reposed in me, it is but fair that in my turn I should recount the history of my life to you with the same sincerity." "You will do me a great favour," answered the young man, and an equal one to me, chimed in I. My curiosity is all alive to know your adventures, for doubtless they must afford much matter of useful speculation. You may rest assured of that, replied Don Raphael, and I mean to leave behind me a history of my own times. The composition shall be the amusement of my old age, for I am as yet in the prime of life, and mean to furnish in propria persona many new hints for my commonplace book. But we are all weary, let us recruit with some hours of sleep. While we three lie down, Ambrose shall keep watch for fear of a surprise, and shall then take a nap in his turn. For though to all appearance we are here in perfect safety, it is always good to keep a sentry at the outposts. After this precaution, he stretched himself along upon the grass. Don Alfonso did the same. I followed their example, and Lamela performed the office of a scout. Don Alfonso, so far from getting any rest, was incessantly brooding over his misfortunes, and I could not get a wink of sleep. As for Don Raphael, he snored most sonorously, but he awoke in little more than an hour, when, finding us in a listening mood, he said to Lamela, "My friend Ambrose, you may now yield to the gentle influence of Morpheus." "No, no," answered Lamela, "my sleepy fit is over, and though I know all the passages of your life by rote, they are so instructive to the practitioners of our art and mystery, that I do not care how often I hear the tale over again." Without further preface, Don Raphael began the narrative of his adventures in these terms. End of Book 4, Chapter 11. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 1, History of Don Raphael. I made my entrance on the stage of life at Madrid, where my mother was an actress, famous for dramatic, and infamous for her intriguing talents. Her name was Lucinda. As for my father, every man must have one, but my arithmetic is too scanty to determine the number of mine. It might indeed be a matter of history that such or such a man of fashion was dangling after my mother at the epoch of my arrival in this system, but then that mere fact would by no means warrant a deduction that any individual gallant of the mother must therefore be the father of the child. A lady so eminent as she was in so notorious and wholesale a profession must have many strings to her bow. Where her blandishments are most publicly lavished, her favours are most sparingly bestowed. There is a show article or two for public exhibition, but her everyday wares are cheap and hackneyed to the meanest purchaser. There is nothing like taking scandal by the beard, and treating the opinion of the world with heroic indifference. Lucinda, instead of cooping me up in a garret at home, made no scruple about owning her little bastard, but took me in her hand to the theatre with a modest assurance, regardless how the tongue of rumour might babble at her expense, or how the laugh of malice might peal at my unlucky appearance. In short, I was her pet, and came in for the caresses of all the men who frequented the house. One would have sworn that nature pleaded in my favour, and inspired each of them with a father's pride in the brat they had clubbed for. The 12 first years of my life were suffered to waste away in all kinds of frivolous amusements. Scarcely did they teach me to read and write. Still less was it thought of any consequence to initiate me in the principles of my religion. To dance, to sing, to play on the guitar was the sum total of my early attainments. With these gifts and graces for my only acquisitions, the Marquis of Leganez asked for me to be about his only son, who was nearly of my own age. Lucinda gave her consent without reluctance, and it was then that I began to mind a little what I was about. Young Leganez could not reproach me with my ignorance. His little lordship was not cast in a scientific mould, for he scarcely knew a letter of his alphabet, though he had been under private tuition for 15 months. None of his masters could make anything of him. Patience was never formed to engage in so unequal a match. To be sure, they were expressly forbid to exercise any severity on his noble carcass. Their orders were to teach, not to torture him. And this tender precaution, acting on a subject of insufferably untoward dispositions, was the means of throwing to the dogs all the mental physic they poured in. He would none of it. But the verb grinder engendered in his noddle a most ingenious device by which to keep this troublesome young lordling in awe without trenching on his foolish father's injunctions. This scheme was no other than to flog me whenever that scapegrace Leganez had incurred the penalty of the rod, and this vicarious execution was inflicted with the utmost rigour. My consent to the transfer had never been asked, and there was nothing in the act itself to recommend it, so that my only chance was to run away, and appeal to my mother against so arbitrary a discipline. However her maternal feelings might inwardly revolt, no trace of woman's weakness could be detected in her manner of receiving my complaint. The Leganez connection was too important to be lost for a few whippings, and away went she, dragging her culprit into the presence of his tormentor, who by this act of hers became master of Broomfield. Experience had convinced him that the success of his invention corresponded with its felicity. He therefore went on improving the mind and manners of the little grandee at the expense of my skin. Remorse for his delinquencies was to be excited only by sympathy, so that whenever it became necessary to make a bloody example, my seat of vengeance was firked most unmercifully. The running account between young Leganez and me was all on one side, and scarcely a day passed but he sinned on tick and suffered by attorney. By the nearest calculation of whole numbers, there went somewhere about 100 cuts to teach him each single letter of the alphabet, so that if you multiply 100 by 24 for stupidity, and add an O to the amount for moral offences, you will have the sum total of the belabouring that his education cost me. This thick and threefold companionship with Birch was not the only rub. My path through this family was more beset with thorns than sweetened by flowers. As my birth and connections were no secret, the whole of the establishment, to the very refuse of the household, the stable boys and scullions, twitted me with my shameful origin. This stuck so terribly in my throat that I made my escape once more, but not without borrowing my tutor's ready money, amounting to upwards of 150 ducats, for an indefinite period, and without interest. Thus was the account settled between us. Since he had made a property of my hide for a scarecrow, it was but fair that I should have a finger in the earnings of his arm. For a first attempt at thieving, both the plan and execution were hopeful. A hue and cry was raised for 2 days. It was hot while it lasted, but I lay snug, and they missed me. Madrid was no longer a fit hiding place, so I took to cover in Toledo, and the hounds were thrown out. I was just then entering into my 15th year. What a happy fellow, at such an early age, to shape my own conduct, and be in a condition of forming a set of morals for myself. I soon scraped acquaintance with some pleasant youths, who rescued me from the dominion of prejudice, and shared liberally with me in the sin of spending what was not my own. By degrees I rose in society, and leagued myself with a set of professional sharpers, who found me so fine a subject to work upon, that a short time with plenty of practice put me in possession of all the most desperate jobs. At the expiration of 5 years, An itch for travelling laid hold of me. I therefore took leave of my comrades, and got as far as Alcantara, wishing to commence my peregrinations with the province of Estremadura. In this, my first excursion, an opportunity of keeping in my hand occurred, and I was too diligent a practitioner to let it escape. As I was on foot, and loaded moreover with a pretty heavy knapsack, I halted from time to time to avail myself of the shade, and recruit a little under the trees which lined the highway. At one of these baits I picked up two young gentlemen, who were chatting at their ease upon the grass, and inhaling the freshness of the breeze. My mode of accosting them was suited to the occasion, nor did its familiarity seem to be taken in ill part. The eldest could not be more than 15, a couple of as practicable greenhorns as ever fell into the hands of a man of genius. Courteous strangers, said the youngest, we are the sons of two rich citizens at Placentia. Longing extremely to see the kingdom of Portugal, we have each of us begged 100 pistoles from our friends, and are setting out to satisfy our curiosity. Travelling on foot as we do, we shall be able to get a good way with that supply, shall we not? What do you think of it? If I had as much, answered I, they might take me who could catch me. I would scour over the 4 known quarters of the globe, and then set out on new discoveries. Fire and fury, 200 pistoles, why it is an entail for a dukedom. You ought to lay by out of the interest. If it is agreeable to you, gentlemen, I will club with you as far as Almeria, whither I am going to take possession of an estate left me by an uncle who was settled there for 20 years or upwards. My young cockneys testified at once the pleasure they should derive from my company. Whereupon, when we were all three a little refreshed, we trudged on towards Alcantara, where we arrived early in the afternoon. No inn but the best was fit to hold such guests. We asked for a room, and were shown into one where there was a press with a good strong lock upon it. Supper was ordered without delay, but as some time was required to get it ready, I proposed to my travelling companions a gentle saunter about the town. The party seemed perfectly agreeable. We locked up our knapsacks in the press, the key of which one of the citizens put in his pocket, and out sallied we from the inn. The churches were the best lions we met with in our way, and while we were gaping about the principal, I pretended to have recollected on a sudden some very urgent business. Gentlemen, said I to my companions, it has just come across me that a good man of Toledo gave me a commission to say 2 words on his behalf to a merchant who lives hard by this church. Have the goodness to wait for me here, I will be back in a moment. With this excuse I went off like a shot in the direction of our inn. The press was my point of attack. I forced the lock, ransacked the baggage of my young citizens, and laid a sacrilegious hand on their pistoles. Poor youths, how they were to pay their reckoning it was not for me to presume even to guess, for most assuredly I stripped them of all the natural means. After this feat, I decamped as expeditiously as my legs could carry me from the town, and took the direction of Merida, without caring a curse what became of the young brood I had plucked. Such a windfall as this placed me in a condition of travelling merrily, though in the very blush of youth a certain forecast was not wanting to carry me discreetly through the world, and keep my head above water. It must be admitted without question that I was a youth of forward parts for my age, and unfettered by the prejudices of innocence. I determined to buy a mule, and cheapened one at the first market town. My knapsack was metamorphosed into a portmanteau, and by degrees I began to put on the man of consequence. On the 3rd day a man came across me singing vespers with lungs like a pair of bellows on the highway. By his air he seemed to be a musician of the church establishment, and I accosted him accordingly. Well done, my holy howler of the hallelujahs. You sing your penitential ditties at a good jovial pitch. To all appearance you sol fa with your whole heart and soul. Good sir, replied he, I belong, with your good leave, to the musical department of the Catholic Church, and it is my common practice to keep my devotion and my wind in play by the rehearsal of an anthem or two as I travel along the road. With this disposition to be sociable, we soon got into conversation. It was clear to me that I had fallen in with a character not to be despised in point of shrewdness, nor indisposed to society and merriment. He was 4 or 25. My companion being on foot, I slackened my pace for the pleasure of chatting with him. Among other things, we talked about Toledo. I am perfectly well acquainted with that city, said the brazen-lunged torturer of anthems. It was my residence for a considerable time, and my connections there are not altogether contemptible. And in what part of the town, interrupted I, did you reside? In the New Street, was his answer. I was hand in glove with Don Vincent de Buenagara, Don Matias de Cordello, and 2 or 3 other gentlemen of very considerable fashion. We lived together, took our meals at the same mess, and in short were scarcely ever asunder. It was a charming society. This avowal was no small surprise to me, for it is to be understood that the gentlemen whose names he cited with so pompous an air were the very sharpers with whom I had been affiliated at Toledo. Why, thou degenerate vicar choral, exclaimed I, these fine blades of whom thou hast been boasting are among the number of my acquaintance also, for I too have lived with them in the New Street. We were hand in glove, took our meals at the same mess, and in short were scarcely ever asunder. You are a wag, replied he, with a knowing wink, that is to say, you got into the gang 3 years ago, when I left it. My motive for quitting such a worshipful fraternity, resumed I, was an itch for travelling. I mean to make the tour of Spain. A little more knowledge of the world will make me quite another thing. Doubtless, said he, there is no possible way but travelling to rub off the rust, or bring wit, talent, and address to perfection. It is for the selfsame reason that I too turn my back upon Toledo, though the time glided away there very agreeably. But thanks to a kind providence, which has yoked me with a labourer in my own vineyard when I least expected it. Let us join our forces, let us travel the same road, let us make a joint stock out of our neighbours' purses. Let us rob, let us cheat, let us avail ourselves of every opportunity that may offer of exemplifying our theory and improving our practice in the noble art on which our skill is employed. The proposal was made in so candid a spirit, so like a citizen of the world, untainted with the selfishness of your honest men, that I closed in with it at once. My confidence was surrendered at the first summons to the frankness with which he volunteered his own. We spoke our free hearts each to the other. I dilated all my pilgrimage, and he spake of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents through which he had passed even from his boyish days to this very moment of his ripe and rampant roguery. It appeared that he was on his way from Portalegre, whence he had been obliged to decamp with the utmost expedition on account of a little swindling transaction in which his luck happened not to keep pace with his ingenuity. The habit he wore was sacrilegiously adopted as a cloak to his person and real character, since he thought it safest to be near the church, however far from God. Thus did we two share all our counsel and pledge our brothers' vows, till we grew together like a double cherry, and determined, with 2 seeming bodies but 1 heart, to incorporate our voices and minds in some master stroke at Merida. If it took, well and good; if not, we had only to cut and run. From this moment, community of goods, that pure and simple feature of patriarchal life, was enacted as a law between us. Morales, it is true, for that was my fellow traveller's name, did not find himself in the most splendid condition possible. His funds were limited to 5 or 6 ducats, with a few little articles in a bag. I therefore was the moneyed man of the firm, But then there was brass in his forehead for an inexhaustible coinage, and the seeming of a saint when he played the devil most. So on we journeyed on the ride and tie principle, and arrived in humble cavalcade at Merida. We put up at an inn near the skirts of the town, where my comrade changed his dress. When he had rigged himself in layman's attire, we took a turn up and down to reconnoitre the ground, and see if we could pick out some opportunity of labouring in our vocation. Had it been our good fortune to have lived before Homer, that old apologist for sharping by wholesale would have dignified our excursion with a simile. Not half so keen, fierce vultures of the chase, stoop from the mountains on the feathered race, etc. To descend into plain prose, we were ruminating on the chapter of accidents, and hammering out some theme for the employment of our industry, when we espied a grey-headed old gentleman in the street, sword in hand, defending himself against three men who were thrusting at him with all their might and main. The unfairness of the match was what stuck in my throat, so that, flying with the spirit of a prize fighter to see fair play, I made common cause with the old man. Moralez followed up my blows. We proved ourselves a match for the three assailants, and put them completely to the rout. Our rescued friend was profuse in his acknowledgments. We are in rapture, said I, at our good luck in being here so seasonably for your assistance. But let us at least know to whom we have been so fortunate as to be serviceable, and what inducement those three men could possibly have for their murderous attempt. Gentlemen, replied he, my obligations are too great to hesitate about satisfying your curiosity. My name is Jerome de Moyadas, a gentleman of this town, living on my means. One of these cutthroat rascals from whom you have rescued me professes to be in love with my daughter. He asked her of me in marriage within these few days, and for want of gaining my consent in a quiet way, has just attempted to force himself into my daughter's good graces by sending me into the other world. And may we take the liberty, rejoined I, of inquiring further why you were so obdurate to the proposals of this enamoured swain? I will explain the whole to you at once, said he. I had a brother, a merchant in this town. His name was Austin. 2 months ago he happened to be at Calatrava, and took up his abode with his correspondent, Juan Velez de la Membrilla. They got to be as loving as turtles, and my brother, to clench the connection, engaged my daughter Florence to his good friend's son, not doubting but he had influence enough with me to redeem his pledge when he returned to Merida. Accordingly, he no sooner opened himself on this subject than I consented out of pure fraternal affection. He sent Florence's picture to Calatrava, but alas, he did not live to put the finishing hand to his own work. We laid him with his forefathers 3 weeks ago. On his deathbed he besought me not to dispose of my girl, but in favour of his correspondent's son. I satisfied his mind on that point, and this is the reason why I have refused Florence to the suitor by whom I was assaulted, though the match would have been a very desirable one. But my word is my idol, and we are in daily expectation of Juan Velez de la Membrilla's heir, who is to be my son-in-law, though I know no more of him nor of his father neither than if they were just imported from an undiscovered island. But I beg pardon, this is an old man's garrulity. Yet you yourselves led me into the scrape. This tale did I swallow with a greedy ear, and pouncing at once upon a part to play, which my fruitful imagination suggested, I put on an air of inordinate surprise, and ventured at all hazards to lift my eyes upward to a purer region. Then turning to my father-in-law with an expression of feeling which nothing but hypocrisy could personate, Ah, Signor de Moyadas, is it possible that, on my arrival at Merida, I should enjoy the heartfelt triumph of rescuing from foul assassination the honoured parent of my peerless love? This exclamation produced all the astonishment it was levelled to excite in the old citizen. Even Morales himself stared like an honest man, and showed by his face that there was a degree of impudence to which his conceptions had not hitherto risen. What! Do not my ears deceive me? Exclaimed the old gentleman. And are you really the son of my brother's correspondent? Really and truly, Signor Jerome de Moyadas, rejoined I with impregnable effrontery, and a hug round his neck that had nearly sent him after his brother. Behold the selected mortal of his species to whose arms the adorable Florence is devoted. But these nuptial anticipations, transporting as they are, must yield to the anguish of my soul for the demise of their founder. Poor Austin! He is gone, and we must all follow. I should be ingratitude personified if my heart was not lacerated and rent by the death of a man to whom I owe all my hopes of bliss. At the term of this period I squeezed good Jerome's weasand once more, and drew the back of my hand across my eyes to wipe away the tears it had not been convenient to shed. Morales, who by this time had conned over the pretty pickings to be made out of this juggle, was not wanting to play his under part. He passed himself off for my servant, and improved upon his master in lamentation for the untimely death of Signor Austin. My honoured master Jerome, exclaimed he, what a loss have you sustained since your brother is no more! He was such an honest man. Honest men are not to be met with every day. A superfine sample of commerce, a dealer in friendship without a percentage, a dealer in merchandise without an underhand advantage, a dealer who dealt as dealers very seldom do deal. We had our hands to play against a man who was a novice at the game, simple and cullible, so far from smelling out the rat, he took his stink for a nosegay. And why, said he, did you not come straight to my house? It was not friendly to put up at an inn. On the footing we are likely to be upon, there should be none of those punctilios. Sir, said Morales, helping me out of the scrape, my master is a little too much given to stand upon ceremony, though to be sure, in the present instance, he is in some degree excusable for declining to appear before in this uncouth trim. We have been robbed upon the road, and have lost all our travelling equipage. My lad, interrupted I, has let the cat out of the bag, Signor de Moyadas. This unlucky accident has prevented me from paying my respects sooner. True love is diffident, nor could I venture in this garb into the presence of a mistress who was unacquainted with my person. I was therefore waiting the return of a servant whom I have sent to Calatrava. Such a trifle, rejoined the old man, must not deprive us of your company, and I insist upon it that you make my house your home from this very moment. With such sort of importunity he forced me into his family, but as we were on our way, the pretended robbery was a natural topic of conversation, and I should have made light of my baggage, though the loss was very considerable, had not Florence's picture unluckily formed a part of the booty. The old codger chuckled at that, and observed that such a loss was easily repaired. The original was worth 500 per cent, more than the copy. To make me amends, as soon as we got home, he called his daughter, a girl of not more than 16, with a person to have reclaimed a libertine, if beauty ever possessed that power except in romance. You behold, said he, the bale of goods my late brother has consigned to you. Oh, my good sir, exclaimed I in an impassioned tone, words are not wanting to assure me that this must be the lovely Florence. Those bewitching features are engraven on my memory. Their impression is indelible on my heart. If the portrait I have lost, the mere outline of these embodied charms, could kindle passion by its cold and lifeless likeness, judge what must be my agitation, my transport at this moment. Such language is too flattering to be sincere, said Florence, nor am I so weak and vain as to be persuaded that my merits warrant it. That is right. Interchange your fine speeches, my children. This was a good-natured encouragement from the father, who at once left me alone with his daughter, and taking Morales aside, said to him, "My friend, those who made so free with your baggage doubtless did not stand upon any ceremony with your money." "Very true, sir," answered my colleague. "An overpowering band of robbers poured down upon us near Castil Blazo, and left us not a rag but what we carry on our backs. But we are in momentary expectation of receiving bills of exchange, and then we shall appear once more like ourselves." "While you are waiting for your bills of exchange," replied the old man, taking a purse out of his pocket, "here are 100 pistoles, with which you may do as you please." "Oh, sir," rejoined Morales, as if he were shocked, "my master will never take them. You do not know him. Heaven and earth, he is a man of the nicest scruples in money matters. Not one of your shabby fellows, always sponging upon his friends, and ready to take up money wherever he can get it. Running in debt is ratsbane to him. If he is to beg his bread or go into an hospital, why there is an end of it, but as for borrowing, he will never be reduced to that." "So much the better," said the good burgess. "I value him the more for his independence. Running in debt is a mean thing. It ought to be ratsbane to him and everybody else. Your people of quality, to be sure, may plead prescription in their favour. There's a sort of privileged swindling, not incompatible with high honour in high life. If tradesmen were to be paid, they would be too nearly on a level with their employers. But as your master has such upright principles, heaven forbid they should be violated in this house. Since any offer of pecuniary assistance would hurt his feelings, we must say no more about it." As the point seemed to be settled, the purse was for steering its course back again into the pocket. But my provident partner laid hold of Signor de Moyadas by the arm, and delayed the convoy. "Stay, sir," said he, "whatever aversion my master may have to borrowing on a general principle, and considered as borrowing, yet there is a light in which, with good management, he may be brought to look kindly on your 100 pistoles. In fact, it is only in a mercantile point of view, as an affair of debtor and creditor between strangers, that he holds this formal doctrine. But he is free and easy enough where he is on a family footing. Why, there is his own father. It is only ask and have, and he does ask and have accordingly. Now you are going to be a second father to him, and are fairly entitled to be put on the same confidential footing. He is a young man of nice discrimination, and will doubtless think you entitled to the compliment." By thus shifting his ground, Morales got possession of the old gentleman's purse. As for the girl and myself, we were engaged in a little agreeable flirting, but were soon joined by our honoured parent, who interrupted our tete-a-tete. He told Florence how much he was obliged to me, and expressed his gratitude to myself in terms which left no doubt of our being a very happy family. I made the most of so favourable a disposition by telling the good man that if he would bestow on me an acknowledgment the nearest to my heart, he must hasten my marriage with his daughter. My eagerness was not taken amiss. He assured me that in 3 days at latest I should be a happy bridegroom, and that instead of 6,000 ducats, the fortune he had promised to give my wife, he would make it up 10, as a substantial proof how deeply he felt himself indebted to me for the service I had rendered him. Here we were, therefore, quite at home with our good friend Jerome de Moyadas, sumptuously entertained, and catching every now and then a vista vision of 10,000 ducats, with which we proposed to march off abruptly from Merida. Our transports, however, were not without their alloy. It was by no means improbable that within 3 days the bona fide son of Juan Velez de la Membrilla might come and interrupt our sport. This fear had for its foundation more than the weakness of our nerves. On the very next morning, a sort of clodpole, with a portmanteau across his shoulders, knocked at the door of Florence's father. I was not at home at the time, but my colleague had to bear the brunt of it. Sir, said the rustic to our sagacious friend, I belong to the young gentleman at Calatrava who is to be your son-in-law, to Signor de la Membrilla. We have both just come off our journey. He will be here in an instant, and sent me forward to prepare you for his arrival. Hardly had these unaccountable tidings been announced when the master appeared in person, which stretched the old fellow's blinkers into a stare, and put Morales a little to the blush. Young Pedro was what we call a tall fellow of his inches. He began at once paying his compliments to the master of the house, but the good man did not give him time to finish his speech, and turning towards my partner in iniquity, asked what was the meaning of all this. Hereupon Morales, whose power of face was not to be exceeded by any human impudence, boldly asserted our identity, and said to the old gentleman, Sir, these two men here before you belong to the gang which pillaged us on the highway. I have a perfect recollection of their features, and in particular could swear to him who has the effrontery to call himself the son of Signor Juan Velez de la Membrilla. The old citizen gulped down the lies of Morales like nectar, and told the intruders, on the supposition of their being the impostors, Gentlemen, you are come the day after the fair. The trick was a very good one, but it will not pass. The enemy has taken the ground before you. Pedro de la Membrilla has been under this roof since yesterday. Have all your wits about you, answered the young man from Calatrava. You are nursing a viper in your bosom. Be assured that Juan Velez de la Membrilla has neither chick nor child but myself, and what relation is the hangman to you? Replied the old dupe. You are better known than liked in this house. Can you look this young man in the face, or can you deny that you robbed his master? If I were anywhere but under your roof, rejoined Pedro in a rage, I would punish the insolence of this scoundrel who fancies to pass me off for a highwayman. He is indebted for his safety to your presence, which puts a curb upon my collar. Good sir, pursued he, you are grossly imposed on. I am the favoured youth to whom your brother Austin has promised your daughter. Is it your pleasure for me to produce the whole correspondence with my father on the subject of the impending match? Will you be satisfied with Florence's picture sent me by him as a present a little while before his death? No, put in the old burgess crustily, the picture will work just as strongly on my conviction as the letters. I am perfectly aware by what chance they all fell into your hands, and if you will take a stupid fellow's advice, Merida will soon be rid of such rubbish. A quick march may save you a trouncing. This is beyond all bearing, screamed out the young royster with an overwhelming vehemence. My name shall never be stolen from me, and assumed by a common cheat with impunity, neither shall my person be confounded with that of a freebooter. There are those in this town who can identify me. They are forthcoming, and shall expose the fallacy by which you are prejudiced against me. With this assurance he withdrew, attended by his servant, and Morales kept possession of the field. The adventure had even the effect of determining Jerome de Moyadas to fix the wedding for the very time being. Accordingly, he went his way for the purpose of giving the necessary orders for the celebration. Though my colleague in knavery was well enough pleased to see Florence's father in a humour so pat for our purposes, he was not without certain scruples of conscience about our safety. It was to be feared lest the probable proceedings of Pedro might be followed up by awkward consequences, so that he waited impatiently for my arrival to make me acquainted with what had occurred. I found him over head and ears in a brown study. What is the matter, my friend? Said I. Seemingly there is something upon your mind. Indeed there is, and something that will be minded, answered he. At the same time he let me into the affair. Now you may judge, added he after a pause, whether we have not some food for reflection. It is your ill star, rash contriver, which has thrown us into this perplexity. The idea, it must be confessed, was full of fire and ingenuity. Had it answered in the application, your renown would have been emblazoned in the chronicles of our fraternity. but according to present appearances, the run of luck is against us, and my counsels incline to a prudent avoidance of all explanations, by quietly sneaking off with the market penny we have made of the silly old fellow's credulity. Master Moralez, replied I to this desponding speech, you give way to difficulties with more haste than good speed. Such pusillanimity does but little honour to Don Matthias de Cordel and the other gallant blades with whom you were affiliated at Toledo. After serving a campaign under such experienced generals, it is not soldierly to shrink from the perils of the field. For my part, I am resolved to fight the battles of these heroes over again, or in more vulgar phrase, to prove myself a chip from the old blocks. The precipice which makes your head turn giddy only stiffens my sinews to surmount the toils of the way, and push forward to the end of our career. If you arrive at your journey's end in a whole skin, said my companion, I will myself be your biographer and set your fame far above all the parallels of Plutarch. Just as Moralez was finishing this learned allusion, Jerome de Moradas came in. You shall be my son-in-law this very evening, said he. Your servant must have given you an account of what has just passed. What say you to the impudence of the scoundrel who wanted to make me believe that he was the son of my brother's correspondent? Honoured sir, answered I, with a melancholy air, and in a tone of voice the most insinuating that ever cajoled the easy faith of a dotard, I feel within me that it is not in my nature to carry on an imposition without betraying it in my countenance. It now becomes necessary to make you a sincere confession. I am not the son of Juan Velez de la Membrilla. What is it you tell me? Interrupted the old man, out of breath with surprise, and out of his wits with apprehension. So then you are not the young man to whom my brother— For pity's sake, sir, interrupted I in my turn, condescend to give me a hearing patiently to the end of my story. For these 8 days have I doted to distraction on your daughter, and this dotage, this distraction, has riveted me to Merida. Yesterday, after having rescued you from your danger, I was making up my mind to ask her of you in marriage, but you gave a check to my passion and put a tie upon my tongue by the intelligence that she was destined for another. You told me that your brother on his deathbed enjoined you to give her to Pedro de la Membrilla, that your word was pledged, and that you were the sworn vassal and bondman of your veracity. These circumstances, it must be owned, were overwhelming in the extreme, and my romantic passion, at the last gasp of its despair, gained breath by the stratagem with which the god of love inspired me. I must at the same time declare that a trick is at the best but a mean thing, and, however sanctified by the motive, my conscience recoiled at the delusion. Yet I could not but think that my pardon would be granted on the discovery, when it should come out that I was an Italian prince, travelling through this country as a private gentleman. My father reigned supreme over a nest of inaccessible valleys lying between Switzerland, the Milanese, and Savoy. It could not but occur to me that you would be agreeably surprised when I should unfold to you my birth, and having married Florence under my fictitious character, should announce to her the rank she had attained, with all the rapture of an enamoured husband, and all the stage effect of a hero in tragedy or romance. But heaven, pursued I, with an hypocritical softening down of my accents, has visited my sins by cutting me off from such a perennial stream of joy. Pedro de la Membrilla was introduced upon the scene. He must have his name back again, whatever the restitution may cost me. Your promise binds you hand and foot to fix upon him for your son-in-law. It is your duty to give him the preference without taking my rank and station into the account, without mercy on the forlorn condition to which you are going to reduce me. To be sure, it might be said, but then I should say it, who ought not to say it, that your brother had only the authority of an uncle over your daughter, that you are her father, and that there is more right and reason in discharging an actual debt of gratitude towards your preserver than in being mealy-mouthed about a verbal promise which would press but lightly on the conscience of the most scrupulous casuist. Yes, without doubt, that argument is indisputable, exclaimed Jerome de Moyadas, and on that ground there can no longer be any question between you and Pedro de la Membrilla. If my brother Austin were still living, he would not think it bad morality to give the preference to a man who has saved my life, nor a bad speculation to close the bargain with a prince who has not disdained to court our alliance. It were an absolute suicide on the part of all my opening prospects, the frantic desperation of an acknowledged incurable, not to dispose of my daughter so illustriously, not to solicit your highness's acceptance of her hand. And yet, sir, resumed I, these things are not to be determined without due deliberation. Look at your own interests and safety with a microscopic eye, for though the illustrious channel through which my blood has flowed for ages— You are scarcely serious, interrupted he, in supposing that I can hesitate for a moment. No, may it please your highness, it is my most humble and earnest request that you will deign on this very evening to honour the happy Florence with your hand. Well then, said I, be it so. Go yourself and be the bearer of the unlooked-for tidings. Announce to her the brilliant career of her exalted destiny. While the good citizen was putting his best foot foremost to instill into his daughter that she had made the conquest of a prince, Morales, who had taken in the whole conversation with greedy ear, threw himself upon his knees before me and did homage in these bantering terms. Most potent, grave, and august Italian prince, son of a sovereign, supreme over a nest of inaccessible valleys, lying between Switzerland, the Milanese, and Savoy, permit me to humble myself at your highness's feet in humble acknowledgment of the ecstasy into which you have thrown me. By the honour of a swindler, you are one of the wonders of our world. I always thought myself the first man in the line, but in good truth I doff my bonnet before you, whose genius seems to supersede the lessons of experience. Then you are no longer uneasy about the result, said I to my colleague in iniquity. Oh, as to that, not in the least, answered he. I no longer care a fig for Master Pedro. Let him come as soon as he pleases, we are a match for him. Here we are then, Morales and myself, safe seated on the saddle and rising in our stirrups. We even went so far as to begin settling the course we should pursue with the fortune on which we reckoned so securely, that if it had already been in our pockets, we could not have chuckled more triumphantly over the proverb of a bird in the hand. Yet we were not in actual possession, which is more than legal right, and the sequel of the adventure proved to us that many things fall out between the cup and the lip. We very soon saw the young man of Calatrava returning. He was accompanied by two citizens and by an alguazil, whose dignity was as much supported by his whiskers and by the lowering overcast of his swarthy aspect as by the weight of his official character. Florence's father was of the party. Signor de Moyadas, said Pedro to him, here are three honest people come to answer for me. They are acquainted with my person and can tell you who I am. Yes, undoubtedly, exclaimed the alguazil, I can depose to the fact. I certify to all those whom it may concern that you are known to me. Your name is Pedro, and you are the only son of Juan Velez de la Membrilla. Whosoever dares to maintain the contrary is an impostor. I believe you implicitly, Master Alguazil, said the good creature Jerome de Moyadas rather dryly. Your evidence is gospel to me, as well as that of these fair and honest tradesmen you have brought with you. I am fully satisfied that the young gentleman on whose behalf you come is the only son of my brother's correspondent. But what is that to me? I am no longer in the humour to give him my daughter. So there is an end of that. End of Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 1. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 2. Oh, then, It is quite another matter, said the alguazil. I only come to your house for the purpose of assuring you that this young man is no impostor. You have the authority of a parent over your child, and no one has any right to dictate to you how you are to marry her, and whether you will or no. Neither do I, on my part, interrupted Pedro, pretend to lay any force on the inclinations of Signor de Moyadas, but he will perhaps allow me to ask him why he has so suddenly changed his resolution. Has he any reason to be dissatisfied with me? Alas, let me at least understand that in losing the sweet hope of becoming his son-in-law, my promised bliss has not been wrested from me by any misconduct of my own. I have no complaint to make of you, answered the old man. Nay, I will even tell you more. It is with sincere sorrow that I find myself under the necessity of breaking my word with you, and I heartily beseech you to forgive me for having done so. I am persuaded that you are too generous to bear me any ill will for having thrown the balance into the scale of a rival who has saved my life. You see him here, pursued he, introducing my noble self. This is the illustrious personage who threw round me the shield of his protection in my great peril. And the better still to apologize for my seemingly harsh treatment of yourself, you are to know that he is an Italian prince. At these last words Pedro was dumbfounded, and looked as if he could not help it. The two tradesmen opened their eyes as wide as they could stare, with surprise at finding themselves for the first time in princely society. But the alguazil, in the habit of looking at things with the cross eye of suspicion, divined most perspicuously that this marvellous adventure must be a complete humbug, and the verification of the prophecy was calculated to put money into the pocket of the prophet. He therefore conned over my countenance with a very inquisitive regard, but as my features, which were new to justice, threw him out most cruelly from hunting down the game he was in chase of, he had no alternative but to try his luck on my companion. Unfortunately for my highness of the inaccessible valleys, he knew again the hangdog features of Morales, and recollecting to have seen him within the purlieus of a jail, "Ay, exclaimed he, this is one of my established customers. This gentleman is a particular acquaintance of mine, and you may take his character from me for one of the rankest rascals within the kingdoms and principalities of Spain. Softly, look before you leap, most adventurous alguazil, said Jerome de Moyadas. This lad, of whom you draw so unfavourable a picture, is in the travelling retinue of a prince. So much the better, retorted the alguazil. A man would not desire clear evidence on which to bring in his verdict. If we can but hang the servant, we shall soon send the master to the devil. The case is as undeniable as a feed counsel's plea. These pleasant sparks are a couple of fortune hunters who have laid their heads together to take you in. I am an old hound upon this scent, so that by way of proof presumptive that these merry vagabonds are within the contemplation of the law in that case provided, I shall lodge them where they will be well taken care of. They will have plenty of time for meditation under the chastising philosophy of a turnkey. Or should refinement fail to mend their morals, we have a sort of tangible discipline, which insinuates reformation by the inlet of a smarting hide. Stop there, and bethink you in good time, master officer, rejoined the old gentleman. We must not draw the cord tighter than it will bear. You never make any bones, you hangers on of the law, about hurting the feelings of better men than yourselves. May not this servant be a common cheat, without his master being a swindler? Princes are persons of honour, as a matter of course. Yet the retainers to a court are inordinate rascals. It requires no conjurer to find that out. Are you playing into the hands of your deluders with your princes? Interrupted the alguazil. This new manufacturer of false pretences is a proficient, take my word for it. But I shall quench his zeal in the service, and gravel the ingenuity of his partner with a whereas and a commitment in due form. The scouts of justice are all round the door, who will worry their game every inch of the chase, if they do not suffer themselves to be taken quietly on their form. So come along, may it please your serene highness, let us proceed to our destination. This upshot of the business was a death blow to me as well as to Morales, and our confusion did but infuse doubts into the mind of Jerome de Moyadas, or rather burned, sunk, and destroyed us in his esteem. He began rather to think, not without reason, that we had some little design to impose on his credulity. Nevertheless, he acted on this occasion in the spirit of a man of honour and a gentleman. My good friend and protector, said he to the alguazil, your conjectures may be without foundation. On the other hand, they may turn out to have too much truth in them. Whichever of these alternatives may be the fact, let us not look too curiously into their characters. They are both young, and have time enough for amendment if they want it. Let them go their ways, and withdraw whithersoever it may best please them. Make no opposition, I beseech you, to their safe egress. It is a favour which you may consider as done to me, and my motive for asking it is to acquit myself of my debt to them. If my heart was not too soft for my profession, answered the alguazil, I should lodge these pretty gentlemen in limbo, in defiance of all your pleadings in their favour, but your eloquence and my susceptibility have relaxed the stern demeanour of justice for this evening. Let them, however, leave town on the spur of the occasion, for if I come across them tomorrow, and there is any faith in an alguazil, they shall see such sport as will be no sport to them. When it was signified to Morales and me, culprits as we were, that we were to be let off scot-free, we polished up the brass upon our foreheads a little. It was time now to bounce and swagger, and to maintain that we were men of undeniable respectability. But the alguazil looked askew at us, and muttered that least said was soonest mended. I do not know how, but those gentry have a strange knack of curbing our genius. They are complete lords of the ascendant. Florence and her dowry therefore were lost to Pedro de la Membrilla by a turn of the dice, and we may conclude that he was received as the son-in-law of Jerome de Moyadas. I took to my heels with my companion. We blundered on the road to Truxillo, with the consolation at our hearts of having at least pocketed 100 pistoles by our frolic. An hour before nightfall we passed through a little village with the intention of putting up for the evening at the next stage. An inn of very tolerable appearance for the place attracted our notice. The landlord and landlady were sitting at the door on a long bench, such as usually graces a pothouse porch. Our host, a tall man, withered, and with one foot in the grave, was tinkling on a cracked guitar to the unbounded emolument of his wife, whose faculties seemed to hang in rapture on the performance. Gentlemen, cried out the intrepid tavern keeper, when he found that we were not upon the halt, you will do well to stop here, you may fare worse further off. There is a devil of 3 leagues to the nearest village, and you will find nothing to make you amends for what you leave behind, you may assure yourselves of that. Take a word of advice, know when you are well used. I will treat you with the fat of the land, and charge you at the lowest rate. There was no resisting such a plea. We came up to our courteous entertainers, paid them the compliments of course, and sitting down by their side, the conversation was supported by all 4 on the indifferent topics of the day. Our host announced himself as an officer of the Holy Brotherhood, and his rib was a fat, laughing squab of a woman, with outward good nature, but with an eye to make the most of her commodities. Our discourse was broken in upon by the arrival of from 12 to 15 riders, some mounted on mules, others on horseback, followed by about 30 sumpter mules laden with packages. Ah, what a princely retinue! Exclaimed the landlord at the sight of so much company. Where can I put them all? In an instant the village was crammed full of men and beasts. As luck would have it, there was near the inn an immense barn where the sumpter mules and their packages were secured. The saddle mules and horses were taken care of in other places. As for their masters, they thought less about bespeaking beds than about calling for the bill of fare and ordering a good supper. The host and hostess, with a servant girl whom they kept, were all upon the alert to make things agreeable. They laid a heavy hand upon all the fowls in the poultry yard. These precious roasts, with some undisguised rabbits, cats, in the masquerade of a fricassee, and a deluging tureen of soup, stinking of cabbage and greasy with mutton fat, were enough to have given a sickener to the inveterate stomachs of a regiment. As for Moralez and myself, we cast a scrutinizing eye on these troopers, nor were they behindhand in passing their secret judgments upon us. At last we came together in conversation, and it was proposed on our part, if they had no objection, that we should all sup together. They assured us that they should be extremely happy in our company. Here we are then all seated round the table. There was one among them who seemed to take the lead, and for whom the rest, though in the main they were on the most intimate terms with him, thought it necessary on some occasions to testify their deference. In case of a dispute, this high gentleman assumed the umpire. He talked in a tone above the common pitch, going so far sometimes as to contradict, in no very courtly phrase, the sentiments of others, who, far from giving him back his own, were ready to swear to his assertions and crouch under his rebuke. By accident the discourse turned on Andalusia. Moralez happening to launch out into the praise of Seville, the man about whom I have been talking said to him, "My good fellow traveller, you are ringing the chimes on the city which gave birth to me. At least I am a native of the neighbourhood, since the little town of Mayrena is answerable for my appearance in the world." "I have the same story to tell you," answered my companion. "I am also a Mayrena, and it is scarcely possible but that our families should be acquainted. Whose son are you?" "An honest notary's," replied the stranger, "by name Martin Moralez." "As fate will have it," exclaimed my comrade with emotion, "the adventure is very remarkable. You are then my eldest brother, Manuel Moralez." "Exactly so," said the other, "and if my senses do not deceive me, you, your very self, are my little brother Louis, whom I left in the cradle when I turned my back upon my father's house." "You are right in your conjectures," answered my honest colleague. At this discovery they both got up from table and almost hugged the breath out of each other's bodies. At last Signor Manuel said to the company, "Gentlemen, this circumstance is altogether marvellous. By mere chance I have met with a brother, and have been challenged by him whom I have not seen for more than 20 years. Allow me to introduce him." At once all the travellers, who had risen from their seats out of curiosity and good manners, paid their compliments to the younger Moralez, and made him run the gauntlet through their salutations. When these were over, the party returned to the table, nor did they think any more of an adjournment. Bedtime never entered into their heads. The two brothers sat next to one another, and talked in a whisper about their family affairs. The other guests plied the bottle, and made merry in a louder key. Louis had a long conference with Manuel, and afterwards, taking me aside, said to me, "All these troopers belong to the household of the Count de Montanos, whom the king has very lately appointed to the vice-regal government of Majorca. They are convoying the equipage of the viceroy to Alicant, where they are to embark. My brother, who has risen to be steward to that nobleman, proposes to take me along with him, and on the difficulty I started about leaving you, he told me that if you would be of the party he would procure you a good berth." My dear friend, pursued he, I advise you not to stand out against this proposal. Let us take flight together for the island of Majorca. If we find our quarters pleasant, we will fix there, and if they are otherwise, we have nothing to do but to return into Spain. I accepted the proposal with the best grace possible. What a reinforcement in the person of young Morales and myself to the household of the Count! We took our departure in a body from the inn before daybreak. We got to the city of Alicant by long stages, and there I bought a guitar and arranged my dress in a manner suited to my new destination before we embarked. Nothing ran in my head but the island of Majorca, and Luis Morales was a new man as well as myself. It should seem as though we had bid farewell to the rogueries of this wicked world. Yet, not to play the liar in the ear of so rigorous a confessor as my own conscience, we had a mind not to pass for villains incarnate, now that we had got into company that had some pretensions to decency, and that was the sum total of our honesty. The natural bent of our genius remained much the same. We were still men of business, but just now keeping a vacation. In short, we went on board gallantly and gaily in this lucid interval of innocence, and had no idea but of landing at Majorca under the especial care of Neptune and Aeolus. Hardly, however, had we cleared the Gulf of Alicant, when a sudden and violent storm arose, enough to have frightened better men. Now is my opportunity or never to speak of moving accidents by flood, to set the atmosphere on fire and give a louder explosion to the thundercloud, to compare the whistling of the winds to the factions of a populace, and the rolling of the waves to the shock of conflicting hosts, with other such old-fashioned phraseologies as have been heirlooms of Parnassus from time immemorial. But it is useless to be poetical without invention. Suffice it therefore to say, in slang metaphor, that the storm was a devil of a storm, and obliged us to stand in for the point of Cabrera. This is a desert island with a small fort, at that time garrisoned by an officer and 5 or 6 soldiers. Our reception was hospitable and cordial. As it was necessary for us to stay there some days for the purpose of refitting our sails and rigging, we devised various kinds of amusements to keep off the foul fiend melancholy. Every one did as seemed good in his own eyes. Some played at cards, others diverted themselves in other ways, but as for me, I went about exploring the island, with such of our gentry as had either a curiosity or a taste for the picturesque. We were frequently obliged to clamber from rock to rock, for the face of the country is rugged and the soil scanty, presenting a scene difficult of access, but interesting from its wildness. One day, while we were speculating on these dry and barren prospects, and extracting a moral from the vagaries of nature, who can swell into the fruitful mother and the copious nurse, or shrink into the lean and loathsome skeleton as she pleases, our sense was all at once regaled with a most delicious fragrance. We turned, as with a common impulse, towards the east, whence the scented gale seemed to come. To our utter astonishment, we discovered among the rocks a green plat of considerable dimensions, gay with honeysuckles, more luxuriant and more odorous than even those which thrive so greatly in the climate of Andalusia. We were not sorry to approach nearer these delicious shrubs, which were wasting their sweetness in such unchecked profusion, when it turned out that they lined the entrance of a very deep cavern. The opening was wide, and the recess in consequence partially illuminated. We were determined to explore, and descended by some stone steps overgrown with flowers on each side, so that it was difficult to say whether the approach was formed by art or nature. When we had got down, we saw several little streams winding over a sand, the yellow lustre of which outrivaled gold. These drew their sources from the continual distillations of the rock within, and lost themselves again in the hollows of the ground. The water looked so clear that we were tempted to drink of it, and such was its freshness that we made a party to return the next day, with some bottles of generous wine, which we were persuaded would acquire new zest from the retreat where they were to be quaffed. It was not without regret that we left so agreeable a place, nor did we omit, on our return to the fort, boasting among our comrades of so interesting a discovery. The commander of the fortress, however, with the warmest professions of friendship, warned us against going any more to the cavern with which we were so much delighted. And why so? Said I. Is there anything to be afraid of? Most undoubtedly, answered he. The corsairs of Algiers and Tripoli sometimes land upon this island for the purpose of watering at that spring. One day they surprised 2 soldiers of my garrison there, whom they carried into slavery. It was in vain that the officer assumed a tone of kind dissuasion. Nothing could prevent us from going. We fancied that he meant to play upon our fears, and the day following I returned to the cavern with 3 adventurous blades of our establishment. We were even foolhardy enough to leave our firearms behind as a sort of bravado. Young Morales declined being of the party. The fort and the gaming table had more charms for him as well as for his brother. We went down to the bottom of the cave, as on the preceding day, and set some bottles of the wine we had brought with us to cool in the rivulets. While we were enjoying them in all the luxury of elegant conviviality, our wits set in motion by the novelty of the scene, and the echo reverberating to the music of our guitars, we espied at the mouth of the cavern several abominable faces overgrown with whiskers. Neither did their turbans and Turkish dresses render them a whit more amiable in our conceits. We nevertheless took it into our heads that it was a frolic of our own party, set on by the commanding officer of the fort, and that they had disguised themselves for the purpose of playing us a trick. With this impression on our minds, we set up a horse laugh, and allowed a quiet entrance to about 10, without thinking of making any resistance. In a few moments our eyes were opened to that fatal error, and we were convinced, in sober sadness, that it was a corsair at the head of his crew, come to carry us away. "Surrender, you Christian dogs," cried he in most outlandish Castilian, "or prepare for instant death." At the same time the men who accompanied him levelled their pieces at us, and our ribs would have been well lined with the contents if we had resisted in the least. Slavery seemed the better alternative than death, so that we delivered our swords to the pirate. He ordered us to be handcuffed and carried on board his vessel, which was moored not far off. Then, setting sail, he steered with a fair wind towards Algiers. Thus were we punished for having neglected the warning given us by the officer of the garrison. The first thing the corsair did was to put his hand into our pockets and make free with our money. No bad windfall for him. The 200 pistoles from the greenhorns at Placentia, the 100 which Morales had received from Jerome de Moyadas, and which, as ill luck would have it, were in my custody, all this was swept away without a single qualm of conscience. My companions, too, had their purses well lined, and it was all fish that came to the net. The pirate seemed to chuckle at so successful a drag, and the scoundrel, not contented with chousing us of our cash, insulted us with his infernal Moorish witticisms. But the edge of his satire was not half so keen as the dire necessity which made us the subject of it. After 1,000 clumsy sarcasms, he called for the bottles which we had set to cool in the fountain, those irreligious Mahometans not having scrupled to load their consciences with the conveyance of the unholy fermentation. The master and his man pledged one another in many a Christian bumper, and drank to our better acquaintance with a most provoking mockery. While this farce was acting, my comrades wore a hanging look, which testified how pleasantly their thoughts were employed. They were so much the more out of conceit with their captivity, as they thought they had drawn a prize in the lottery of human life. The island of Majorca, with all its luxuries and delights, was a melancholy contrast with their present situation. For my part, I had the good sense to take things as I found them. Less put out of my way by my misfortune than the rest, I joined in conversation with this transmarine joker, and showed him that wit was the common language of Africa and of Europe. He was pleased with my accommodating spirit. Young man, said he, instead of groaning and sighing, you do well to arm yourself with patience, and to fall in with the current of your destiny. Play us a little air, continued he, observing that I had a guitar by my side. Let us have a specimen of your skill. I complied with his command as soon as my arms were loosened from their confinement, and began to thrum away in a style that drew down the applauses of my discerning audience. It is true that I had been taught by the best master in Madrid, and that I played very tolerably for an amateur upon that instrument. A song was then called for, and my voice gave equal satisfaction. All the Turks on board testified by gestures of admiration the delight with which my performance inspired them, from which circumstance it was but modest to conclude that vocal music had made no very extraordinary progress in their part of the world. The pirate whispered in my ear that my slavery should be no disadvantage to me, and that with my talents I might reckon upon an employment by which my lot would be rendered not only supportable but happy. I felt somewhat encouraged by these assurances, but flattering as they were, I was not without my uneasiness as to the employment which the corsair held out as a nameless but invaluable boon. When we arrived in the port of Algiers, a great number of persons were collected to receive us, and we had not yet disembarked when they uttered 1,000 shouts of joy. Add to this, that the air re-echoed with a confused sound of trumpets, of Moorish flutes, and of other instruments, the fashion of that country, forming a symphony of deafening clangor, but very doubtful harmony. The occasion of these rejoicings proceeded from a false report which had been current about the town. It had been the general talk that the renegado Mahomet, meaning our amiable pirate, had lost his life in the attack of a large Genoese vessel, so that all his friends, informed of his return, were eager to hail him with these thundering demonstrations of attachment. We had no sooner set foot on shore than my companions and myself were conducted to the palace of the Bashaw Soliman, where a Christian secretary, questioning us individually one after another, inquired into our names, our ages, our country, our religion, and our qualifications. Then Mahomet, presenting me to the Bashaw, paid my voice more compliments than it deserved, and told him that I played on the guitar with a most ravishing expression. This was enough to influence Soliman in his choice of me for his own immediate service. I took up my abode, therefore, in his seraglio. The other captives were led into the public market and sold there at the usual rate of Christian cattle. What Mahomet had foretold to me on shipboard was completely verified. My condition was exactly to my mind. I was not consigned to the stronghold of a prison, nor kept to any works of oppressive labour. My indulgent master stationed me in a particular quarter with 5 or 6 slaves of superior rank, who were in momentary expectation of being ransomed, and were therefore favoured in the distribution of our tasks. The care of watering the orange trees and flowers in the gardens was allotted as my portion. There could not be a more agreeable or less fatiguing employment. Soliman was a man about 40 years of age, well made as to figure, tolerably accomplished as to his mind, and as much of a lady's man as could be expected from a Turk. His favourite was a Cashmerian, whose wit and beauty had acquired an absolute dominion over his affections. He loved her even to idolatry. Not a day but he paid his court to her by some elegant entertainment. At one time a concert of vocal and instrumental music, at another a dramatic performance after the fashion of the Turks. which fashion implies a loose sort of comedy, where moral and modesty enter about as much into the contemplation of the contriver as do Aristotle and his unities. The favourite, whose name was Farrukhnaz, was passionately enamoured of these exhibitions. She sometimes even got up among her own women some Arabian melodrames to be performed before her admirer. She took some of the parts herself, and charmed the spectators by the abundant grace and vivacity of her action. One day, when I was among the musicians at one of these representations, Soliman ordered me to play on the guitar and to sing a solo between the acts of the piece. I had the good fortune to give satisfaction, and was received with applause. The favourite herself, if my vanity did not mislead me, cast glances towards me of no unfavourable interpretation. On the next day, as I was watering the orange trees in the gardens, there passed close by me an eunuch, who, without stopping or saying a word, threw down a note at my feet. I picked it up with an emotion strangely compounded of pleasure and alarm. I crouched upon the ground for fear of being observed from the windows of the seraglio, and concealing myself behind the boxes in which the orange trees were planted, opened this unexpected enclosure. There I found a diamond of very considerable value, and these words in genuine Castilian: "Young Christian, return thanks to heaven for your captivity. Love and fortune will render it the harbinger of your bliss. Love, if you are alive to the attractions of a fine person, and fortune, if you have the hardihood to confront danger in every direction." I could not for a moment doubt that the letter was written by the favourite sultana. The style and the diamond were more than presumptive evidence against her. Besides that, nature did not cast me in the mould of a coward. The vanity of keeping up a good understanding with the mistress of a scoundrelly Mahometan in office, and more than all the temptations of vanity or inclination, the hope of cajoling her out of 4 times as much as the curmudgeon her master would demand for my ransom, put me into conceit, with the intention of trying my luck at a venture, whatever risk might be incurred in the experiment. I went on with my gardening, but always harping on the means of getting into the apartment of Farrukhnaz, or rather waiting till she opened a door of communication, for I was clearly of opinion that she would not stop upon the threshold, but meet me halfway in the career of love and danger. My conjecture was not altogether without foundation. The same eunuch who had led me into this amorous reverie passed the same way an hour afterwards, and said to me: "Christian, have you communed with your own determinations, and will you win a fair lady by abjuring a faint heart?" I answered in the affirmative. "Well then," rejoined he, "heaven sprinkle its dew upon your resolutions. You shall see me betimes to-morrow morning." With this comfortable assurance he withdrew. The following day I actually saw him make his appearance about 8 o'clock in the morning. He made a signal for me to go along with him. I obeyed the summons, and he conducted me into a hall, where was a large wrapper of canvas, which he and another eunuch had just brought thither, with the design of carrying it to the sultana's apartment, for the purpose of furnishing a scene for an Arabian pantomime in preparation for the amusement of the bashaw. The 2 eunuchs unrolled the cloth and laid me at my length on the proscenium. Then, at the risk of turning the farce into a tragedy by stifling me, they rolled it up again with its palpitating contents. In the next place, taking hold of it at each end, they conveyed me with impunity by this device into the chamber devoted to the repose of the beautiful Cashmerian. She was alone, with an old slave devoted to her wishes. They helped each other to unroll their precious bale of goods, and Farrukhnaz, at the sight of her consignment, set up such an alarm of delight as exhibited the woman of the East, without forgetting her prurient propensities. With all my natural bias towards adventure, I could not recognize myself as at once transported into the private apartment of the women, without something like an inauspicious damp upon my joy. The lady was aware of my feelings, and anxious to dissipate the unpleasant part of them. "Young man," said she, "you have nothing to fear. Soliman is just gone to his country house. He is safely lodged for the day, so that we shall be able to entertain one another here at our ease." Hints like these rallied my scattered spirits, and gave a cast to my countenance which confirmed the speculation of the favourite. "You have won my heart," pursued she, "and it is in my contemplation so often the severity of your bondage. You seem to be worthy of the sentiments which I have conceived for you. Though disguised under the garb of a slave, your air is noble, and your physiognomy of a character to recommend you to the good graces of a lady. Such an exterior must belong to one above the common. Unbosom yourself to me in confidence. Tell me who you are. I know that captives of superior condition and family disguise their real circumstances to be redeemed at a lower rate. But you have no inducement to practice such a deception on me, and it would even be a precaution revolting to my designs in your favour, since I here pledge myself for your liberty. Deal with sincerity, therefore, and own to me at once that you are a youth of illustrious rank." "In good earnest then, madam," answered I, "it would ill become me to repay your generous partiality with dissimulation. You are absolutely bent upon it that I should entrust you with the secret of my quality, and commands like yours are not to be questioned or resisted. I am the son of a Spanish grandee." And so it might actually have been, for anything that I know to the contrary. At all events, the Sultana gave me credit for it, so that with considerable self-congratulation at having fixed her regard on a gentleman of some little figure in the world, she assured me that it only depended on herself whether or no we should meet pretty often in private. In fact, we were no niggards of our mutual goodwill at the very first approaches. I never met with a woman who was more what a man wishes her to be. She was, besides, an expert linguist, above all in Castilian, which she spoke with fluency and purity. When she conceived it to be time for us to part, I got by her order into a large osier basket, with an embroidered silk covering of her own manufacture. Then the two slaves who had brought me in were called to carry me out as a present from the favourite to her deluded lord, for under this pretence it is easy to screen any amorous exports from the inspection of the officers entrusted with the superintendence of the women. As for Farrukhnaz and myself, we were not slack in other devices to bring us together, and that lovely captive inspired me by degrees with as much love as she herself entertained for me. Our good understanding was kept a profound secret for full 2 months, notwithstanding the extreme difficulty in a seraglio of veiling the mysteries of love for any length of time from those uninitiated, whose eyes are jaundiced by their own disqualification. Neither was the discovery made at last by the means of envious spies. An unlucky chance disconcerted all our little arrangements, and the features of my fortune were at once aggravated into a frown. One day, when I had been introduced into the presence of the Sultana in the body of an artificial dragon, invented as a machine for a spectacle, while we were parleying most amicably together, Soliman, to whom we had given credit for having gone out of town, made his unwelcome appearance. He entered so abruptly into his favourite's apartment as scarcely to leave time for the old slave to give us notice of his approach. Still less was there any opportunity to conceal me. Thus, therefore, with all my enormities on my head, was I the first object which presented itself to the astonished eyes of the bashaw. He seemed considerably startled at the sight, and his countenance flashed with indignation on the instant. I considered myself as a wretch just hovering on the brink of the grave, and death seemed arrayed in all the paraphernalia of torture. As for Farrukhnaz, it was very evident in good truth that she was miserably frightened, but instead of owning her crime and imploring pardon, she said to Soliman, "My lord, before you pronounce my sentence, be pleased to hear my defence. Appearances doubtless condemn me, and it must strike you that I have committed an act of treason, worthy the most dreadful punishment. It is true, I have brought this young captive hither. It is true that I have introduced him into my apartment with just such artifices as I should have used if I had entertained a violent passion for him. And yet I call our great prophet to witness, in spite of these seeming irregularities, I am not faithless to you. It was my wish to converse with this Christian slave for the purpose of disengaging him from his own sect and proselytizing him to that of the true believers. But I have found in him a principle of resistance for which I was not well prepared. I have, however, conquered his prejudices, and he came to give me an assurance that he would embrace Mahometanism. I do not mean to deny that it was an act of duty to have contradicted the favorite flatly without paying the least attention to the dangerous predicament in which I stood. But my spirits were taken by surprise. The beloved partner of my imprudence was hovering on the brink of perdition, and my own fate was involved with hers. How could I do otherwise than give a silent and perturbed assent to her impious fiction? My tongue indeed refused to ratify it, but the bashaw, persuaded by my acquiescence that his mistress had told him the whole truth and nothing but the truth, suffered his angry spirit to be tranquillized. Madam, answered he, I am willing to believe that you have committed no infidelity towards me, and that the desire of doing a thing agreeable to the prophet has been the means of leading you on to risk so hazardous and delicate a proceeding. I forgive, therefore, your imprudence, on condition that this captive assumes the turban on the spot. He sent immediately for a priest to initiate me. My dress was changed with all due ceremony into the Turkish. They did just what they pleased with me, nor had I the courage to object, or, to do myself more justice, I knew not what was becoming of me in so dreadful a disorder of all my faculties and feelings. There are other good Christians in the world who have been guilty of apostatizing on less imminent emergencies. After the ceremony, I took my leave of the seraglio to go and possess myself, under the name of Saidi Hali, of an inferior office which Soliman had given me. I never saw the sultana more, but an eunuch of hers came one day to look after me. He brought with him, as a present from his mistress, jewels to a very considerable amount, accompanied with a letter in which the lady assured me she should never forget my generous compliance in turning Mahometan to save her life. In point of fact, besides these rich gifts lavished upon me by Farrukhnaz, I obtained through her interest a more considerable employment than my first, and in the course of 6 or 7 years became one of the richest renegados in the town of Algiers. You must be perfectly aware that if I assisted at the prayers put up by the Mussulmen in their mosques, or fulfilled the other observances of their religion, it was all a mere copy of my countenance. My inclination was always uniform and determined as to returning before my death into the bosom of our holy church, and with this view I looked forward to withdrawing some time or other into Spain or Italy with the riches I should have accumulated. But there seemed no reason whatever against enjoying life in the interval. I was established in a magnificent mansion, with gardens of extent and beauty, a numerous train of slaves, and a well-appointed equipage of pretty girls in my seraglio. Though the Mahometans are forbidden the use of wine in that country, they are not backward for the most part in their stolen libations. As for me, my orgies were without either a mask or a blush, after the manner of my brother renegados. I remember in particular 2 of my bottle companions, with whom I often drank down the night before we rose from table. One was a Jew and the other an Arabian. I took them to be good sort of people, and with that impression lived in unconstrained familiarity with them. One evening I invited them to sup at my house. On that very day a dog of mine died. It was a pet. We performed our pious ablutions on his lifeless clay, and buried him with all the solemn obsequies attendant on a Mahometan funeral. This act of ours was not designed to turn the religion we outwardly professed into ridicule. It was only to furnish ourselves with amusement, and give loose to a ludicrous whim which struck us in the moment of jollity, that of paying the last offices of humanity to my dog. This action was, however, very near laying me by the heels. On the following day there came a fellow to my house, saying, Master Sidi Holly, it is no laughing matter that induces me to pay you this visit. My employer, the Cadi, wants to have a word in your ear. Be so good, if you please, as just to step to his office without loss of time. An Arabian merchant who supped with you last night has laid an information respecting a certain act of irreverence perpetrated by you on occasion of a dog which you buried. It is on that charge that I summon you to appear this day before the judge, and in case of failure you are hereby warned that you will be the subject of a criminal prosecution. Away went he, leaving me to digest his discourse, but the citations stuck in my throat and took away my appetite. The Arabian had no reason whatever to set his face against me, and I could not comprehend the meaning of the dog's trick the scoundrel had played me. The circumstance, at all events, demanded my prompt attention. I knew the Cadi's character, a saint on the outside, but a sinner in his heart. Away went I, therefore, to wait on this judge, but not with empty pockets. He sent for me into his private room, and began upon me in all the vehemence of pious indignation. You are a fellow rejected out of paradise, a blasphemer of our holy law, a man loathsome and abominable to look upon. You have performed the funeral service of a Mussulman over a dog. What an act of sacrilege! Is it thus, then, that you reverence our most holy ceremonies? Have you only turned Mahometan to laugh at our devotions and our rites? My honoured master, answered I, the Arabian who has told you such a cock and bull story is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and more than that, he is even an accomplice in my crime, if it is one, to grant such rest as to peace-parted souls to a faithful household servant, to an animal with more good qualities than half the two-legged Mahometans out of Christendom. His attachment, besides, to people of merit and consideration in the world was at once moral and sensible, and at his death he left several little tokens of remembrance to his friends. By his last will and testament he bequeathed his effects in the manner therein mentioned, and did me the honour to name me for his executor. This old crony came in for 20 crowns, that for 30, and another for a cool 100. But your worship is interested deeply in this instrument, pursued I, drawing out my purse. He has left you residuary legatee, and here is the amount of the bequest. The Cadi's gravity could not but relax after the posthumous kindness of his deceased friend, and he laughed outright in the face of the mock executor. As we were alone, there was no occasion to make wry mouths at the purse, and my acquittal was pronounced in these words: Go, Master Sidi Holly, it was a very pious act of yours to enlarge the obsequies of a dog who had so manly a fellow feeling for honest folks. End of Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 2.